When confronted with a cruel reality, a person's first reaction is often to refuse to believe it. Belger never imagined that he would lose so completely. His once proud black flames hadn't even managed to singe a single hair on these heroes. He couldn't understand it even more. How could this so-called sword god pierce through his defenses and right into his heart? Looking at the sword in his chest, Belger asked in a low voice, "Why did this happen?" In the eyes of the demons, Belger was the legendary top student of the entire academy. Not only did he graduate with the highest honors, but he also studied the ancient Demon King's code more thoroughly than anyone else. Building high towers, kidnapping princesses. He had done every single thing a villain was supposed to do. Even those heroes who dared to come and launch a rescue were, in fact, cultivated by his own hands. Because to a Demon King, the anger and sorrow of heroes were the ultimate delicacy. However, if they were killed off too quickly, the dish would lose its flavor. In Belger's view, true sincerity meant fattening up the heroes before devouring them. After all, the stronger the opponents, the more despair and anger they would generate. He had always considered himself a textbook example of a Demon King. Conquering the world was only a matter of time. By absorbing the suffering of countless people, he had finally ascended to the throne of the strongest Demon King. But what was the result? This man, who was meant to rule over everything, now lay miserably on his throne. To his dying breath, Belger couldn't figure it out. He had made every step perfectly, so why was he the one losing in the end? He stared blankly ahead and asked in a hoarse voice, "What exactly is going on? Why?" Watching the Demon King's health rapidly deplete, the hero couldn't help but laugh out loud. Why do you Demon Kings always use the same tired old lines? This impending doom is entirely your own doing. You committed every evil deed imaginable, yet you still put on this act of utter disbelief in the end. Gritting his teeth, Belger cursed, "That is absolute nonsense." The hero laughed even more arrogantly upon hearing this. "You insisted on kidnapping some princess and deliberately left clues to lure people into rescuing her. Aren't you just asking to be killed?" He grabbed Belger by the hair, leaned close to his ear, and mocked in a low voice, "Is your brain full of water? If it were me, I would have just slaughtered the king directly. Only then would the entire kingdom fall into absolute chaos." Hearing these words, Belger's mind was completely thrown into disarray. He realized that if he really had slaughtered the king directly, humans would indeed start infighting over the throne. But if that happened, their anger wouldn't be focused on him, and he wouldn't be able to grow stronger by absorbing it. That completely contradicted the Demon King's code he so rigidly adhered to. While he was in a daze, the hero delivered another blow. He said that not only did the Demon King not kill them, but he even sent out a bunch of low-level monsters to the villages to give them experience points. How is this an invasion? This is literally holding our hands and teaching us how to level up. Even this terrifying high tower, in the eyes of the heroes, had become the perfect training ground. The first floor was filled with incredibly weak monsters, allowing everyone to comfortably farm experience and easily max out their skills. The hero laughed, "Thank you so much, you massive fool." Belger still believed that the heroes absolutely could not die halfway through. In order to collect more energy, he had always meticulously followed the code. Yet he never expected that the Demon King's code he revered as divine was nothing but a joke to the heroes. The hero pierced through his body with a sword and said contemptuously, "Once we get tired of farming the monsters in the tower, we just need to slaughter you, the Demon King. Anyway, once the old Demon King dies, a new one and a new high tower will soon appear. It's practically a recycling system." Looking at Belger lying in a pool of blood, the hero revealed a maniacal smile. "This place isn't some forbidden ground at all. It's the perfect hunting ground for heroes." In his eyes, the Demon King was nothing more than a cash machine that refreshed on a timer. The heroes actually started to cheer. They surrounded the fallen Demon King, shouting and claiming that thanks to Belger, their group had the opportunity to become this strong. Someone even joked that Belger was practically their godfather, the most considerate demon king in the world for providing them with such a perfect training room. Hearing these taunts, Belger completely broke down. He never imagined that his proud demon king's tower was nothing more than a hunting ground to humans. The hero walked over, dragging his sword, his tone filled with disdain. He said that although many comrades had died this time, it didn't matter. As long as he could kill the demon king, he would become completely famous. As for Belger, he was just a stepping stone on his path to fame. The hero raised his giant sword high, smiling as he said he was going to send the demon king on his way. With this strike, Belger's life would be completely over. But in this life-or-death moment, the sense of humiliation in Belger's heart hurt even more than the physical wounds. He felt that this was simply a massive joke. To hell with his demon king's code. To hell with all its rules and restrictions. If following the rules meant being treated as a cash machine, then what was the point of these rules? He absolutely refused to accept such a death, much less such humiliation. The second the giant sword fell, the power within Belger completely erupted. He roared maniacally, "I am a demon king. The true terror is only just beginning." There was no dodging this strike. Accompanied by a blinding flash of the blade, Belger was struck head-on, and fresh blood instantly splattered across the floor. He was tossed onto the ground like trash, devoid of even the strength to stand up. The hero party didn't even spare him a glance as they turned and left the grand hall, as if they had merely cleaned up some insignificant nuisance. Lying in the cold pool of blood, Belger stared fixedly at those retreating figures. Word by word, he made a vow in his heart. He would personally settle the score with all those who looked down on him. Belger swore viciously in his heart, "These guys will definitely pay the price." But the hero didn't sense the danger at all, and had instead already begun divvying up the spoils of war. He loudly warned his companions not to touch the demon king's head, as he had long set his sights on that pair of demonic horns, wanting to chop them off as a trophy. Just as the hero was about to make his move, purple lightning suddenly erupted from Belger's body. This power was incredibly eerie, as if it wanted to devour everything around it. Belger had completely thrown caution to the wind. Even if it meant burning away the very last drop of his life, he absolutely would not let these people leave alive. The smile on the hero's face instantly froze. He looked at the out-of-control energy before him. The power completely detonated, and a purple light instantly engulfed the entire grand hall. The hero finally realized that he had messed with the wrong person. He yelled frantically, telling everyone to run for their lives. But in the face of an eruption of this magnitude, no one could escape. Standing at the center of the energy, watching those terrified, fleeing figures, Belger suddenly found it incredibly ironic. It turned out that the deadly demon king's code had been wrong from the very beginning. If it weren't for those broken rules, how would these people dare to be so arrogant in front of him? Since the rules were wrong, then he would personally smash them all to pieces. If he could live his life over again, he would never abide by those treacherous, broken rules. Amidst the light, Belger swore viciously, "To hell with the demon king's code. It's all a bunch of deceptive nonsense." Since this life was already ruined, he might as well completely overthrow everything in the ensuing destruction. Accompanied by an earth-shattering boom, the entire palace was blown to pieces. What the hell was Belger doing? He was clearly completely finished just a moment ago, so how did he end up back in this kind of place as soon as he opened his eyes? Looking at his surroundings, Belger's mind was a mess. He actually hadn't died, and he had even returned to the past. Upon hearing that familiar name, Belger was finally certain that he really had been reborn. Before he could react, the higher-ups on the stage began urging him loudly to quickly come to the front. Since the heavens had given him a second chance, he would settle all those suffocating scores from the past, one by one. It was simply unbelievable. This place was actually... Before Belger could react, the dean had already walked up to him, frowning as he asked, "What are you zoning out for on such a joyous day?" Looking at this person who should have been dead, Belger was completely stunned. He instinctively looked down at his own chest, where a red badge was prominently pinned. He was all too familiar with this item. Only graduates of the Demon King Military Academy were qualified to wear it. All the details suddenly matched up. This was nowhere else but the scene of his graduation ceremony from 15 years ago. Since he had returned to the starting point of his destiny, then this time, no one would ever play him like a pawn again. Although he couldn't figure out why he had been reborn, Belger knew very well in his heart that this was his only chance to turn the tables. Following the host's loud roll call, he, as the most outstanding graduate of this class, walked onto the stage under the gaze of everyone present. Placed before him was that giant screen displaying the Demon King's code, filled with the so-called Demon King's rules. He had read these articles countless times, even having them memorized by heart long ago. In his previous life, he was stubborn to a fault, practically risking his life to abide by these rules. But what was the result? All it brought him was utter destruction. Looking at these familiar words, Belger sneered inwardly. This time, he didn't plan on being that obedient puppet anymore. Looking at these so-called rules before him, Belger felt nothing but disgust. It was this very garbage that became the hero's plaything in his past life and personally sent him to his doom. But now, the master of ceremonies actually wanted him to read this thing out loud again in front of everyone, even demanding that he swear to abide by it for the rest of his life. This was simply a massive irony. It was precisely because he had been too obedient in his past life that he ended up dying without an intact corpse. Seeing that he wasn't making a move, the clueless master of ceremonies beside him was still urging him to quickly begin his recitation. Belger stared fixedly at the screen, the anger in his heart nearly unable to be contained. For this kind of suffocating oath, he would never speak another word of it for the rest of his life. "I refuse." The students in the audience were all stunned. They had never seen a scene like this in their lives. But Belger didn't stop there. He pointed at the screen and roared loudly. He declared that he would never pledge loyalty to such utterly foolish things. Furthermore, reciting the so-called Demon King's code in public was simply garbage. With that shout, the entire venue instantly fell into a deathly silence. Belger knew very well in his heart that from this moment on, he had pierced the heavens. Belger's words caused the entire graduation ceremony to completely explode in an uproar. The students in the audience were all dumbfounded, some even thinking he had gone mad. The instructors on the stage were even more furious. This kind of behavior, publicly humiliating the Demon King's code, was a first in the Academy's history. With this one shout, he had managed to offend absolutely everyone. In this very moment, the originally promising Belger directly plummeted from the altar down to the abyss. This was the moment the most outstanding graduate of the Demon King Military Academy was reduced to being the worst in the entire school. Belger stared fixedly ahead. He knew that his future was completely ruined. Grand Duke Arcane was absolutely enraged. He slammed his hand heavily on the table, pointing at Belger's nose and cursing, saying he dared to insult the majesty of the Demon Kings. If this charge were confirmed, he could lose his life on the spot. But this old fellow abruptly changed his tune, offering Belger one last chance. As long as he retracted those arrogant words now and publicly apologized to the entire demon realm, this matter would be considered closed. However, if Belger dared to say no, he would be sent to Arian. That place was no laughing matter. It was rumored to be the graveyard of demon kings. Whoever went there died there. This caused the entire venue to erupt. How was this a punishment? This was clearly sending him to his death. What exactly would Belger choose? The discussions around them grew louder, with everyone feeling that for a madman like Belger, a mere apology wasn't enough. He should be made to disappear directly. Arcane sneered as he reminded him, Arian is a place of certain death. Countless demon kings have met their end there. He thought he could scare the kid, but who could have expected that Belger would actually speak up on his own, saying, "Then send me there." He was going to personally prove that the so-called Demon King's code was nothing but a pile of useless garbage. A deathly silence fell over the venue. This was a public slap in the face to the entire demon realm. Arcane completely lost his patience. Since you insist on seeking death, then I will grant your wish. Belger, roll out to Aryan right now. Arcane's sentencing wasn't over yet. For this trip to Aryan, not only would Belger receive no special treatment, but he wasn't even allowed to bring a single attendant. If he didn't completely conquer that land, he would be permanently banned from returning to the demon realm. Plummeting rapidly from an altitude of 10,000 meters, Belger let out a self-deprecating laugh. That was the place where the heroes who killed him resided. In fact, long before his rebirth, Aryan was the place Belger himself had chosen. Back then, he always felt that since he was the strongest demon, he should challenge the most difficult stage. But what was the result? That arrogance cost him a heavy price, directly losing his life there. Because there were far too many heroes exploiting the loopholes in the Demon King's code. With a loud crash, Belger smashed heavily into the snowy mountains of the northern continent. This was the Elster mountain range, the very place where he had once suffered a crushing defeat. He slowly stood up. Belger absolutely would not step into the same trap twice. Since those heroes liked to exploit the loopholes in the rules, then this time, it was his turn to set the rules of the game. He was going to use that so-called hero's code to give those guys a massive surprise. On the other side of the demon realm, someone was carefully grooming himself in front of a mirror, shaving off stubble and buttoning every button, his movements as elegant as a gentleman's. He looked at his reflection with satisfaction. This man, who appeared refined and meticulous, was none other than the top graduate of the Demon King Academy, Gordon. There was an ironclad rule in the demon realm. The top-tier demons must go and assist the top-tier demon kings. To put it bluntly, the first-place student of the Demon King Academy was destined to be the chief follower of the strongest demon king. This drove the other honor students mad with jealousy. The second and third-place students both sighed, lamenting that Gordon's luck was simply too good to be able to act as a subordinate to that esteemed figure. Outwardly refined and polite, Gordon smiled and said, "Everyone is very outstanding." In his eyes, Belger possessed the purest dragon bloodline and was an unparalleled, top-tier powerhouse in the history of the demon realm. To be able to graduate in the same class as such a person was simply a blessing accumulated over several lifetimes. Judging by Gordon's fanatical demeanor, he didn't just want to be a follower. Gordon was already starting to daydream. He fantasized that as long as he followed Lord Belger, they could sweep across the world, and his name would also be carved into textbooks, going down in history alongside this top-tier powerhouse. He had even thought about how his statue would be posed in the future, feeling incredibly pleased with himself, believing that his life was set. But just then, a cold voice completely shattered his fantasy. On the stage, Belger suddenly spoke up, stating that all of this was wrong. The entire venue instantly fell into a deathly silence, no one expecting that this highly anticipated strongest demon king would actually roar in public. He pointed at everyone and shouted, "The current standards for demon kings are all bullshit." At this, Gordon was completely stunned. His proud status as the top student, along with the standards he had spent half his life studying, were actually completely worthless in Belger's eyes. How was this a graduation ceremony? This was simply the scene of a worldview collapsing. The rule of the demon realm dictated that the first-place student must serve as a follower to the strongest demon king. But Gordon never imagined that he would actually be exiled to this desolate snowy mountain. Carrying his luggage, he stood in the wind and snow. He couldn't understand why things had turned out this way. He thought he had been completely abandoned. After all, who would be willing to follow a down-on-his-luck guy like him? But right at that moment, footsteps suddenly sounded from behind. Gordon froze, looked back, and saw that the man had actually appeared. Belger took the initiative to greet him, his tone as relaxed as if he were strolling in his own backyard. Gordon was completely bewildered and couldn't help but question the other party, asking why he had to go to such lengths. In response, Belger merely replied faintly, "What did I do?" At this, Gordon's defenses completely shattered. Frantically grabbing his own hair, he roared, questioning why Belger had to say those things in public, especially right in front of Arcane. This was practically pushing him into a fire pit. Belger watched from the side, utterly speechless, and calmly advised him to calm down, warning him not to pull all his hair out. As a result, Gordon roared even louder, saying that his life was almost forfeit now, so who cared about a little bit of hair? Looking at the follower before him who was on the verge of madness, Belger couldn't help but mutter inwardly, "Was this guy always like this?" In his memory, the old Gordon was a top-tier elite. Not only was he brimming with confidence, but he was also extremely reliable in handling affairs. He always said that as long as the two of them joined forces, there was nothing in this world they couldn't accomplish. But now, the situation was completely out of control. Watching Gordon's drastic meltdown, Belger harbored a massive secret in his heart. He was actually someone who had lived a past life, but he didn't dare to reveal the truth at all. If he told Gordon that he was a regressor, this guy would probably just treat him as a madman. Gordon finally recovered his composure and quickly entered work mode. Since things had already reached this point, he decided to demonstrate the professional conduct of an elite follower. According to the rules in the Demon Realm's textbooks, there were specific requirements for a demon king to build a tower. It couldn't be hidden too deeply, nor could the environment be too harsh. It had to be a place where those human heroes could actually find it. Gordon looked around, his brow furrowed. This place was full of sheer cliffs and precipices, with high-level monsters roaming about. It was a pipe dream for humans to enter. He suggested that Belger quickly change locations, but what happened? Belger had no intention of listening to him at all. He crouched down directly. "The tower will be built right here." This threw everything into chaos. Belger was planning to trample all the rules under his feet. For this seed of the tower to sprout, the price was extremely cruel. It had to be watered with the fresh blood of a demon king. Watching from the side, Gordon's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He felt that Belger had simply gone mad. Not only was he openly challenging the traditions of the demon realm, but he was even throwing away the dignity of a demon king. Listening to these accusations, Belger remained exceptionally calm inside. He understood all too well why Gordon would think this way. After all, the rules left behind by their ancestors had long been carved into the bones of every demon. Unless someone had personally experienced that despair worse than death, just like he had, no one could easily betray their faith. Belger fiercely clenched his fist, letting his fresh blood drip onto the snow along his fingertips. Staring at Gordon, he told him, word by word, that the so-called standards for demon kings were nothing but worthless garbage in his eyes, especially in a place like Arian. These words were simply treasonous. As the fresh blood seeped in, the snowfield beneath their feet began to tremble violently. Gordon stood rooted to the spot. He hadn't yet realized that he was witnessing the birth of a madman. That seed of the tower erupted with a blinding red light, and energy spread out frantically in all directions like a tidal wave. Watching the anomaly before him, Belger finally revealed his true intentions. He said, "Why did I choose to build the tower here? The reason is actually very simple. Because this place, Arian, is packed full of human heroes everywhere." To what extent? To the extent that it has caused this land to fall completely out of control. Seeing that confident smile on Belger's face, Gordon finally understood that this guy wasn't building a tower at all. He was personally digging a massive grave for those heroes. As the light of the magic circle brightened, the system instantly locked onto Belger's identity. Black Flame Demonic Dragon Tribe, Belger, identity confirmed successfully. In this very moment, the entire snowfield began to shake violently, and a pitch-black giant tower erupted directly from the earth. The Demon King's Tower, summoning complete. Looking at the giant tower before him, Belger's tone carried a hint of mockery. Why did past demon kings always lose their lives here? Because those humans figured out the demons' routines long ago and used the rules against them to screw the demon kings over. On this land, the tired old standards for demon kings are completely useless now. From now on, we play by the hero's standards. Listening to this, Gordon was completely baffled, entirely unable to understand what this meant. But looking at the magnificent giant tower before him, he knew very well in his heart that from this moment on, the rules of this snowfield were going to change completely. Who could have expected that Belger would actually manage to summon a demon king's tower in this wasteland? Without looking back, he walked through the main doors, beckoning Gordon to follow. But as soon as they entered the tower, Gordon was completely dumbfounded. This was the first floor of the Tower of Belger. Looking around, let alone traps and monsters, there wasn't even a ghost in sight. According to the common sense of the demon realm, a demon king's tower should be full of twists and turns, or packed with ferocious monsters. But here, apart from the floor, there was absolutely nothing. The two of them walked all the way up, until they reached the demon king's chamber on the 5th floor. But the result was still the same. Every single floor was so empty that you could hear an echo. How was this a demon king's tower? It was simply incredibly shabby. Since the tower had already been built, Gordon felt that they should at least follow the old rules of the demon kings. According to the traditional codes of the demon realm, a newly appointed demon king had to kidnap a princess, and the higher her status, the better. Because the anger and despair of the royal family provided the fastest growing nourishment for a demon king, Gordon walked up to Belger, pointing at the kingdom of Kore on the map, and suggested, "Since we're going to make a move, let's choose the princess with the highest right of succession." Gordon was actually very nervous inside, but unexpectedly, without even turning his head, Belger simply replied, "All right, we'll do as you say." At this, it was Gordon's turn to be stunned. Agreeing so readily didn't seem like Belger's style at all. Belger's tone was calm. "I have long had my eyes set on a target." Upon hearing this, Gordon quickly volunteered, saying he would go along to help, but Belger immediately rejected him, telling him to stay behind and look after the house. After all, the Demon King's palace could never be left empty. Gordon finally breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that Belger was finally acting like a true Demon King. His previous unreliable behavior was likely just because he had just graduated and hadn't yet recovered from the immense pressure. As long as things were getting on track now, there was still hope. He curiously asked Belger, who he planned to take along on the mission. Belger remained silent for a moment before slowly stating the destination. It was the place farthest from this tower, the kingdom of Hildebrand, located at the southernmost tip of the continent. No one expected that instead of choosing a target close by, he would go out of his way to provoke the farthest kingdom. Late at night in the Hildebrand royal palace, a massive shadow was silently landing before a windowsill. Belger had calculated it all out long ago. Among all the royal family members, this 13th princess had the least presence. Choosing her as the target was absolutely the least troublesome option. He spread his giant wings, hovering in midair, and slowly spoke to the blonde girl in the room. "I am here to take you away, princess." If Gordon were to see this scene, he would probably spit blood on the spot out of pure anger. Because according to the rules of the demon realm, a demon king was supposed to kidnap the most powerful heir, rather than seeking out a marginalized figure whom no one cared for or loved. This move by Belger was practically dragging the professional ethics of a demon king across the floor. Sneaking into a princess's boudoir late at night, Belger's kidnapping operation had an explosive start. Ernan asked with a calm expression, "Who exactly are you?" Belger laid his cards on the table. "I am the demon king here to kidnap you." But instead of running away, Ernan smiled and replied, "Are you sure you can handle me?" At this, Belger was stunned. Who was actually the prey that had fallen into the trap here? Belger thought this woman was crazy for treating a demon king like a joke. He declared, "I am a demon king. Taking you away would be a breeze, wouldn't it?" But Ernan's response was even more incredible. She simply spread her hands and said, "All right then, I'll let you take me away." Now Belger was completely on edge. This reaction was way too calm. He suspected there had to be an ambush in the room and warned Ernan not to play any tricks. Ernan, however, looked innocent, saying she had a premonition since childhood that this day would come sooner or later. After all, what princess doesn't get kidnapped? The situation was becoming increasingly bizarre. Even though it was the Demon King here to kidnap her, why did it feel like the princess was waiting for him to take the bait? Although he felt there was a hidden meaning in the princess's words, Belger couldn't care about that right now, though something just felt wrong. Ernan was quite proactive, directly holding out her hand and asking him, "So, are we leaving now?" And so, the Demon King, taking this overly cooperative princess with him, flew all the way back to the Demon King's tower deep in the snowy mountains. Gordon, who was guarding the entrance, hurried forward, relieved that his boss had finally returned safely. But who could have imagined that what this kidnapping mission brought back might not be a hostage, but a massive problem? Belger had actually shown a moment of compassion this time. He told Gordon that since this princess was so cooperative, they shouldn't throw her in the dungeon and just send her to rest on the 4th floor instead. Although Gordon found it strange, he still complied. However, his expression suddenly turned serious as he said there was an important matter he had to report to the Demon King immediately. The scene shifted. Ernan was alone in the empty grand hall. Just a moment ago, she thought the kidnapping was quite a novel experience, but sitting on the ground now, she realized the floor was both cold and hard. It finally dawned on her that she really had been kidnapped. There were no pillows, no blankets, and not even a maid to serve her here. How was this being a hostage? This was practically trying to kill her. Ernan looked out the window and sighed. There were no gardens or fountains here. Compared to the royal palace, it was a world of difference. But on second thought, this feeling of total freedom actually didn't seem so bad. On the other side, Belger was frowning at an invitation letter. The Tower of Beasts had actually sent someone over to deliver a letter. Gordon explained from the side that it was a welcome party specially prepared for the new Demon King. Belger sneered. "What welcome party? It looks to me like these old geezers are trying to take the opportunity to show a newcomer like me who's boss." To be honest, those in the Demon King business were all incredibly arrogant and had never thought about teaming up with anyone. But Belger was simply too powerful a variable, forcing these old geezers to lower their status and gather together to discuss countermeasures. Belger was also well aware of this. Previously, he would never have given this bunch the time of day, but now he intended to go and meet them personally. Passing through the dense jungle, he finally arrived at the legendary Tower of Beasts. Sitting on the throne, Draken was gnawing on raw meat while sneering. He had ruled this territory for a full 70 years. As soon as this old monster spoke, the atmospheric pressure in the entire hall shifted. It seemed that by going to this meeting alone, Belger had run into a tough opponent. The moment Draken spoke, the air was filled with hostility. He stared at Belger and mocked him, saying this new Demon King looked utterly ordinary and was nowhere near as formidable as the rumors suggested. Listening to this, Belger couldn't help but mutter inwardly, "If I knew this old monster was going to be this troublesome, I shouldn't have come." He laid his cards on the table, asking Draken if he wanted to start a fight. Draken laughed even more wildly upon hearing this. He said he was just doing someone a favor. Grand Duke Arcane had already given him the heads-up to show the newcomer some color on his turf. Hearing this, Belger chuckled. It turned out it was that noisy old vampire playing tricks behind the scenes. Well, this is getting interesting. The moment these words came out, Draken completely lost his temper. He roared, questioning Belger on how he dared to be so disrespectful to the Grand Duke. He casually tossed a piece of bloody raw meat, which landed on the ground with a smack, and pointed at Belger's nose, saying, "As long as you lick this thing clean, I will forgive your insolence." This was naked humiliation. Anyone else would have already attacked, but Belger appeared exceptionally calm. He stared at Draken and asked, "Do you really not know why I am here?" Draken sneered. Isn't it just because you broke the Demon King's rules, so everyone has to team up to teach you a lesson? To his surprise, Belger laughed out loud. He said that according to the Demon King's tradition, it was absolutely forbidden for Demon Kings to kill each other. Now the situation had become interesting. Since no one could kill anyone else, no matter how angry Draken got, it would ultimately just be all thunder and no rain. But who could have expected? Belger didn't play by the rules at all. He fiercely stomped his foot, shattering the ground, and a berserk aura instantly swept across the entire venue. He stared coldly at Draken and asked, "Do you think someone like me would really abide by the rules obediently?" This terrifying pressure caused Draken, who was acting so high and mighty just a moment ago, to be frightened into silence on the spot. Seeing that a head-on clash was a lost cause, Draken's attitude immediately took a 180-degree turn. He quickly confessed the truth, saying that Grand Duke Arcane had sent him. It turned out the Grand Duke wanted to confirm whether Belger had actually kidnapped a princess according to plan. If he didn't return to report within a month, his Demon King title would be revoked. Belger laid his cards on the table. Without looking back, he told Draken that he had already kidnapped the princess. Draken was dumbfounded upon hearing this. Before he could react, Belger added another sentence, saying that this princess suited his tastes perfectly. This move was simply adding insult to injury. Belger left stylishly with Gordon, leaving only Draken standing there doubting his existence. Returning to the Tower of Belger, Gordon couldn't help but sigh, saying that the scene just now was what true Demon King's majesty looked like. Belger, however, acted very calm. To him, this was just a standard operation. At least for the short term, Draken and his group would definitely not dare to come looking for trouble again. But the real test had only just begun. Since the princess had already become his prey, the ensuing situation would likely become even more out of control. Sitting on the throne, Belger ordered Gordon to go keep an eye on the princess and see how that precious royal was doing now. After Gordon received his orders and left, Belger was the only one left in the grand hall. He was calculating in his mind that he had to find a way to make this princess completely useful. Although he had left Draken speechless just now, Belger knew clearly in his heart that this time he had thoroughly offended that group of veteran Demon Kings. The ensuing troubles would likely come one after another, but he didn't regret it at all. He even felt that doing it this way was quite satisfying. Staring out the window, he swore viciously in his heart that even if he was given another chance, he would still make the same choice. Wanted him to bow his head to this bunch of garbage, then they might as well just kill him. This time, he was absolutely determined to fight to the bitter end. Draken was constantly praising him through the video feed, saying Belger's move was simply textbook. He even asked if his previous arrogance was just an act. The more Belger listened, the more he felt something was wrong. This old fox being suddenly so polite surely meant nothing good. Just then, Gordon came running in, stumbling and shouting that something terrible had happened on the 4th floor. Belger's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly rushed over. But the sight before him left him completely dumbfounded. The originally eerie and terrifying Demon King's tower had now actually turned into a lush forest filled with singing birds and fragrant flowers. There were butterflies fluttering everywhere, and blooming flowers. This sudden shift in style was just too outrageous. Belger stood rooted to the spot, unable to process what was happening. Who on earth was doing renovations on his turf? The Demon King's tower is being forcibly remodeled. Belger looked at the flowers, grass, and spirits covering the ground, completely stunned. How was this still a Demon King's tower? It was practically a utopia. Looking at the godlike young girl before him, stormy waves surged in his heart. To be able to create an ecosystem out of thin air inside a Demon King's tower, this level of ability must belong to a top-tier spiritualist on the continent. The more Belger thought about it, the more a chill ran down his spine. He had clearly gone to kidnap that useless 13th princess, but a miracle of this level was absolutely not something that little girl could pull off. He stared fixedly at the young girl before him. Who exactly are you? You are not the 13th princess at all." Instead of getting angry, the girl smiled even brighter. She said Belger had indeed gotten the wrong person. She wasn't Ernan at all. Belger looked at the girl before him and asked with a trembling voice, "Who exactly are you?" The girl smiled brilliantly and openly admitted it. She said her name was indeed Ernan, and she was the first princess of the kingdom of Hildebrand. This time, Belger was completely dumbfounded. As this news reached the kingdom, all of Hildebrand was in an absolute uproar. The king of Hildebrand had completely lost it. His most beloved first princess, Ernan, had actually been abducted by a demon king right from under their noses. The king roared frantically from his throne, ordering all the strongest heroes and elite troops in the nation to be gathered immediately. He swore to personally chop off the demon king's head and bring the princess back safely. With a single command from the king, countless heavily armored knights were ready to deploy. Ernan smiled and asked, "Can you really handle me?" Belger was now completely bewildered. He had clearly heard that the other party was a genius with astonishing magical power, yet he hadn't detected a single trace of it just now. How on earth did this girl fool him? It turned out it was all thanks to that ring, a royal secret treasure that could conceal one's entire magical aura. Flawlessly, Ernan immediately followed up, "Now, do you still plan on sending me back?" Belger fell silent. If he really sent this princess away, he would definitely be mocked as a coward. Even more troublesome, his plan to collect demonic energy would completely fall through. Now he was truly caught in a dilemma. Since things had come to this, Belger could only bite the bullet and push forward. But right at that moment, the system suddenly issued an ear-piercing alarm. An intense hostility has been detected, and the target is actually pointing straight at the demon king Belger. "Belger, the situation would not change in any way. You are still my captive now." The king's roar echoed through the grand hall. "Slaughter that foolish demon king and bring my princess back." The officials below were terrified and quickly explained, "Your Majesty, we have not yet found out which demon king did this. We have already sent people to search." The king refused to listen, pointing at their noses and cursing. "Then go investigate. The princess has been kidnapped, and you useless fools have actually done nothing." Just then, a minister reported in a low voice, "Your Majesty, something is not quite right. The demon king of lust recently kidnapped a prince from another country." Gordon pushed up his glasses, calmly analyzing the situation. The demon king of lust just provoked public outrage and was killed by a hero. For another demon king to dare kidnap a princess at a time like this, there is something very strange about this. The officials in the grand hall looked at each other in dismay. No one able to figure out why someone would dare to commit such a crime right now against the wind. The king gripped the throne tightly and stated through gritted teeth, "This is definitely a reckless newcomer trying to use the princess to establish his dominance." Just then, a soldier hurriedly rushed into the grand hall. "Your Majesty, we found traces of a teleportation circle. The other party is heading all the way north, with the target pointing straight at the Elster Mountain Range." The Elster Mountain Range. Hearing this name, the king was completely stunned. Deep within that desolate wasteland covered in snow all year round, stood a lone tower. That was the territory of the demon king Belger. Gordon stood behind Belger, reminding him with some concern, "Lord Demon King, the army of the kingdom of Hildebrand will be arriving soon. Can you handle this alone?" Hearing this, the corners of Belger's mouth curved slightly upward, revealing a confident smile. He answered calmly, "It doesn't matter. The army of the kingdom of Hildebrand won't even have the chance to step foot here." Looking at the map on the table, the situation became very complicated. The Elster Mountain Range was at the northernmost tip of the continent, while the kingdom of Hildebrand was at the southernmost. With so many countries in between, if the Grand Army wanted to cross the continent, there was no way they would be granted passage. Belger revealed a wicked smile. He had anticipated this step long ago. If the king wanted to save her, he could only beg those who worked for money. The king remained silent for a long time. In the end, with no other options left, he could only contact the Hero Guild. The scene shifted. The towering spire in the distance was the legendary Hero Guild. The news of the princess's kidnapping caused the Hero Guild to completely erupt in an uproar. Everyone gathered around the notice board, discussing spiritedly, all guessing which mad demon king had done it. But as soon as they heard the destination was Elster, the heroes who had just been filled with righteous indignation instantly withered. That place was swarming with hellish monsters. Whoever went there would die. Being a hero was to get rich, not to throw one's life away. Belger's tone was full of disdain. He knew this group of people all too well. The so-called Hero Guild was actually just a bunch of cowards who only cared about money. As long as a place was dangerous enough, they wouldn't dare to go no matter how much money was offered. This was exactly why he chose to set up his base in that godforsaken place. Gordon was stunned as he listened from the side. He realized that his lord never played by the rules, and his control over the situation was simply terrifying. This feeling was as if Belger had been here before, and knew every single detail like the back of his hand. This time the king was truly enraged. He roared frantically in the grand hall, offering a massive reward, yet no one actually dared to take the job. These people called themselves heroes in ordinary times, but at the critical moment, they all turned into cowards hiding in their shells. The logic was actually quite simple. These so-called heroes were businessmen to the core. They would pick and choose, refusing to touch any deadly jobs that offered no benefits. To gather a team unafraid of death would likely take quite some time. This gave Belger a little time. At this moment, Belger was staring at the system panel, which was densely packed with information. Although the enemy had not yet attacked, he knew clearly in his heart that the current situation was still very passive. The amount of magical power he had on hand was at most enough to summon a few skeleton soldiers. If he really had to face swarms of hero armies, this little bit of resources wouldn't be nearly enough. It seemed he had to make some major moves. Belger knew all too well what that group of heroes was afraid of. That kind of deep-seated fear he understood better than anyone else. For the next part of the plan, he turned to Gordon and issued a madman-like order. "Go contact Draken. I am going to sell the magical power." Hearing these words, Gordon completely broke down. He shouted incoherently, doubting if he had heard correctly. That was magical power. It was the treasure that allowed demons to surpass their limits and even control monsters in high towers. Such a priceless treasure, and the Lord actually wanted to trade it for humans' filthy money. This operation was simply squandering their fortune. Gordon couldn't figure out for the life of him what his lord was planning. Belger knew very well that Draken would absolutely be willing to bleed heavily and empty his coffers to obtain the magical power. Since the existing magical power couldn't hold off the heroes, he would have to change his approach. As long as he had human money, many things would become much easier to handle. He changed into a black cloak and went alone to the fortress at the foot of the Elster mountain range. The guards at the city gates immediately became alert, shouting loudly for him to halt. After all, who would run to a godforsaken place like this alone to seek death? The guards stared at this guy claiming to be a mercenary, finding him suspicious no matter how they looked at him, and were about to step forward to search him. Belger had no intention of wasting words. He simply tossed out a bag of gold coins. The crisp sound of the collision made the guards swallow the words they were about to say. At this point, who cared who he really was? Money was indeed the best pass, and Belger successfully infiltrated the city. But he knew clearly in his heart that wandering aimlessly alone in unfamiliar territory was simply too conspicuous. The most urgent task was to first find a local guide who was familiar with the area. He set his sights on the local mercenary group. At this time, inside the headquarters of the Red Eagle mercenary group, the mercenary leader was slumped in a chair, drinking. When his subordinates asked when they would set out, he waved his hand with a look of enjoyment. In his eyes, this place was simply paradise. The soldiers were holding off the monsters, so they only needed to hide in the rear and pick up easy loot. Where else could one find such a heavenly life? The tavern was buzzing with conversation, and the topic was entirely about that new Demon King. The members were all worried, feeling that the Demon King had built a tower right on their doorstep. The mercenary leader, however, had a look of disdain. He waved his hand and said this was all fake news. In his view, how could a Demon King be so stupid as to build a tower in a place heroes couldn't reach? Even if some people said the Demon King had kidnapped a princess, the leader didn't believe it at all. Who would cross half the continent just to capture a woman? The logic simply didn't make sense. Even after hearing that the Hero Guild had refused the mission, the leader still felt this was all an act. He abruptly stood up and shouted, "What princess? That is nothing but an excuse. These people making such a fuss are just trying to blow things out of proportion so they can squeeze more money out of the higher-ups." He had seen many scams in his life, but he was the only one who had never seen what a real Demon King looked like. The mercenary leader was still daydreaming about getting rich, grinning so widely his back teeth showed. He felt there was nothing in this world that money couldn't fix. Just when he was feeling most pleased with himself, a cold voice suddenly sounded in his ear. "So that is how it is." The leader tumbled directly backward out of his chair, nearly having his soul scared out of his body. He never imagined that in the pitch black, someone had silently stood behind him. Belger looked at this group of terrified mercenaries. "Since you guys know so much about the situation, perfect. This is the guide I'm looking for. Leave one behind to guide me and the rest of you get the hell out." Since they refused to appreciate a favor, they could only be carried out horizontally. The mercenaries hadn't yet realized the severity of the problem. One by one, they brandished their weapons and clamored to tear him to pieces. But the moment the words left their mouths, the situation completely spiraled out of control. Belger's figure was as fast as lightning, moving freely through the crowd. These mercenaries, who usually ran rampant, couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes before they were beaten, until they were searching for their teeth on the floor, like kites with broken strings. Screams echoed one after another in the tavern, and the arrogant attitude from just a moment ago was instantly and thoroughly extinguished. Seeing his subordinates completely wiped out, the mercenary leader thought he could turn the tables, but instead he hit a steel wall. Belger didn't dodge. He followed through with a heavy strike, directly pressing the leader's entire body into the wall. At this, the tavern fell completely silent. The remaining mercenaries were scared out of their wits. Although they held crossbows in their hands, they didn't even have the courage to pull the trigger. The leader, who had been acting so high and mighty just a moment ago, was now being held up like a little chick. He squeezed a few words out from between his teeth. "Monster! You monster!" Upon hearing this, Belger not only didn't get angry, but the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. This was exactly what he was waiting for. Since he was being treated as a monster, his subsequent methods wouldn't be so gentle. The commotion in the tavern was known to the whole street. Passers-by listening to the screams inside even seemed a bit accustomed to it, muttering about how these people fought every day. But they had absolutely no idea how tragic the situation inside actually was. The arrogant and domineering mercenary group from a moment ago had now all become background decorations on the floor. Belger stood among this field of ruins like a grim reaper returned from hell. "Don't be afraid. As long as you obediently answer my questions, I will spare your life." The leader was now thoroughly terrified, repeatedly begging that as long as he could stay alive, he would do anything. Belger's target this time was very clear. The place he was looking for was somewhere ordinary people didn't even dare to hear about. Passing through layers of guards, he finally arrived at this sinful slave market. But looking at the ordinary goods in the cages, Belger was clearly very dissatisfied. He asked coldly, "Are there only human slaves here?" Seeing that he was hard to please, the merchant hurried over to curry favor. "Do these not suit your tastes?" Belger didn't waste any words and directly tossed out a heavy bag of gold coins, asking him if he had any rarer goods. The moment he saw the gold coins, the merchant's eyes widened. He couldn't hide that greedy look, repeatedly agreeing and leading him to see the truly good merchandise. It seemed that this time, Belger had finally found the right place. Looking at the merchant's greedy expression, Belger felt nothing but disgust. His subordinates had just been beaten to a pulp, yet this guy could still smile for the sake of money. Greedy humans and power-hungry demons were essentially no different at all. Gordon was a bit puzzled on the side, not understanding why the Lord Demon King wanted to use human money. Belger's tone was calm. "I am going to buy those otherworldly races captured by the humans. Specifically, those elves famous for their integrity and loyalty were his true target this time." Deep within the dungeon, a green-haired elf wearing a mask was staring intently at the person outside the iron cage. The anger in his eyes seemed as if it wanted to completely burn down this sinful place. Belger knew very well that this elf was the most important link in his plan. Belger's chessboard had already been set up. That elf locked in the cage was the ticking time bomb he had planted beside the hero. Once this chess piece was in place, the inside of the so-called hero group would fall into complete chaos. At this moment in the royal palace, the atmosphere was incredibly serious. Under the watchful eyes of the ministers, the hero Silan knelt on one knee with a sense of righteous duty. The king had placed high hopes on him, feeling that this task was meant for him alone. Silan even swore a heavy oath in public that not only would he rescue the princess, but he would also chop off the Demon King's head in the name of justice. Watching this scene, it was indeed very passionate. But who could have imagined that before Silan even set out, he had already fallen into the trap Belger had meticulously designed, using this elf as a spy to beguile those so-called heroes. After all, in the eyes of the world, the elven race was famously known for their innocence and purity. Belger had his eyes set on Granada in the cage. But he didn't just want to take the person away. He also wanted to make the slave trader pay for it out of his own pocket. Faced with this unreasonable demand, who dared to say even half a word of refusal, the slave trader could only accept his bad luck and obediently hand over the money. Belger demanded to be left alone with the elf, and even when the trader warned him that this elf would go berserk, he didn't care in the slightest. Anyway, if any accidents happened, there were people to take the fall for him. The true plan was only just beginning. Although the slave trader was 100 times unwilling in his heart, he could only leave cursing. Now, only the two of them were left here. The once lofty and unattainable elf had now been reduced to this miserable state. With a casual wave of his hand, Belger directly shattered the shackles binding Granada. Granada immediately sensed that something was wrong. This oppressive and powerful aura was absolutely not something an ordinary person could possess. He stared fixedly at the man before him and asked, "As a demon, what business could you possibly have with a useless cripple like me?" Belger's tone was calm, yet he tossed out an irresistible temptation. He was going to give Granada a chance to take absolute revenge on humanity. The condition was indeed tempting, but Granada wasn't buying it at all. In his eyes, a period of 50 years was practically nothing to a long-lived elf. It was certainly better than being treated as a plaything by humans and humiliated here. But this transaction wasn't that simple. Granada questioned angrily. The demon race had always wanted to destroy the world tree guarded by the elves, which was a blood feud of genocide. How could this kind of hatred etched into their bones be smoothed over with just a few words? The situation had once again reached a deadlock. Granada hit the nail on the head. For the demon race to actually seek an elf's help, this matter sounds utterly absurd no matter how you look at it. Belger also admitted that these words had indeed struck a sore spot. Since there was no trust, then they would use the most ruthless method to resolve it. Belger directly bet the honor of a demon king, swearing a heavy oath in public. "I will absolutely not touch a single leaf of the world tree." Now Granada was completely stunned. To the demon race, the honor of a demon king was as sacred as the elves' world tree. This man was actually playing such a high-stakes game. In exchange, Granada also had to swear an oath to the world tree that for the next 50 years he must pledge absolute loyalty to Belger. Granada sneered. Although he felt the demon before him was a total freak, since the other party dared to go this far, this transaction was a deal. Granada finally introduced himself, but he had one condition. He must meet the demon king who had sent Belger in person before he would be willing to truly swear the oath. Upon hearing this, Belger laughed directly. He didn't intend to hide it anymore either. "I am that demon king." Granada didn't react at first, and then he laughed out loud. This was simply the most absurd joke he had ever heard. How could a dignified demon king personally come running to buy a slave? He felt Belger was bragging. "If you really are the demon king, then I will serve you for 100 years. He didn't realize at all what this casual bet of his actually meant. In black and white, the 100-year contract officially went into effect. Belger smiled brilliantly. This was something Granada had agreed to with his own mouth, and no one could back out of it. Granada's composure completely shattered at this point. He never expected that this seemingly ordinary man before him was actually the demon king himself, but he soon realized he had fallen into an even bigger pit. How was this a demon king's tower? It was practically an abandoned construction project. Granada jumped up and down in anger. There wasn't even a single monster guarding the door in this tower. The first 3 floors were completely empty, and the 4th floor actually only had flowers, grass, and trees. He couldn't help but shout that this was absolute naked fraud. Where could you find a demon king's tower this shabby? This was a massive problem. Granada was about to quit on the spot. He felt this broken tower wouldn't even last a year and would sooner or later be torn to pieces by heroes. Working in this kind of place was simply seeking death. Belger had no intention of wasting words with him. He merely offered a cold reminder. "Don't forget, you signed a contract selling yourself into servitude." Immediately following that, a terrifying burst of magical power instantly erupted. Granada's entire body stiffened. This suffocating pressure was absolutely no joke. He then suddenly remembered that although the environment on the way here was harsh, those disaster-level monsters hadn't dared to make even the slightest sound. It turned out those monsters weren't afraid of him, but were terrified of this man sitting on the throne. This time, Granada was thoroughly defeated. He swore an oath in the name of the world tree that for the next 100 years, his life belonged to Belger. He was actually quite pleased in his heart, thinking that since the Demon King personally came to invite him, he must be entrusted with an important task, to be taken along to execute some secret plan to destroy the world. As a result, without even lifting his head, Belger directly tossed over a task. "All right, stop talking nonsense. Go cook me a meal first." Granada was petrified on the spot. His mind full of grand ambitions shattered all over the floor in an instant. Who could have expected that on a dignified elven master's first day of work, he would be sent to the kitchen to chop vegetables? Before his grand plan for revenge had even begun, he had first become a cook. The life in this Demon King's tower was probably even more absurd than he had imagined. Granada was incredibly busy in the kitchen, but then Ernan even came to join the fun, insisting on acting as his assistant to bake bread. He had felt at the time that this woman's identity was not simple. By the time they reached the dining table, the more Granada looked at her, the more familiar she seemed. He carefully confirmed with Belger, could this woman actually be the princess of that kingdom? Without lifting his head, Belger's tone was as casual as commenting on the nice weather today. "That's right, she is Princess Ernan." Granada completely lost his temper at this point. How was this a kidnapping? This was practically poking a hornet's nest. You captured someone else's crown princess, and you actually had her chopping vegetables in the kitchen. We have neither soldiers nor generals here. When the kingdom's grand army of heroes comes charging over, are you planning to block them with your head? Belger elegantly forked a piece of meat, his tone so calm it was baffling. He said the reason he spent a large sum to buy Granada was precisely so he could first sit down and cook a good meal. Granada was completely dumbfounded. As a dignified elven master, he had actually been favored by the Demon King because of his good cooking skills. Even Princess Ernan beside them was joining in on the fun. The style of this Demon King's tower was truly going further and further off track. When they reached the tower's fourth floor, Granada probed, asking if he was meant to stop the heroes here. But Belger sneered. If the heroes really managed to fight their way here, then this game would be completely over. He didn't intend to have Granada guard the tower at all, but rather to have him go to the human world and wreak havoc on his behalf. Granada finally realized that he was meant to act as a spy. But this was only the first step of the plan. Before that, Belger had even more important arrangements. Belger cracked his knuckles, planning to personally test the goods. He told Granada to bring it on and not to hold back. Granada muttered in his heart, fighting a Demon King in the Demon King's lair, wasn't this purely asking for a beating? However, Belger laid out a tempting condition. Not only would he cripple his own martial arts by using only one hand, but he also didn't plan on using any magical power. The most crucial part was, as long as Granada could win, the 100-year servitude contract would be directly cut in half. Now Granada couldn't sit still. 50 years of freedom was right before his eyes, and this deal was absolutely worth it. His entire body instantly entered a combat state, and the cowardice from just a moment ago was swept away. Since the Demon King was asking for a beating, he wouldn't hold back. This time, Granada was truly giving it his all. For those 50 years of freedom, his attacks were so fast they were a blur, with every move aimed straight at the vitals. But Belger appeared exceptionally calm. He blocked all the attacks using only one hand and even had the leisure to critique Granada's moves, saying that although he had been a slave for a long time, his combat skills hadn't deteriorated at all. Hearing this, Granada grew even more furious. He roared, stating that he was no ordinary elf. Just when Belger thought he had seen through everything, countless golden vines suddenly burst from the ground, instantly locking down Belger's feet. Granada sneered, saying that if Belger wanted to blame someone, he should blame himself for choosing the wrong location. On this patch of grass, he was the true master. Now the situation suddenly reversed. Belger was trapped in place, unable to move. Could Granada really win this bet? Granada felt this wave was secure. He shouted that the opponent was full of openings and that he was going to thoroughly win back those 50 years of freedom. This punch practically bet his everything. But the smile on Belger's face grew even wider. He said softly, "This is enough." Immediately following that, a terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire venue, as if reminding Granada exactly what kind of monster he was facing. Belger's figure twisted in the darkness. He sneered, saying he would control his strength to ensure he wouldn't directly kill Granada. But this tone sounded even more terrifying than the Grim Reaper. Now Granada was thoroughly panicked, but it was already too late to hold back. The Demon King's powerful strike had already arrived right in front of him. The scene shifted, arriving at the headquarters of the Red Eagle mercenary group. They had expected a fierce battle, but upon seeing Belger, the leader's attitude took a 180-degree turn, acting incredibly subservient and bowing and scraping. Belger didn't waste any words and directly stated he wanted to hire them for an entire year. Hearing that a major client had arrived, the leader's mouth almost split open from smiling so hard, and he quickly inquired about the budget. In the background, the members were all dumbfounded. Their boss was actually being so polite to the person who had beaten them half to death. Some even wanted to quit their jobs. But just then Belger casually tossed out a large bag of gold coins and said faintly, "This is the deposit." Looking at that golden glow, the entire venue instantly fell dead silent. Now, who cared about dignity? In the face of an absolute monetary offensive, the lives of this group of mercenaries probably already belonged to Belger. This group of mercenaries was still there declaring their loyalty, saying they would follow the leader for the rest of their lives. But in his heart, the leader was thinking that these subordinates were too embarrassing, and he really wanted to quickly change to a new team. Belger had no time to watch them act. He directly pointed behind him and shoved a person in, saying that from now on, this would be his mouthpiece. The leader, naturally, agreed profusely. But the members below, after all, no one wanted a stranger to interfere. However, when Granada showed his face, the entire venue instantly fell into a deathly silence. His face was covered in wounds, looking as if he had just been severely beaten. Looking at this so-called liaison, the mercenary's eyes began to twitch. How was this sending an expert over? This was clearly sending a negative example. Despite this group of mercenaries looking quite ordinary in Belger's eyes, they were the most perfect tools. Not only were they highly experienced, but most importantly, they were obedient enough and extremely easy to manipulate. He needed exactly such a group of people. Immediately following that, Belger dropped a bombshell. He mentioned Silan, the hero who had defeated the old demon king. This was the kingdom of Hildebrand's #1 figurehead. Belger officially issued the first mission: have the Red Eagle mercenary group go and investigate this hero. The mercenaries accepted the order in unison, their voices echoing throughout the hall. Now that someone was handling the hero's side, Belger finally returned to his home base. Now it was his turn to grow stronger. There were only two choices placed before him. Should he reinforce this high tower or completely elevate his own strength as a demon king? In those wastelands, where humans had not yet set foot, grew a type of elf flower that had absorbed a century of magical power. This was a rare treasure. Belger set his sights on these resources at a glance. He decided to personally go and retrieve these flowers. Although Gordon had been advising him from the side, saying that monsters ran rampant there, and finding a flower was like finding a needle in a haystack, Belger didn't pay those monsters any mind at all. Right now, his only worry was simply a fool's dream. Just then, a knock suddenly came from the door outside. Ernan poked her head out and asked in a low voice, "Are you guys busy right now?" Looking at the slime on top of her head, Belger felt it was truly a case of someone handing over a pillow just when he felt sleepy. Wasn't this exactly the perfect detector he needed? Ernan was absolutely thrilled, skipping all the way, declaring that she had been bored out of her mind lately. To get Ernan to help find the flowers, Belger had paid a heavy price this time. He promised that as long as she could find the target, he would let Ernan redecorate the 4th floor of the Demon King's tower however she pleased. But Belger felt no certainty at all in his heart. Looking at her jubilant appearance, he couldn't help but start feeling apprehensive. This was the majestic Demon King's tower. Heaven knew what kind of monstrosity this girl would eventually turn this place into. Ernan was painting a beautiful picture in her mind. She never imagined that she would actually be able to leave this tower and come out to see the world. But before she could finish being happy, Belger threw down a cold line. "Hold on tight." Before Ernan could react, Belger directly spread his massive wings, taking her like a shooting star, as he charged into the sky. This speed was simply fatal. Ernan couldn't even finish her pleas for mercy. Suspended in midair, the wind completely snatched her voice away. Looking at the churning sea of clouds beneath her feet, Ernan was completely mesmerized. The night she was kidnapped had been pitch black everywhere. She hadn't realized at all that the outside world was actually this vast. This feeling of freedom was something she hadn't even dared to imagine before. In her memory, every day consisted of nothing but tedious magical training and endless studying. But who could have expected that, being taken away by a demon king, this time would actually allow her to clearly see the true face of this world for the first time. At that time, she even felt that her life would just be like that, growing old and dying like an exquisite puppet in that cold palace. This girl was growing increasingly bold. Even while flying in midair, she didn't forget to show off, claiming she was the first person to fly over this mountain range. She even wanted the Demon King to call her directly by her name, feeling that since they would be spending a lot of time together in the future, there was no need to act so like strangers. But she clearly underestimated Belger's temper. Belger fell silent for a moment, then directly hauled her up into midair. She instantly became thoroughly compliant. She could only obediently follow orders, using the spirit to begin searching for the flower's whereabouts. Watching the spirit fly off into the distance, Ernan was still there worriedly urging it to make sure it returned safely. Belger, on the other hand, was very calm. He felt that in this desolate wilderness, the spirit probably wouldn't find the target that quickly. But at least it was better than him searching blindly by himself. But who could have imagined that the slap in the face would come so quickly? Before he could even finish the thought, Ernan cried out in excitement. Found it, just in the snowy field not far away. That legendary elf flower was emanating a faint blue light. He thought they had found the treasure, but upon getting closer, they realized someone had already gotten there first. A group of ferocious-looking monsters were guarding that elf flower with their lives. Belger was in no rush to attack. He revealed his identity, hoping to use the majesty of a demon king to make these descendants of the demon race back down, forcing them to drop the item and quickly scram. But he clearly thought too simply. This group of monsters didn't buy it at all. In their eyes, whatever demon king's orders, whatever glory of bloodline, it was all nonsense. The situation instantly reversed. Not only did this group of monsters refuse to leave, but they even wanted Belger to die here. It seemed this battle could not be avoided at all. Belger suddenly started to sneer. He said Gordon was indeed right. Expecting this pack of beasts to understand human speech was simply a waste of time. Since reasoning didn't work, they could only solve it the demon realm's way. Purple flames ignited in his hands as he planned to directly burn all these beasts to ashes. The moment these words came out, the monsters opposite him completely lost their tempers. Brandishing their weapons, they roared frantically, clamoring to tear this arrogant guy to pieces. Belger was no longer holding back, and purple energy instantly erupted. This battle was destined to be a river of blood. Belger completely erupted. The purple energy transformed into a giant dragon, instantly swallowing the monsters in front. Screams echoed across the entire snowfield. Just when everyone thought the outcome was decided, this group of cunning monsters actually employed the strategy of luring the tiger out of the mountain. Seeing that Belger was tied up, they bypassed the frontal battlefield entirely and charged straight toward the isolated Ernan. They even shouted that they were going to capture the weakest one first. Now this was a problem. Ernan hadn't reacted at all and watched helplessly as those sharp blades were about to hack down in front of her. The instant the blades fell, Belger merely twitched his finger, and purple energy instantly exploded, directly blasting the group of ambushing monsters into fragments. He spread his giant black wings, standing in front like a massive mountain. No matter how fierce the explosion outside was, behind the girl was an absolute safe zone. Looking at the figure before her, stormy waves surged in her heart. This group of monsters, which could even hunt ogres, couldn't even touch the edges of Belger's clothes. In this moment, she finally understood what the true power of a demon king was. With this board-clearing move, Belger directly erased all the surrounding monsters. The battlefield, which was murderously tense just a moment ago, in the blink of an eye, only had debris left covering the ground. Ernan cried out in excitement. She said the magical power here was astonishingly pure. This was an extremely rare water ice attribute hyacinth. It seemed this trip hadn't been a loss. Instead, they had picked up a massive bargain. But for this flower to appear in such a place, things were probably not that simple. Belger verbally warned her not to get any ideas about this flower. But seeing Ernan's wronged expression, he still couldn't help but paint a promising picture for her, saying that as long as they could find another one, he would give her a flower. At this, Ernan became highly motivated, scurrying all over the snowfield hoping to get lucky. Belger watched from the side and shook his head, thinking to himself that humans were indeed creatures who could instantly perk up if given a little sweetness. Unfortunately, until night fell, he didn't catch sight of a second flower. The two could only set off toward their destination, that tower of Belger standing tall in the wind and snow. But no one expected that at this moment, in a room at the top of the tower, Belger was toying with a similar elf flower, even muttering this princess's name. It seemed this was absolutely no coincidence, but rather a trap meticulously laid, specifically for her. Looking at the sleeping princess, Belger had already formulated a plan in his mind. The utility value of this girl was probably even greater than he had anticipated. At the same time, Belger also received urgent intelligence. Granada's movements were faster than expected. Silan had already set out with his people. A full 32 heroes had left the capital in a grand procession. But strangely, they did not head straight for the Demon King's castle. This group intended to take the most reliable route, first grouping up to help villagers solve their problems. They wanted to grow stronger bit by bit on their journey through this method of grinding quests. It seemed this group of heroes would not be easy to deal with. They were accumulating enough fatal power for the final decisive battle. Gordon had painstakingly stayed up late to prepare several sets of interception plans. But as a result, without even looking at them, Belger casually tossed all these plans into the trash can. Now Gordon was completely baffled. Belger's next words were even more incomprehensible. He said that this time, not only would he not dispatch monsters, but he didn't even intend to provide the slightest interference. In Belger's view, this kind of half-hearted obstruction was purely feeding experience to the heroes and would only make them level up faster. He sent word directly. Rather than playing petty tricks on the outside, it was better to have the mercenaries infiltrate the heroes' party. First, help them resolve their troubles to completely win the trust of that group. Although Gordon admired Belger, he was still feeling very anxious inside. He felt that relying solely on their current defensive capabilities, they absolutely couldn't hold off that group of menacing heroes. Belger, however, was quite calm. He casually mentioned that he planned to find a dwarf to reinforce the Demon King's tower. The moment these words came out, Gordon was on the verge of a breakdown. The tower already housed a human and an elf. If they brought a dwarf in on top of that, wouldn't the Demon King's castle become a hodgepodge? He felt that if outsiders found out that a dignified Demon King actually had to rely on a dwarf's help, the demon race would lose all its face. They would definitely become the laughingstock of the whole world. Seeing Gordon babbling on endlessly, terrifying energy suddenly erupted around Belger. With a single sweeping glance, Gordon, who had just been shouting loudly, was instantly brought to heel. Belger explained that what he valued was not the dwarves' meager combat strength, but rather the highly destructive magical equipment in their hands. He told Gordon to think about it from another angle. Those heroes were long accustomed to the Demon King's old routines. They thought that pushing open the doors of the first floor would at most reveal a few low-level monsters guarding the pass. But what if what greeted them wasn't any weak monsters, but dozens of cannons, primed and ready to fire? Just thinking about this scene was thrilling enough. Gordon was completely dumbfounded upon hearing this. For this kind of overwhelming dimensionality reduction strike, the heroes wouldn't be able to defend against it even if they racked their brains. But on second thought, this fighting style was entirely devoid of martial virtue and completely destroyed the professional ethics of the Demon King world. However, before he could finish his complaints, Belger had long since walked far away. Upon hearing that Belger wanted to find a dwarf, Gordon grew anxious on the spot. Were they going to resort to kidnapping? After all, his Demon King never played by the rules, and whenever he wanted some talent, he always just directly took action to grab them. The scene shifted, arriving at the dwarven city deep underground. The sound of hammering metal and stone echoed everywhere, and the atmosphere felt exceptionally busy. At this moment, a dwarven blacksmith was sweating profusely as he busied himself by the forge. The hammer in his hand hadn't stopped, as he was fully engrossed in forging equipment. But this uncle didn't even know yet that he had already been targeted by a Demon King. This uncle, who looked like someone not to be trifled with, was the absolute top blacksmith among the dwarves, Roger. His status in the forging world was absolutely at the ceiling level. How many people had to line up just to beg him to forge a weapon? This was the city of dwarves, Volfna. In his past life, Belger had dealt with dwarves countless times, but this was the first time he had personally pushed open the gates of this city. He casually found a tavern, sat down, and directly tossed out a handful of gold coins. Belger knew very well that if he wanted to get information from these money-grubbing dwarves, money was always more effective than fists. The bartender took the money and immediately pointed out the location of the strongest blacksmith, right in that giant crater in the inner city. Belger wasted no time and directly stepped onto the elevator leading underground. But the security of this place was much more troublesome than he had imagined. At this kind of height, Belger couldn't even be bothered to wait for the elevator. He leaped straight down, heading directly for the very bottom level of this city. Following the guidance the bartender had given, he passed through gloomy corridors, the sound of hammering metal in his ears growing louder and louder, shaking the entire underground, so much that it trembled. Right in this deepest secret room, Belger finally met that man, the city's absolute top blacksmith, Roger Friedrich. Judging by this display, it seemed he had found the right person on this trip. Watching the miraculous forging techniques before him, Belger already had a solid idea in his mind. This was absolutely craftsmanship only found in legends. He even harbored crooked thoughts. If he could secretly kidnap this old man, would there be any divine weapons or sharp blades he couldn't get in the future? But before he could make a move, the situation instantly spiraled out of control. A ball of fierce fire blasted directly toward his face. Belger never imagined that despite hiding so deeply, he was still discovered by this dwarf. Even more absurdly, the power behind this old man's hammer swings was not like that of an ordinary blacksmith at all. Now this was a massive problem. Facing an overwhelming hammer strike that could split bamboo, Belger actually caught it firmly using only one hand. Roger clamored as he increased his force, declaring that he was a craftsman possessing the power of a hero. Since a demon dared to barge into the dwarven city, he shouldn't even think about leaving alive today. Hearing these words, Belger couldn't help but laugh out loud. With just this meager level of skill, he dared to talk about strength in front of him. He slowly raised his head, his tone freezing cold. "I am no ordinary demon standing before you. Is the true Demon King." Roger, who was acting so fierce and aggressive just a moment ago, now completely collapsed onto the ground, unable to even hold his hammer steady. The dwarven city was now in complete chaos. Soldiers rushed into the workshop to find that Lord Roger had vanished into thin air, and the entire city immediately went into a state of martial law. But who could have imagined that Belger hadn't run far at all? He was currently pinning Roger down in a secret passage not far away. If this old man dared to make a sound, he wouldn't be able to keep his life. Roger still thought he was after the princess, but as it turned out, Belger had no interest whatsoever. He had heard long ago that dwarven blacksmiths would always leave themselves a secret escape route. Belger stared at him coldly, saying only one sentence: "Lead the way." It seemed this Lord Demon King's plans ran much deeper than anyone had imagined. Roger now deeply regretted his actions. He had lived incognito for so many years just to avoid these troublesome demon kings. But whatever he feared most had come true, and he was completely doomed in this lifetime. Belger saw through his cowardly nature and deliberately tossed out bait, saying that as long as he led the way to capture the princess, he would show mercy and spare his life. Before Roger could breathe a sigh of relief, Belger's next words plunged him instantly into an ice hole. "If the entire city knew that you, this hero, personally sold out the princess, how do you think everyone would view you?" This move was devastating, striking directly at Roger's fatal weakness. If he bore the infamy of selling out his master for glory, he would never be able to hold his head high in this lifetime. Roger was so angry he cursed, calling the man before him completely inhuman. But faced with this despicable threat, he simply had no room to refuse. Belger gave the final ultimatum: Either sell out the princess or come with him. To make the old man completely give up, Belger even swore on his reputation as a demon king that, as long as he cooperated obediently, he would absolutely guarantee his safety. Roger knew very well that, although the demon king was ruthless, he valued such oaths more than his own life. Since the other party had put it this way, then this wasn't betrayal. This was called adapting to the circumstances. Like a wise man, Roger, who had rather die than submit just a moment ago, instantly took a massive turn in attitude. He leaned in with a fawning expression, volunteering to lead the Lord Demon King to the secret passage. The speed of this face-changing act even made Belger feel a bit disgusted, but the goal was achieved after all. At this moment, the dwarven workshop was left in dead silence. No one could have expected that this former hero would actually become the Demon King's guide. Princess Louise of the Dwarven Kingdom looked at the broken sword on the ground, completely bewildered. He was clearly just forging a weapon for her a moment ago, so how did Roger disappear in the blink of an eye? A soldier beside her whispered a reminder, saying that Lord Roger might have been kidnapped. This sentence directly lit the powder keg. Louise simply didn't believe it. How could a dignified hero be captured so casually? Louise was completely enraged. She refused to listen to any excuses, issuing a direct death order. No matter what methods you use, you must bring that damned kidnapper before me. Seeing the princess looking as if she wanted to eat someone alive, everyone knew that the unlucky fool who took Roger was absolutely dead meat. Roger crawled strenuously in front. Belger followed behind, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. He really couldn't stand staring at this eyesore of a back view. Roger could only smile apologetically while urging that they would arrive shortly. Having finally emerged from the secret passage with great difficulty, a magnificent palace appeared before them. Roger felt his mission was complete and wanted to dust off his pants and slip away. He even specifically emphasized that he had led the way, and the rest had nothing to do with him. But how could Belger let him go so easily? He sneered and blocked his path. Roger was completely panicked now, worthless in his eyes. Looking at Belger's wicked expression, Roger completely broke down. How was this a demon king? This was simply an unreasonable madman. Seeing the other party pressing closer step by step, Roger completely threw his dignity to the ground to save his own life. He frantically pitched his forging skills and even volunteered to act as a spy, helping the Demon King steal intelligence from the Dwarven city. Watching this so-called hero actually act this subserviently, Belger found it quite amusing, so he showed mercy and decided to spare his life for now. Roger frantically kowtowed in gratitude while shouting, "Long live the Demon King!" Seeing his fawning appearance, anyone would think he was genuinely defecting. But who could have imagined that this old man had already formulated a plan in his mind? As long as he could leave here alive, his first priority would be to call for reinforcements and thoroughly eliminate this foolish Demon King. Roger was still laughing wildly inside, feeling that his acting skills had peaked this time. Not only had he fooled the Demon King, but he would also soon regain his freedom. But when he opened his eyes, he froze completely in place. This was no escape exit at all, but rather the fourth floor of the Demon King's tower. Surrounding him were all demons exuding a dangerous aura. Gordon was dumbfounded. The boss just went out for a trip, so how did he bring back a dwarven hero? The style of this situation was completely wrong. Before Roger could react, Ernan also came over, asking him with a look of anticipation if he was a hero who specifically came to save people. Roger completely broke down at this point. Mustering his courage, he questioned Belger. He clearly promised to let him go, so why did he bring him back to the lair right after? Belger didn't even turn his head. "I only said I would spare your life. I never said I would let you go." Roger was still wondering exactly how he was brought here. But Belger's next words completely extinguished his hopes. It turned out he had simply been knocked out with a single punch and carried back like a sack. Roger was stunned for a long time, then suddenly started laughing wildly. The laughter grew louder and louder, making people's blood run cold. Seeing him like this, Belger thought this old man had gone crazy from joy. He even teasingly asked him if being his underling was really that exciting. While laughing nonstop, Roger gritted his teeth and replied, "Yes, of course I'm happy." This forced attempt to smooth things over was simply uglier than crying. Roger gritted his teeth and held on, saying that being the Demon King's underling made him incredibly happy. Belger was very satisfied upon hearing this, feeling that this old man had high awareness, and decided to assign him a task right on the spot. Roger's heart skipped a beat. Before he could react, Belger revealed a maniacal smile. He wanted Roger to set up all these cannons on the first floor of the Demon King's tower. As long as those so-called heroes dared to show their faces, they would open fire with full force, blasting them all to pieces. Now, rumors were flying outside that the new Demon King Belger could wield black fire. This frightened those so-called heroes into hurriedly changing into fireproof equipment, and some even felt that the Demon King's delay in deploying troops was because he was afraid. Silan sneered upon hearing this. It seemed this group of people possessed heavy killing intent, but they were destined to get nothing. Whether it was fame or wealth, as long as there were no battles to fight, this group of heroes would soon lose interest and never be able to grow stronger again. This was a race against time. Silan issued a death order. They must monitor the movements of that group at all times. It had to be said that this new Demon King truly understood the human heart all too well. By not deploying a single soldier, he intended to completely cripple the hero's room for growth from the very root. However, there was a fatal restriction for the next course of action, which was absolutely forbidding the use of magic stones. Belger. He could do whatever he wanted with modifying the underground palace, but there was one strict rule. He was absolutely not allowed to use magic stones. Roger was utterly bewildered upon hearing this. Without magic stones providing energy, the traps couldn't harm those heroes at all. But Belger explained coldly, "Those guys are too sensitive to energy fluctuations. If you use magic stones, the traps will be discovered before they are even triggered." Seeing Roger still hesitating, Belger directly gathered killing intent in his palm. "Since you can't do it, then I'll just have to find someone obedient." To save his life, Roger quickly pulled out his trump card, saying he had invented a tool that could completely conceal traces of magical power. Belger asked with a sneer, "Are you perhaps trying to use this as an excuse to seize the opportunity to slip away?" Frightened, Roger frantically waved his hands, saying the item was right in his workshop, and he absolutely wouldn't dare lie. Belger nodded and said, "All right, then I will trust you one more time." However, he casually locked something around Roger's neck. This thing had no other function. As long as Belger twitched his finger, Roger's head would instantly relocate. Belger casually tossed out a mask. This thing could cover the face, but it was also a death warrant. If Roger dared to take it off, he would be executed on the spot. Terrified, Roger repeatedly promised that even if he died, he would weld the mask to his face. For a full month, they scoured several surrounding kingdoms, frantically collecting all kinds of magical materials. As long as it was a useful resource, they stuffed it all into the subspace and took it away. By the time this group returned to their home base, the resources they had gathered were piled up like a mountain. Everything was ready, and the true main event was about to unfold in the underground palace. Accompanied by a loud crash, Princess Louise's patience was completely exhausted. For a full month and a half, despite sending out so many people, they hadn't even caught a shadow of him. She pointed at the guards' noses and cursed loudly, asking just how incompetent this group of people was, and how much longer they were going to make her wait. Trembling, the guards explained that there were simply too many underground tunnels. They were inspecting them one by one, but the other party had probably already escaped long ago. Upon hearing this, Louise was so angry she nearly exploded on the spot. "Nonsense! They aren't stupid. This is clearly a kidnapping." She would give this bunch of useless fools 2 more weeks. If she still didn't see the person by then, everyone would have to present their heads. Terrified out of their wits, the guards could only desperately promise to bring the person back. When everyone had dispersed, she looked alone at the broken sword on the ground. That was the weapon Roger had specially forged for her before he disappeared. Looking at this piece of scrap iron, the anger in her heart instantly turned into worry. "Roger, you absolutely must return alive." Louise gripped that broken sword tightly, her tone full of madness. Before finishing forging his weapon, Roger absolutely cannot die. Just as she was preparing to leave, she suddenly noticed a commotion behind her. A dwarf wearing a strange mask was hiding in the shadows, secretly observing. Louise froze. That location was clearly the secret tunnel Roger had dug himself. Apart from her, no one else knew about this place. Looking at this sneaky eccentric before her, a bold idea surfaced. Could it be that you are Roger? After hiding for so long, Roger ultimately couldn't escape the princess's eyes. Even wearing a facial disruption mask, amidst that stammered greeting, his identity was completely exposed. Louise clenched her fists with a sneer, her knuckles popping crisply. She had waited far too long for this moment. So this bastard playing disappeared was just because he didn't want to forge a weapon for her. Terrified, Roger desperately explained that this was a misunderstanding. But the princess refused to listen, exuding a chilling aura all over. To dare humiliate a princess like this, the price would be very heavy. Louise's patience was completely exhausted. She declared that Roger should never think about leaving for the rest of his life and must forge weapons for her forever. But before that, she needed to properly deal with this deserter first. Golden energy frantically converged on her fist. Terrified out of his wits, Roger had nowhere to run apart from loudly begging for mercy. Just as this punch was about to land, in this nick of time, a strong purple light instantly exploded. The massive impact force actually knocked the haughty princess directly backward. Louise steadied herself, staring fixedly at the uninvited guest before her. Who was it, daring to openly snatch someone away on her turf? Without looking back, Belger ordered Roger to quickly go grab the necessary equipment. How could Roger dare to delay, stumbling and scrambling as he ran toward the back? Louise was completely enraged at this point, questioning who exactly he was and why he was helping that despicable dwarf. Belger's tone was calm. He said he was the one who was Roger's master, and the princess's behavior just now was pure extortion. Hearing these words, Louise's face twisted with anger. She frantically clamored that Roger was her slave and must forge weapons for her forever, and no one should think about snatching him from her hands. In her fury, Louise charged forward, radiating killing intent. Louise was completely seeing red. A storm-like barrage of attacks rained down, every move aimed at the vitals, clearly showing she meant business. But Belger's performance left everyone astonished. Facing this reckless offensive, not only did he not retreat, but his calmness was terrifying. At the very instant the princess revealed an opening, Belger dodged sideways, following up with a heavy counterattack. Purple energy instantly exploded. The power behind this strike was astonishingly huge, directly breaking all of the princess's rhythm. She stopped in place, unable to react for a long time. The strength of the man before her was unfathomable, and the direction of this battle had completely exceeded her control. Louise clearly hadn't realized the severity of the problem yet. As she frantically unleashed her power, she shouted arrogantly toward the back, saying that it would soon be Roger's turn to suffer. But before her words were finished, the black shadow before her flashed. Belger actually closed the distance instantly despite the pressure, firmly pressing down on her head with one hand. The princess, who was so arrogant just a moment ago, instantly became the object of a one-sided beating. Belger's attacks were as fast as lightning. Watertight heavy punches rained down one after another, beating Louise so badly she couldn't parry at all and could only retreat continuously amidst the impact of the purple energy. Who could have imagined that this unhinged woman was actually the second princess of the Dwarven Kingdom? Although she hadn't awakened yet, her strength was already absurdly high. In Belger's memories from before his regression, this woman was one of the future top-tier powerhouses, 100 times more terrifying than she was now. If she were allowed to continue growing, she would absolutely become a massive threat. Although he could eliminate her by striking now, the price was simply too high. Belger's current body hadn't recovered to its peak yet. Once he used all his magical power, it was highly likely he would be surrounded by the subsequent soldiers. Even worse, the fight just now had already exposed his identity as the Demon King. Now things were becoming increasingly troublesome. Just as Belger was weighing the pros and cons, a scream suddenly came from behind. Something had happened on Roger's end again, and the situation was collapsing in an uncontrollable direction. Taking advantage of the gap in the battle, Belger had already taken Roger and set his sights on that massive magical device. This was a treasure that could conceal magical fluctuations, and it had to be dismantled and taken away before the pursuers arrived. Seeing Roger fumbling about, Belger directly issued an ultimatum. If he couldn't get it done in 1 minute, he would send him on his way. Now Roger was scared out of his wits. But right at this crucial juncture, a roar came from above. Louise had actually come charging back. She had clearly discovered their intentions, and with this punch, no one should think about leaving easily. The situation instantly became extremely urgent. While keeping an eye on the threat above, Belger coldly told Roger that if he dawdled any longer, he would simply have to leave him here to wait for death. Life and death hung on this single minute. Whether Roger could dismantle this hulking device became their only way out. Belger knew very well in his heart that his current body was already nearing its limit. Having lost his true strength and demonic weapon, he had no idea how much longer he could hold on. But the princess opposite him was completely enraged. Enveloped in violent lightning, she swore to make Belger die here. She even roared at Roger in the distance, saying she would break his legs so he could never escape in this lifetime. These cruel words made Belger chuckle coldly. He looked at the tyrannical woman before him and mocked that the way she sounded right now made her look far more like a demon king than he did. Belger laid his cards on the table. He coldly told the princess to stop struggling pointlessly. Today, not only Roger, but also the top-tier equipment here. He was going to take it all away. Just then, Roger's excited shout came from behind. That complex magical device had finally been dismantled, and the final piece of the puzzle for their retreat was secured. Seeing her own treasure being stolen right in front of her face, Louise completely lost her temper. Roaring frantically, her attacks lost all coordination, wishing she could tear these two thieves to shreds on the spot. But anger often makes people foolish. The very instant she unleashed her full power, Belger acutely caught that fatal opening. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Belger transformed into a black shadow and instantly cut in. This strike would completely put an end to this chaotic entanglement. No one expected that Belger's aggressive strike just now was actually just a feint. He shouted loudly for Roger to retreat and instantly opened a subspace pocket. Louise still thought she had blocked the attack and was roaring triumphantly. But when the dust settled, she was completely dumbfounded. The place where the massive device had originally been placed was now completely empty. Roger and that precious device had actually been packed up and taken away directly by Belger under the watchful eyes of the public. This was simply a slap in the face. Looking at the belated guards, Louise was so angry she hopped mad on the spot, pointing at their noses and cursing loudly, asking if this bunch of slow, useless fools absolutely had to wait until she was dead to show their faces. Seeing that the people had already escaped into the tunnel, the princess roared hysterically, "We absolutely cannot let them get away. Search the entire city. That traitor Roger must be caught and brought back." Accompanied by a loud crash that shook the earth and mountains, the entrance to the tunnel was completely blown shut. Amidst the billowing thick smoke, the only route of retreat had already been sealed off by rubble. Louise stared blankly at the ruins before her. She never imagined that Roger would actually go this far, even destroying this tunnel with his own hands just to avoid forging weapons for her. Did he really hate her that much? But in the next second, the confusion on the princess's face disappeared, replaced by a twisted excitement. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Roger, oh Roger, you are truly becoming more and more interesting." The princess was completely unhinged now. She muttered to herself at the empty ruins. Since the person had run away, she would personally go and catch him. Even if she had to turn the entire continent upside down, she would absolutely drag that man out. On the first floor of the Tower of Belger, Belger brought back a massive object. Everyone was stunned when they saw this thing. It was a secret weapon specially prepared to deal with heroes. Belger didn't intend to waste time. Since the thing had been assembled, they should just start it up directly. He had gone through so much trouble to obtain it. If this thing didn't work, the consequences would be severe. The instant the machine started, a strong light almost swallowed the entire grand hall. No one expected that this thing would actually trigger the tower's hidden function. A system prompt popped up. Fully synchronizing the weapon with this tower actually required a full 10,000 points. Belger was also stunned for a moment. He had never heard of a tower having this kind of operation, but this was a good opportunity to personally verify the truth. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly selected Confirm. Looking at the instantly depleted points, was the price of this desperate gamble really worth it? System prompts suddenly flooded the screen. Not only did this machine acknowledge its master, but even its energy attribute had changed. It converted directly from ordinary magical power into demonic energy. Belger turned to look at Roger, but this developer was more bewildered than anyone else. He swore that he absolutely didn't do this. This kind of fusion was completely beyond his understanding. Since even the creator couldn't figure out the situation, Belger decided to test it personally. He told Ernan to casually cast a spell and see. Who could have imagined that this casual test would actually unleash world-destroying destructive power? Looking at the scene that had been blasted to smithereens, Gordon completely broke down. The tower that had just been cleaned had to be renovated all over again. It was complete chaos inside the tower, but Belger, standing outside, noticed something a bit eerie. Logically speaking, with such a massive commotion, it was impossible for there to be no awareness on the outside at all. But now, not only could he not see the situation inside the tower, he couldn't even sense the slightest aura of a living person. This place was as if it had disappeared from the world. Belger finally realized that this was the true power after the tower and the weapon synchronized. It had become an absolutely sealed domain. If he forcefully tried to control this tower while in this state, what would happen? He reached out to test it, and the information fed back made his expression change completely. The instant Belger made a move, the entire giant tower actually vanished into thin air. Only a desolate patch of snow remained on the ground, without even a shadow left behind. He tried waving his hand again, and that massive structure reappeared before his eyes with a whoosh. It turned out that as long as he wanted to, this place could turn invisible at any time. He had truly struck gold this time. As long as he had this tower, no one should ever think about discovering his whereabouts. But before he could be happy for long, the numbers on the system panel calmed him down. With just one turn on and off, his points had actually hit rock bottom directly. This stealth function was certainly useful, but it burned through money far too quickly. Although it was a bit strenuous to use right now, Belger knew clearly in his heart that as long as he mastered this tower, the road ahead would be much easier to travel. But before he had time to plan for the future, Roger beside him completely lost control. This genius engineer was like someone possessed, insisting desperately on showing off for the Lord Demon King. He claimed he was just taking a little look, but in reality, he wished he could dismantle the entire tower along with that machine into 8 pieces. After all, he had never seen a treasure of this level in his life. Looking at Roger's fanatical enthusiasm, Belger finally relented. As long as Roger could block those heroes on the first floor, he could mess around with the rest however he pleased. This made Roger overjoyed, and he slipped into the laboratory in a flash, ready to go all out. Having settled this mad scientist, Belger turned to look at Ernan again. He actually wanted this pampered young girl to go to the 4th floor and intercept the remaining heroes. Upon hearing this, Ernan was completely stunned. She was the dignified princess of a nation. How could there be any reason for a princess to personally go into battle and fight? But Belger didn't buy this at all. He knew this princess's weakness all too well. As long as she didn't have to return to that cold royal palace, she would do anything. However, looking at Ernan's innocent expression, Belger couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive inside. Was it really a bit too unreasonable to have such an innocent girl attack her own people? Watching Ernan agonizing over whether to use fireballs or water swords, Belger really couldn't bear to listen anymore. He directly interrupted her spellcasting. The mission was actually very simple. She just needed to show her face and let those heroes know she was an enemy, and she shouldn't call herself a princess anymore. She needed to introduce herself as a subordinate of the Lord Demon King. Although Belger found this request baffling, he nodded and agreed anyway. Who knew that once this girl got into character, her imagination would run completely wild? She even wanted to rely on her looks to seduce the heroes who barged in. This frightened Belger so much he quickly told her to stop. If she was really allowed to mess around, the situation would completely spiral out of control. Belger stared at the surveillance screen before him, having already calculated a defensive plan in his mind. First, he would use the magical cannons on the 1st floor to blow away a batch, and when the remaining heroes reached the 4th floor, he would use the princess as bait to thoroughly reap the rest. But looking at the densely packed heads on the screen, he realized things were far from that simple. Over 200 heroes were eyeing them like tigers watching their prey. Relying solely on these traps wouldn't even eliminate half of them. It seemed he would have to rely on himself in the end. Belger stared at the purple spirit flower in his hand. This was a treasure tainted by demonic energy, specifically used to suppress the demon race. As long as he collected enough of them, his strength could ascend to another level. Since the plan was already set, there was no need to wait any longer. Belger called for the still excited Ernan, preparing to personally go out and meet those so-called heroes. Belger took Ernan, wandering in the snow for half a day, but they didn't even see a shadow of a spirit flower. This was already the 3rd location they had searched. Belger even began to suspect that finding the treasure last time was purely good luck. Looking at these little spirits flying around him, he felt a surge of anger in his heart. They even led the way off course. They were simply of no use whatsoever. Ernan also felt this matter. Now he completely lost his patience. Unable to find the treasure, he was just worrying about having nowhere to vent his anger. Since these guys insisted on throwing themselves at the muzzle, he might as well just finish them all off. Who could have expected that the orc chieftain, who was acting so fierce and aggressive just a moment ago, would actually drop to his knees with a thud? Announcing his name as Krudu and stating he was specifically here to pay his respects to the Lord Demon King. Belger had already gathered energy in his hand, but the other parties kneeling completely threw him off. Immediately following that, the orcs covering the mountains and plains all knelt down, repeatedly pleading with Belger to incorporate them. Belger was also full of confusion. Just what exactly were these guys up to? A moment ago they were fighting to the death, so why were they suddenly trying to acknowledge allegiance? Chieftain Krudu finally revealed the truth. It turned out their ancestors had once betrayed the demon realm. These descendants had been wandering while bearing the guilt, and now they only sought a chance to pledge their loyalty, so as to wash away the stain of a lifetime. Belger directly cut off the other party's sentimental speech. He had heard too many of these pretty words. Put plainly, this group of orcs just wanted to find a backer so they could use the Demon King's name to make themselves stronger. Since he had been seen through, Chieftain Krudu no longer hid his intentions and directly had someone bring up a treasure chest. Once the chest was opened, it was actually entirely filled with the spirit flowers Belger had been searching for in vain. No wonder he couldn't find them despite scouring the entire snowfield earlier. It turned out they had all been intercepted by this group of guys. Belger looked at the chieftain before him and realized this guy had not only come prepared, but also understood the art of negotiation very well. Krudu sighed helplessly. In this godforsaken wasteland, relying solely on brute force made it impossible to survive. Therefore, compared to fighting, their tribe preferred to use their brains. Upon hearing this, Belger sneered. Since you pride yourselves on extraordinary intelligence, yet now come begging to me because you lack strength, who exactly is the final winner in this transaction? Wisdom surpasses strength. Belger savored this phrase carefully, the corners of his mouth uncontrollably turning up slightly. He had to admit this orc Krudu indeed suited his tastes quite well. Since the other party was so sensible, Belger didn't intend to make things difficult for him. He activated the contract magic circle right on the spot, deciding to officially accept this clever subordinate. However, Belger didn't intend to take them away. Instead, he ordered Krudu to remain in the snowfield, expanding his influence in this desolate land on his behalf, developing the tribe into a chess piece in his hands. As long as he obediently followed orders, Belger promised that the rewards given to him in the future would absolutely be far more useful than simple brute force. Now Krudu had completely latched onto a powerful backer, but in this treacherous snowfield, could he truly accomplish the task assigned by the Demon King? As the light of the contract magic circle dissipated, Belger officially made a promise to let this tribe continue forever. This thoroughly gave Krudu peace of mind. He led the Orc Legion behind him, kneeling uniformly in the snow, shouting at the top of their lungs to swear allegiance to the Demon King, declaring they would follow Belger with dead-set loyalty for the rest of their lives. This situation was now completely stabilized. Not only did Belger obtain the spirit flowers, but he also picked up an explosively powerful legion for free. Now his gaze turned toward the distant Tower of Belger. Beneath that eerie high tower, the Orc Grand Army had already assembled. Everyone knew very well that the real tough battle was about to begin. The defenses of the Tower of Belger were maxed out. The first floor was overseen by Roger, with a full 60 magical cannons fully primed and ready. With this kind of firepower, anyone who came would have a layer of skin peeled off. Moving to the fourth floor, there was also the Spirit Master Ernan standing guard, surrounded by spirits of various attributes. This setup was simply an intruder's nightmare. Belger sat on the throne, looking at the layers of checkpoints on the surveillance screen, a sneer appearing on the corners of his mouth. Now all the chess pieces were already in their respective positions. He had waited for this day for far too long. Those so-called heroes, just let them bring it on. For the humiliations suffered in his previous life, Belger was going to make them pay it back stroke by stroke. Just as Belger was standing by in full readiness, Silan and his hero squad finally arrived at the edge of the snowfield. Looking at the endless snow-capped mountains before them, this group clearly hadn't realized the severity of the problem yet. Silan sighed with excitement on his face, saying they had finally arrived at this godforsaken place. Granada beside him also nodded. The target was right before their eyes, and as long as they crossed these snow-capped mountains, they could reach that legendary high tower. This squad looked full of confidence, with everyone feeling they were an emissary of justice here to end evil. They had no idea whatsoever that Belger had already prepared a massive gift for them inside the tower. This was the preparation base for the heroes' expedition. On the surface, this was a grand send-off banquet prepared for the heroes, with an air of absolute certainty written everywhere. But behind this bustling scene, who could have expected that this was actually a deadly trap with no return? The true danger was only just beginning. The king praised Silan so much that it directly elevated him to the height of a historical great man, and even asked him to say a few words in public to boost everyone's morale. Before Silan could react, he was pushed to the front of the stage by this enthusiastic display, with everyone waiting for him to speak. Silan stood up and began injecting adrenaline into everyone present. He proclaimed that this long expedition was finally about to welcome ultimate victory. Looking at this posture, the entire venue was ignited by this optimistic sentiment. After all, along this journey, they hadn't seen even half a shadow of the Demon King. Silan even concluded that the Demon King must be hiding at home, scared out of his wits, entirely not daring to send troops to die. Although he verbally cautioned them not to let their guard down, this atmosphere of having victory firmly in hand had already made everyone completely drop their vigilance. But they didn't know that this abnormal calm was exactly the most fatal trap. Silan raised his glass and announced publicly that tomorrow was the decisive battle. He swore to personally chop off the Demon King's head and rescue the kidnapped princess. This speech directly pushed the emotions of the entire venue to their absolute peak. Everyone waved their fists and shouted about justice, as if this world was already in their pockets. Silan loudly announced that everyone should eat and drink to their heart's content tonight, because in their eyes, this battle was already a guaranteed win. Watching this group of reveling people below the stage, Granada remained exceptionally calm, because all of this was actually completely within the Demon King's expectations. The number of people in the expeditionary force indeed hadn't increased, stubbornly following him and working their lives away. Watching the revelry before him, Granada felt a drumming in his heart. He couldn't help but feel this battle was going too smoothly, and he even entertained the thought of defecting on the battlefield. But he quickly sobered up. As long as this group of heroes could win, the curse on his body could be broken. To him, this was the most important thing. Using getting some fresh air as an excuse, Granada slipped into a deserted corner, took out his hidden communicator, and sold out the entire whereabouts of the expeditionary force. The contact on the other end was exactly Belger. He coldly dropped one sentence: "Once you leave this place, do not contact me again." Tomorrow's path up the mountain was destined to become the burial ground for this group of people. Belger, acting like a riddler, dropped a few baffling warnings, especially the phrase, "When the tower doors open, absolutely do not approach." Before Granada could ask for clarification, the communication was directly cut off. Just as Granada was wondering about this, Silan's voice suddenly came from behind. This nearly frightened his soul out of his body. He quickly put away the communicator and pretended he was just out to enjoy the breeze. Silan didn't grow suspicious and considerately handed over a glass of fruit wine, wanting to help this elven friend relax. But Granada had a guilty conscience and probed Silan, asking if he thought they could really win tomorrow. Who could have expected that the hero who was acting so high-spirited on stage just a moment ago stared at his glass and remained silent for a long time, eventually replying, "Actually, I have no idea either." The moment these words came out, Granada was completely stunned. If even the leading hero didn't know if they could win, then who exactly was going to their deaths in tomorrow's decisive battle? Silan looked at the moonlight in the distance and sighed, saying that although everyone treated him as a savior, subjugating the Demon King's tower had always been hellish difficulty, and it had never once gone smoothly. Catching the underlying meaning, Granada quickly pressed him on exactly how he had eliminated the old Demon King back then. After all, to this day, no one knew the details of that hero story. Faced with this sensitive topic, Silan suddenly fell silent. But he quickly put on a smiling face and began to dodge the issue, claiming it was all because his comrades were reliable. While he flattered Granada, saying that the security of their flanks relied entirely on the elf. As long as the two of them joined forces, their odds of winning tomorrow were secure. These words sounded like praise, but in reality, he was shifting all the most dangerous work onto Granada. It seemed this hero's title of hero was exceptionally watered down. Granada smiled and agreed, promising that he would definitely guard the flanks well. Upon hearing this, Silan acted even more enthusiastic, directly putting an arm around his shoulder as they walked back, looking just like life-and-death friends. But the moment he turned around, Silan's eyes completely changed. He muttered that of course he had to join forces with a brave comrade, his tone sounding chilling enough to make one's spine tingle, specifically emphasizing the word elf, as if reminding Granada, "To me, you are just a useful tool." That night everyone harbored ulterior motives, and no one managed to get a peaceful sleep. When the sun rose the next day, this expeditionary force, each with their own designs, was finally about to officially set off. The spectacle of the expeditionary force setting off was quite grand. All the commoners in the city came out to line the streets and welcome them, with Granada and Silan walking at the very front of the procession. Listening to the shouts of "Long Live" filling the streets, the atmosphere built up as if they had already returned in triumph. Soon, the procession arrived at the edge of the Elster mountain range, which was the rumored forbidden zone. But the journey had been calm and tranquil, without even half a shadow of a monster in sight. Now the soldiers below all became complacent, joking as they walked that this god-forsaken place wasn't as eerie as the rumors suggested. Some even felt the monsters must have heard the hero's great name and were entirely frightened into hiding and hibernating. Just as the soldiers relaxed their guard, a drop of purple slime suddenly fell onto a young soldier's forehead. Before he could react to what it was, he looked up and froze completely in place. Who could have expected that this wasn't ordinary snowmelt at all, but ghoul saliva? Before everyone could come to their senses, countless massive blue monsters had already crawled down along the cliffs. The canyon fell into complete chaos at this point. Seeing those exaggerated sizes, the soldiers screamed in terror. The originally orderly formation was instantly scattered by this group of monsters. At the critical moment, Silan finally drew his longsword. He didn't look surprised at all. Instead, he loudly commanded the entire army, telling everyone not to break formation and to quickly prepare for battle. He knew very well in his heart that retreating was impossible now. He could only have the knights fiercely protect the mages and bite the bullet to charge deep into the canyon. But the number of these monsters was so massive there was no end in sight. Before everyone could catch their breath from the ghoul encirclement, the real tough bone appeared. A massive frost giant stood directly in the very center of the canyon. Its sheer size, just standing there, was enough to make people feel despair. The soldiers completely panicked at this point. Silan made a prompt decision, ordering everyone to immediately retreat out of the canyon. He decided to stay behind alone and block this hulking beast. His subordinates were dumbfounded upon hearing this. How could one person possibly deal with this kind of monster? But without turning his head, Silan simply said, "No problem," his tone so calm it was terrifying. The instant the main force retreated, Silan drew his longsword and charged directly toward the giant's face like a bolt of blue lightning. This wasn't fighting at all. This was simply playing with his life. Facing this sky-blotting monster before him, not only did Silan not back down, but he revealed an arrogant smile instead. In his eyes, compared to the demon king of lust, this thing was at best an appetizer. The giant swung its massive skeletal hand down, with a force that seemed capable of shattering the ground. But Silan's speed was absurdly fast. With a sidestep, he dodged the fatal blow, taking the opportunity to carve a long gash across the snowfield. Now the situation completely reversed. Silan had no intention of defending at all. He stepped onto the giant's arm and charged straight up. The longsword in his hand flashed with a cold light. How was this a giant hunting? It was clearly Silan unilaterally slaughtering. A monster of this level was simply not enough to look at in front of him. The true battle was just warming up. Now, spotting the giant's opening, Silan's entire body's power erupted instantly. Several flashes of blue sword light passed, directly dicing that massive creature to pieces. But this simply couldn't kill this kind of monster. Silan strained his voice, screaming desperately, telling everyone to use this chance to run quickly. And absolutely do not look back. How could the soldiers have ever seen such a scene? Stumbling and scrambling, they charged outward one by one, the canyon filled with chaotic footsteps and screams. Silan fiercely guarded the intersection, single-handedly blocking the giant's path. He told everyone to hurry and leave, and to not worry whether he lived or died. But this was a frost giant. Even if it was hacked to pieces, it was frantically reforming. Just how much longer could Silan hold on? No one had any idea. An earth-shattering explosion came from behind, as if the entire canyon was about to be overturned. The people of the expeditionary force finally managed to keep their lives, collapsing in the snowfield one by one, unable to recover their senses for a long time. This place was simply not fit for humans. First swarms of ghouls, then a frost giant taller than a mountain. Normally, all several hundred of them would have already lost their lives here long ago. Everyone knew very well in their hearts that surviving relied entirely on Silan holding the line in the back alone. Rumors spread privately among the soldiers that after Silan killed the old Demon King, he absorbed all of the Demon King's power. The current Silan was probably no longer an ordinary hero and might even be stronger than a true Demon King. This level of clash between gods was already beyond their imagination. Granada looked at Silan's back, unable to help but think. If it's this man, perhaps he really can end that Demon King and become everyone's savior. But before he could finish his musings, reality poured a basin of cold water on him. The expeditionary force hadn't traveled far across the snowfield before their path was blocked by densely packed monsters. The atmosphere in the air instantly changed. Silan halted his steps. He could sense an extremely dangerous aura. This was no ordinary patrol, but rather the elite subordinates directly under the Demon King. They had been targeted long ago. Just then, a massive black shadow blocked the sunlight. Krudu appeared, his blood-red eyes staring fixedly at them, as if looking at a group of prey that had walked into a trap. Now this was a massive problem. Before even reaching the Demon King's castle, they had run straight into the main force. This group of so-called heroes would probably not even make it out of this snowfield. A soldier was still talking tough, saying they would casually clean up the small fry before them. But Granada suddenly froze. The sound from the snow beneath them didn't sound right at all. An image abruptly flashed through his mind. It was the warning Belger had once left behind, telling him he must be careful of the snow here. Granada finally understood everything. It turned out the true danger had always been buried right beneath their feet. Before everyone could react, Krudu had already burst from the snow. Krudu let out an earth-shattering roar, as if trying to shatter the entire snowfield. Belger appeared sneering from a high vantage point, his eyes full of the contempt of looking at dead men. He told this group of heroes word by word that today, no one should even think about leaving alive, let alone taking half a step closer to the Demon King's tower. Now it was all over. They thought they were on an expedition, but in reality, they had walked into their own graves. Granada completely broke down. This kind of thing was simply impossible to guard against. Who could have expected that the so-called careful of the snow would actually be this world-destroying scene? Overwhelming snow poured down as if the entire mountain was collapsing. In the face of nature's power, this group of soldiers was as insignificant as ants. Granada strained his voice, screaming desperately, telling everyone to immediately flee for their lives. But facing an avalanche of this speed, they simply had nowhere to hide. This was no longer a battle. This was a unilateral live burial. The expeditionary force's path to survival was being completely swallowed by this white ocean. Belger was sitting leisurely on his throne, while the magical screen before him broadcasted the tragic state of the expeditionary force in real time. Those screams were simply the most pleasant background music to him. Watching Silan struggling on the screen, he said softly, "Welcome back." It was as if he was greeting an old friend attending a guaranteed funeral. Belger issued a final ultimatum at the screen. This time, he was going to treat all these so-called heroes as prey and tear them entirely to shreds. Belger watched, all of this with a cold eye. He had long warned Granada that there were 3 things they absolutely must not let their guard down against. The first was this sky-filling heavy snow. Who could have expected that the orcs would actually use an avalanche to directly scatter the hero party? Silan shouted in the snow, telling everyone to quickly set up camp on the spot and search for missing comrades. But this was only the beginning of the nightmare. Belger's second warning was to never let their guard down late at night, because, in the darkness, there were plenty of things that wanted their lives. Frost giants and ghouls had already charged right up to them, and the orcs were driving the monster horde to thoroughly drown them. Now everyone was doomed. Granada was practically going crazy. While dodging the monster's siege, he cursed that damned demon king. Behind the scenes, Belger reduced the hero party's numbers by half. The remaining several hundred people had also reached their limits. Leading his remaining forces, Silan finally climbed up the highest snow-capped mountain. He thought that as long as they reached the summit, they could see the Demon King's tower, but looking out, there was nothing but a vast expanse of white snow. Silan completely lost his composure at this point. He shouted at the sky, asking where exactly the Demon King's tower was. Why wasn't he playing by the rules? This feeling of being played like a fool caused his mindset to completely collapse. When the people's hearts scattered, the team could completely no longer be led. Walton publicly announced he was taking his people and quitting. He told Silan straight to his face that this hero expedition was a complete joke. Silan couldn't say a single word, only watching helplessly as his comrades left. After all, in the face of life and death, staying alive was the most important thing. On their sixth day entering the snow-capped mountains, the main force of over 200 people was now down to only the last 52. This group of people was practically no different from beggars now. Just when everyone was about to despair, the Demon King's tower actually appeared. Who could have expected that Belger actually built the tower in a basin, making them search for so long? These remaining 50 or so people were completely seeing red now. Since there was no way to retreat, they would kill all the monsters on the first floor. Belger's third warning was also the most fatal one. When this group opened the tower doors, they absolutely must stay as far away as possible. Silan led his final elites charging to the door. He thought they could slaughter everyone in all directions, but upon looking up, countless massive cannon muzzles were already aimed at them. This wasn't a Demon King's tower at all, but rather a massive trap. Belger had prepared the dwarven magical cannons long ago, just waiting for them to deliver themselves to his door. With a flash of blue light, the entire area was instantly leveled to the ground. Before this group could even let out a scream, they were completely wiped out in one fell swoop. The system prompt chimed. The hero party of originally over 50 people now only had Silan left. This time, his entire army was truly annihilated. Looking at the screen, Belger realized Silan was incredibly resilient. A bombardment of that magnitude actually hadn't managed to completely finish him off. Standing in the ruins, Silan was completely driving himself crazy. He had never seen such an unchivalrous demon king in his life. Just then Granada also crawled out from the pile of dirt. Although both were in a wretched state, at least they had kept their lives. Silan looked at his empty surroundings and decided to stop hiding. He felt that as long as he could charge in front of the Demon King, relying on his raw strength, he could absolutely win. After all, he was the man who had killed the old Demon King. In his eyes, Belger was nothing but a rookie who only knew how to play dirty tricks and could not possibly be his match. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly, preparing to forcefully break into the next floor. Silan brought Granada along. The third floor still didn't even have a single ghost shadow. Silan began to feel apprehensive inside. This place was supposed to be filled with monsters everywhere, yet now it was so quiet it was terrifying. He felt Belger was definitely playing the empty fort strategy, and there were absolutely more terrifying traps waiting behind. The two approached the fourth floor with trepidation, but pushing open the doors, Silan completely began to doubt his life. How was this a Demon King's tower? It was practically a utopia. Blue skies and white clouds, along with singing birds and fragrant flowers, this shift in style was simply too fast. Silan couldn't help but shout, "What the hell is this place?" Silan's mind was completely filled with question marks right now. The second and third floors were completely empty, and the fourth floor actually sprouted a massive forest. He even doubted if he had walked onto the wrong set. Just then, a voice came from among the flowers, and from the tone, it seemed the other party had been waiting for a long time. Silan focused his eyes, and a young girl wearing a cat-ear eye mask appeared before them, striking an extremely exaggerated pose. The young girl introduced herself, claiming to be one of the 4 heavenly kings guarding the Demon King, nicknamed the Dark Spirit Master, and that today she was going to thoroughly eliminate the heroes right here. Looking at those idiotic-looking slimes beside the other party, Silan felt completely numb. How come the opponents in this Demon King's tower were more abnormal one after another? Silan froze on the spot. Wasn't this young girl wearing a cat-ear eye mask before him Princess Ernan? He really couldn't understand how a dignified princess could turn out like this. But Ernan reacted like someone whose tail was stepped on, vigorously denying her identity and insisting she was some dark spirit master. Before Silan could react, Ernan actually got serious directly. Terrifying energy exploded in the forest, and this power caused the surrounding air to freeze. Silan recognized it at a glance. This was the highest-tier spirit magic that only Princess Ernan could cast, and this kind of move simply couldn't fool anyone. Now this was a massive problem. If the other party was being mind-controlled, she absolutely couldn't use magic of this magnitude. The only explanation was that the princess genuinely wanted his life. The situation was completely out of control. Silan began to review just how absurd this entire journey had been. First, risking their lives against the orcs. Then came avalanches and night attacks. And after finally finding the Demon King's tower with great difficulty, the magical cannons on the first floor nearly blasted him to smithereens. Even more bizarrely, there wasn't even a ghost's shadow on the second and third floors. He thought he could finally meet the person he was meant to save, but as it turned out, Princess Ernan actually became the final trump card. Silan couldn't help but smile bitterly. He truly and completely couldn't understand what exactly was wrong with this world. He clearly came to save someone, but the person he was saving actually wanted his life. To hell with logic. To hell with the mission. Silan's mindset completely collapsed. Since reasoning was useless, he might as well completely destroy all of this. Belger sneered as he struck. Purple energy instantly exploded. He had no intention of giving the hero a chance to breathe. This strike was meant to thoroughly shatter Silan's confidence. After the massive explosion, a deep crater was blasted into the forest. Belger slowly walked out from the purple smoke. He finally revealed his true face and directly called Silan by his full name. Although Silan was heavily shaken by the impact, he still held the longsword in his hand steadily. He couldn't help but curse. For a dignified demon king to actually resort to a sneak attack, he was simply a coward. As the two confronted each other, sharp-eyed Silan noticed that Granada was on the grass not far away. Silan suddenly charged toward Granada, shouting that the two of them should join forces against the Demon King. Before Granada could react, Silan had firmly grabbed his shoulder. In that instant, Granada felt something was wrong. The energy in his body was draining frantically. He collapsed weakly onto the ground without even the strength to stand up. Silan, however, seemed like a completely different person, his entire body radiating terrifying flashes of lightning. He sneered as he looked at his fallen comrade. It turned out that from the very beginning, he had only treated Granada as a power bank. As long as Granada was by his side, Silan had an endless supply of energy. This ruthless method of turning on a friend made even Belger in the distance see the truth clearly. The key was that ring on Silan's hand. That wicked divine artifact was the source of all these conspiracies. Silan finally showed his true colors. The forbidden divine artifact on his hand was called the Spirit Envoy, which could completely drain an elf's life force and convert it into his own magical power. The price was that Granada would quickly lose his life. While absorbing the energy, Silan still hypocritically asked, You shouldn't have any objections to sacrificing yourself for the greater good, right? Weakly, Granada cursed him for being a liar and a complete hypocrite. But Silan didn't care at all. Right now, he only wanted endless power. Even Belger in the distance couldn't help but laugh. He mocked bluntly that he actually liked this despicable trait of Silan's. It was simply more sinister than the demon race. However, Belger also pointed out the fatal flaw. As long as that ring was yanked off, Silan would immediately reveal his true colors and revert to being that useless weakling. Silan was still shouting frantically, feeling that no one could take this ring away, and even the Demon King could do nothing about him. But before he could gloat for even 2 seconds, the slap in the face arrived unexpectedly. Just then a name suddenly flashed. Before Silan could react to what happened, he only felt a sharp pain in his wrist. The hand wearing the ring had actually vanished completely. Silan completely broke down at this point. He hadn't sensed anyone's presence at all. The other party had silently severed his hand, as if performing a magic trick. Gordon appeared coldly behind him, the longsword in his hand already pressed against his neck. His tone was full of disdain, bluntly stating that as a human, Silan was truly too impolite and annoyingly loud. Silan was completely bewildered by this blow. He couldn't figure out for the life of him how he could still lose to a high-ranking demon when he had clearly used a divine artifact. This absolute gap in strength made him begin to doubt his life. But before he could recover, a black hand had already rested on his shoulder. Belger appeared behind him like the Grim Reaper. His tone was so chilling it sent shivers down one's spine, bluntly stating that he shouldn't think about going anywhere today. This was simply not a contest on the same level. Silan realized he had become the prey, and only one thought remained in his mind. He must dodge immediately, but it was probably too late to run now. The demonic pressure behind Belger erupted completely, and the phantom of a massive demonic dragon blotted out the sky. Before this power, Silan was as insignificant as an ant. He wanted to dodge, but found his body completely unable to move. This overwhelming fear made Silan begin to doubt his life. Exactly what level of monster was this man before him? Belger had no intention of giving him time to think. He instantly appeared in front of Silan, firmly pressed down on his shoulders, and revealed a cruel smile. He announced, emphasizing every word, "Silan, are you ready to take a beating?" Belger struck the moment he said he would, leaving the other party absolutely no leeway. The power of this strike caused the entire space to tremble. Accompanied by a loud crash, the violent energy directly exploded. This was no longer a battle but a unilateral execution. Silan ultimately failed to turn the tables. Belger looked at the defeated general at his feet and said with a sneer, "You really are something. You actually managed to survive this." Now this was a problem. Not only Silan, but all humans were to become prisoners. It was likely no one could leave the demon realm's prison alive. Granada was truly in a precarious situation this time. He had even seen his life flash before his eyes clearly, thinking he was about to die right here. Who could have expected that Belger would casually pull out a treasure and directly stuff it into his mouth? The situation instantly reversed. Granada, who was half dead just a moment ago, completely recovered at once. This was the legendary spirit flower. Belger was actually willing to use such a treasure on him. Belger casually dismissed the excited Roger, finished assigning tasks to his subordinates, and still looked like that impeccable Demon King. Granada was still marveling that, after fighting such a tough battle, the Lord Demon King's hairstyle wasn't even messed up. But no one noticed that all of this was just an act put on by Belger. Once he returned to a secluded place, he collapsed directly onto the ground. That calm facade from just now was entirely sustained by his last breath. If he had stood there for even one more second, the Demon King's majesty would have likely been exposed on the spot. As a Demon King, he absolutely could not show weakness in front of others. But Belger knew very well in his heart exactly how terrifying that human named Silan was just now. That was one of the 10 strongest heroes on the continent. Although Silan ranked at the bottom among them, he had already forced Belger to go all out. To put it bluntly, winning this time relied entirely on strategy. He only barely managed to gain an advantage by first using schemes to drain the other party's stamina. If Silan had been in peak condition at that time, the one lying on the ground right now would probably be Belger himself. Silan was ultimately too young. Provoked by a few words from Belger, his mindset completely collapsed. When a person is in a state of extreme panic, their eyes are full of openings. This was exactly the fatal opening Belger had been waiting for. In that instant, Belger bet all his magical power and delivered a fatal blow to Silan. Although he was now so tired he couldn't even stand steady, Belger felt more gratified than anyone else. Because in his original destiny, he was supposed to die here today. This extreme counterkill completely rewrote his ending. As long as he survived, Belger had the chance to change the future. He was going to find those so-called heroes and settle this score thoroughly, one by one. Since a deviation in destiny had occurred, the script going forward would be written by him, the Demon King. But right at this moment, an absurd piece of news leaked out. Some couldn't help but complain that this excuse was simply too ridiculous. The dignified hero party was actually forced to retreat because they couldn't find the location of the Demon King's tower. The press conference was now in complete chaos. Reporters surrounded the officials, roaring frantically and demanding that someone must take responsibility for this failure. Investors were even clamoring to withdraw their funding. The official spokesperson desperately tried to explain through a megaphone, saying that Silan and the heroes had not given up. They just hadn't found the location of the Demon King's tower yet, and given a bit more time, they would definitely succeed. Unfortunately, absolutely no one believed such words. News about the new Demon King spread across the entire continent as if it had grown wings. The king slammed his hand on the table in anger, cursing Silan as a boastful bastard. If he couldn't rescue the princess, he would have him executed directly. For a time, various absurd rumors flew everywhere. Some said Silan had already fled, while others said he had died at the hands of the Demon King. The entire world plunged into panic and sorrow. But who could have expected that these negative emotions would actually become the best nourishment for the demon race? Belger's magical power points began to soar frantically because of this fear. Inside the Hero Guild's headquarters, the atmosphere was so oppressive it was suffocating. The higher-ups stared at Walton, repeatedly confirming whether the news he brought back was true. Walton directly bet, still had confidence. After all, as one of the 10 stars, Silan couldn't possibly fall so easily. However, to be safe, the guild decided to give Silan one final 10-day period. If there was still no news after 10 days, all the more than 4,000 heroes on the continent would be fully mobilized to thoroughly trample the Demon King's territory. Just as the outside world was arguing incessantly over subjugating the Demon King, the underground prison of the Tower of Belger was eerily quiet. Belger looked at Silan, who was suspended from the wall by chains, and asked in a calm tone if he was awake, adding a compliment that a hero's recovery speed was indeed astonishing. Although Silan looked wretched, his words were not soft at all. He stared coldly at Belger and said, "Since you kept me alive, you definitely need something from me. Stop beating around the bush, and state your purpose directly." Belger smiled upon hearing this. He felt this straightforward personality of Silan's suited his tastes quite well, so he tossed out a proposal that made Silan completely doubt his life. He said, "Since you understand so well, then let's be straightforward. Come be my subordinate." Silan simply couldn't believe his ears. He coldly asked Belger if he had heard wrong. Unhurriedly, Belger began to calculate the economic costs for him. He said being a hero wasn't just about passion, providing food and shelter for hundreds of people and top-tier weapons and equipment. Which of these wasn't an astronomical figure? All this money relied on the investments from merchant guilds and nobles behind the scenes. If you won, of course you gained both fame and fortune. But once you lost, it wasn't just a matter of losing your life. You would be thoroughly crushed by massive debts. Belger stared at Silan and said, This time, all the bets were placed on you alone. That is the hero Captain Silan. Silan completely fell silent at this. He knew very well in his heart that even if he could escape now, as a failed hero burdened with massive debts, his life would be completely ruined. Silan was still conflicted. If he had to spend the rest of his life hiding from creditors, that would be worse than death. He couldn't help but question Belger exactly how this top-secret intelligence was leaked. Just then, Granada stepped out from the shadows and said in a cold tone that he had personally told the Demon King. Silan shouted in anger, questioning why Granada would betray everyone. As a result, Granada was even more furious than him, directly cursing Silan as a massive liar and stating that he had been on the Demon King's side from the very beginning. Watching the two bite each other like dogs, Belger sneered and interrupted their argument. He said the reason Silan lost was because he had never encountered a Demon King like him before. Next, a ball of eerie purple energy gathered in Belger's hand. This thing was called the Orb of Armani. As long as he had Silan, this strongest hero, secretly interfere with humanity's plans, that grand army of heroes outside would have absolutely no chance. The ball of purple energy in Belger's hand was not a good thing. It was a tool he specifically used to monitor his subordinates. As long as this thing entered his brain, Silan's every move would be completely under his control. Belger said coldly, "As long as you dare harbor even the slightest hostility toward me, I can make your head explode with a twitch of my finger. Furthermore, this thing is very expensive. If your body dares to reject it, I will consider it as you refusing me and send you on your way directly." Silan was thoroughly panicked now. He strained his voice, shouting that a hero as strong as him possessed natural mental defense magic in his body, and this orb would automatically be eliminated upon entering, so he shouldn't be blamed. As a result, Granada chimed in ominously from the side, saying that heroes could actually use their willpower to actively dispel this kind of defense. Belger smiled even more wickedly upon hearing this. "Did you hear that? Now it just depends on whether you cooperate." Silan cursed furiously, saying that Granada, this crazy elf, had simply abandoned all faith. Silan was still straining his voice, shouting, claiming that even if he died, he would absolutely not bow his head to the Demon King, and even mocked Belger for wasting a treasure. Belger had no patience to listen to his nonsense. He directly grabbed Silan's neck, forcing him to shut up and swallow, and casually pressed that ball of purple energy forcefully right into Silan's head. With a muffled sound, the energy orb completely sank into Silan's body. Now, even if he wanted to throw it up, he couldn't. Watching from the side, Granada felt this was precarious. He couldn't help but ask Belger what would happen if this guy truly chose death over submission. Belger clapped his hands and said calmly that there was no need to worry at all, because he had long seen through Silan. A person who could sell out his comrades like garbage for money would absolutely be reluctant to die. As the purple demonic energy entered his body, Silan's identity completely changed. The system prompt stated clearly that he had now become the Demon King's subordinate. Silan gritted his teeth and cursed, but as things stood, he had no chance of turning back. The scene shifted. In the grand hall of the Demon King's castle, Gordon was calculating accounts for Belger with a serious expression. He said that although they had subdued Silan, this guy carried a massive debt of 100,000 gold coins, and if this money wasn't paid off, his movements would be severely restricted. Even worse, to exchange for magical power points previously, Belger had spent almost all the gold coins in the treasury. Now they only had 2,000 gold coins left in hand. To a country, this amount of money was simply a drop in the bucket. Gordon was extremely worried, asking Belger how he planned to get money next. But Belger wasn't panicked at all. Instead, he revealed a mysterious smile. Calculating the time, that news should have arrived by now. The news Belger mentioned was the annual grand gathering of Demon Kings, the Alliance of 10,000 Towers. In his past life, he had always found the idea of Demon Kings banding together quite disgusting, so he had never attended. But the situation was different now. Belger stared at the positions of those veteran demon kings, his mental abacus clicking rapidly. These guys had lived for so long, they must have hoarded quite a lot of gold, silver, and treasures, right? Upon hearing this, Gordon nearly exploded on the spot. He strained his voice, asking Belger if he was planning to use magical power points to exchange for money again. In the past, Gordon would definitely have felt this behavior was simply a disgrace to the demon race. But after personally witnessing the strength of the heroes, he had to admit that if they still clung to those outdated standards, their group would have been wiped out by the heroes long ago. Just then, the invitation to the alliance of 10,000 towers conveniently arrived in Gordon's hands. He pushed up his glasses. Although he still felt a bit awkward inside, he had to admit that his Demon King's vision for making money was indeed at the forefront of the times. It seemed Belger was absolutely determined to go and reap a harvest at this gathering. Belger's mouth curled up slightly as he directly issued the order to depart. Who could have expected that a dignified Demon King would speak so bluntly? He wasn't attending the gathering to catch up at all, but was planning to go and ruthlessly scam all those senior Demon Kings. Gordon, following behind, completely understood now. He now had 100% trust in Belger. Even if it meant becoming a scammer, he accepted it. This was the Tower of Lies. The Demon King's council chamber was on the top floor. Belger pushed open the doors and entered. Looking at the round table that was already full, he sneered and said, "Since I'm not late, are you all discussing something shameful behind my back?" The moment this tone came out, the atmosphere in the venue instantly dropped to freezing point. The beast Demon King Draken stared fixedly at the man before him and muttered his name under his breath. These few were the regulars of the Demon King's council chamber. The Winter Demon King and the Titan Demon King had no intention of showing a friendly face the moment they spoke. The Demon King of Lies smiled brightly, but in this place, no one's words could be trusted. Belger swept his gaze around, his tone full of disdain. For dignified demon kings to actually need to band together, don't you find it embarrassing? This sentence thoroughly poked the hornet's nest. The Titan Demon King went berserk on the spot, pointing at his nose and cursing loudly. But this was exactly what Belger wanted. Just a tiny provocation allowed him to see clearly who wanted to kill him the most. The Titan Demon King was completely enraged, roaring that he would send Belger on his way. This level of oppressive aura would have killed anyone else long ago. But not only did Belger not retreat, he replied provocatively, "Try it if you have the guts." Just as the council chamber was about to turn into a battlefield, crisp applause rang out. The Demon King of Lies stood up with a smile. With a casual remark, he made that terrifying killing intent instantly vanish without a trace. Belger's heart skipped a beat. This was absolutely no ordinary magic. Was this guy unfathomably deep, or were there other hidden mechanisms in this tower? Now this was a problem. The situation had completely slipped out of his control. Jason, the Demon King of Lies, smoothed things over with a smile and announced the official start of the meeting, telling everyone to speak their minds freely. Belger maintained a calm exterior, but secretly calculated in his mind. This place reeked of eeriness everywhere. He had to keep his guard up. He thought this would just be a tug-of-war of mutual probing, but the beast Demon King Draken was the first to lose patience. He stared fixedly at Belger and asked in an icy tone, "Where exactly is Silan?" The moment this name came out, the atmosphere in the entire venue instantly changed. Belger fell silent for a moment before finally speaking slowly. "Silan, he is no longer with us." While the Demon Kings were engaging in a battle of words inside, their adjutants below weren't idle either, gathering in the reception room to frantically fish for information. Everyone was pressing to find out whether that guy named Silan was dead or alive. Gordon was surrounded in the middle, waving his hands while passing the buck. He stated bluntly that this guy hadn't even entered the tower doors and was probably still wandering blindly on some mountain. Faced with everyone's doubts about the Demon King's strength, Gordon decided to go with the flow and play the act to the very end. Who could have expected that this was actually a setup Belger had arranged in advance, deliberately having Gordon play dumb? Since they were going to use that guy as a spy, secrecy was of the utmost importance. These adjutants could never have imagined that they had already fallen into a trap. Gordon was initially just acting, but as he spoke, his long-suppressed emotions suddenly erupted completely. He could no longer care about his image, publicly cursing his demon king as an arrogant brat who refused to listen to reason, and who, the moment he took his eyes off him, would surely cause a pile of trouble. He thought these words would cause trouble, but who could have expected that upon hearing this, the surrounding adjutants all revealed sympathetic looks. Everyone opened up and started complaining about their own demon kings. Each was more bizarre than the last, and each was harder to serve than the last. Gordon finally understood. It turned out that in this tower, what he needed most wasn't intelligence, but the psychological comfort of these peers. Upon hearing this, Draken laughed out of pure anger. He felt Belger was simply treating him like an idiot. What demon king wouldn't build their tower on a mountain peak? Belger, however, looked indifferent, stating bluntly that where he built his tower was his own freedom, and no one else had any right to interfere. Jason, sitting to the side, also lost his patience and began to remind Belger sarcastically, "Since the heroes are still keeping an eye on that tower, aren't you afraid your home base will be wiped out while you're here attending a meeting?" After all, everyone had learned in the Demon King Academy that a demon king who lost their tower would usually end up very miserably. Belger replied coldly, "I have my own ways to protect my tower. There's no need for you to worry blindly." Belger maintained a calm exterior, but in his heart, he had already cursed that demon king of lies thoroughly. This guy was truly too infuriating. Seeing that he couldn't control the situation, Draken simply brought out the name of Grand Duke Arcane, hoping to use it to intimidate Belger. But Belger didn't buy this at all, even stating bluntly in public, "Who cares what that old man thinks?" This single sentence left Draken completely speechless. Belger knew very well in his heart that even if he was lying, this group couldn't verify it right now. Being suspected was always better than having the truth discovered. He never forgot his purpose for coming here. Things like the dignity and territory of a demon king were all empty talk. Earning those 100,000 gold coins was the only solid truth. Watching this group of demon kings continue to argue endlessly, Belger also saw through the underlying dynamics. It turned out that in the demon king's world, the hierarchical class system was even stricter than he had imagined. He wanted to gather intelligence through this meeting to see exactly who, among this group of demon kings, was a poor wretch lacking magical power. But before he could lock onto a target, he was targeted first instead. The Winter Demon King Riene suddenly turned her head, her gaze locked firmly onto him. Belger clearly hadn't expected to become the other party's target. After all, in this tower, everyone harbored ulterior motives. The two arrived at the balcony to be alone. Before Belger could speak, the other party got straight to the point, saying she had been wanting an opportunity to talk to him alone for a long time. Riene's next words surprised him even more. The other party actually stated bluntly that she strongly agreed with the viewpoints he had just expressed. Belger's mind was now full of question marks. He even began to suspect whether the Riene before him had said the same things to him in his previous life. Riene, on the other hand, appeared very candid. She said that although she followed the rules, she also felt demon kings should learn to be flexible, especially in this complex situation. Compared to that bunch of idiots in the conference room, she felt that communicating alone with Belger was clearly much more efficient. She even casually complimented that Belger was much more handsome than she had expected. This sudden display of goodwill caught Belger off guard for a moment. Riene took the opportunity to hand over a personal communicator, telling him to contact her anytime he needed something in the future. She bluntly stated that she had finally found someone she could talk to, and as long as Belger needed it, she would be very happy to cooperate in secret. Just as Riene was preparing to leave, Belger suddenly opened his mouth and asked a question about the Demon King of Lies. This caused the originally relaxed atmosphere to instantly drop to freezing point. As Riene left, she was still pondering this. She realized she couldn't see through Belger at all, but one thing was certain. This guy was much stronger than those two idiots. Belger stared at the communicator in his hand. Although he couldn't completely trust Riene yet, this woman's appearance was absolutely an unexpected gain for him. At the same time, in the Tower of Belger, the atmosphere was completely different. Ernan cheerfully held a plate, insisting that Roger try the cookies she had baked herself. This gave Roger quite a fright. He dodged backward while wondering, this was the heavily guarded Demon King's tower, so where exactly did the princess get an oven? She was actually able to bake little pastries here. Ernan actually asked the Demon King for ingredients, and directly used a fire elemental spirit as an oven, baking cookies for Roger right on the spot. Looking at the cookie in his hand, Roger had actually prepared for the worst in his heart. After all, the dignified princess made them herself, so no matter how terrible they tasted, he would have to bite the bullet and praise it as amazing. But the moment he took a bite, things suddenly became unusual. Not only did the taste not fail, but it was so good it left him completely dumbfounded. How were these ordinary cookies? They were simply a divine medicine capable of replenishing magical power. Roger felt as if his soul had instantly flown to heaven. He had never eaten such delicious pastries in his entire life. This unprecedented impact completely immersed him in it, making him entirely unable to extricate himself. It turned out she had casually sprinkled a handful of precious spirit flowers into the dough. No wonder Roger felt magical power surging wildly throughout his body. Upon hearing this, Roger nearly jumped up. Using such a rare item as an ingredient was simply too extravagant. He truly couldn't understand why the princess would give such a heavy gift. Ernan, on the other hand, thought of it very simply. She said they would be spending a lot of time together in the future, and this was just a meeting gift to build a closer relationship, as long as Roger liked it. Getting caught up in the conversation, Ernan began asking about others' tastes. She felt that since Roger loved eating it so much, the Demon King would definitely like it too. But when she mentioned the Demon King, Roger suddenly froze. Clearly, he hadn't figured out how to respond to this topic yet. Right after the meeting ended, Jason intercepted Belger alone. Looking at his posture, he clearly came prepared. The two were still exchanging pleasantries on the surface. Jason even wanted to invite him for a cup of tea. But his next words instantly dropped the atmosphere to freezing point. Jason said bluntly, "I know you are in urgent need of human money right now." Belger's heart skipped a beat. This was an absolute secret. Who exactly leaked the information? He was still trying to play dumb and ask in return, but Jason didn't buy it at all. Now this was a problem. The situation had completely lost control. Jason got straight to the point, no longer wanting to play any psychological games. Pointing to the gold, silver, and treasures scattered on the floor, he said, "Let's make a deal, exchanging magical power points for human money." This deal sounded good, but Belger obviously wasn't that easily fooled. He asked Jason coldly what exactly his intentions were. Jason laughed heartily upon hearing this. Acting overly familiar, he claimed he was completely on the side of the demon race. Such a good thing dropping from the sky definitely hid even greater trouble behind it. Belger casually tossed out 100,000 gold coins, telling Silan to take it and handle matters. This massive sum directly left Silan dumbfounded. He never expected to actually get his hands on this money. But this money wasn't easy to take. Belger knew very well in his heart that if that guy named Jason detected the flow of funds, all of them would be reduced to puppets at his mercy. To ensure absolute safety, Belger converted all the remaining prisoners into absolutely obedient dark knights and dark mages. Leading them was precisely Ammon of the Jinyu Merchant Guild. These people had now become tools for making money. Although they felt extreme humiliation inside and were even praying for Silan's salvation, the contract had already taken effect, and they could only obediently obey the Demon King. Silan was still calculating in his mind right now, thinking that as long as he was alive, this debt could be paid off, even dreaming of continuing to be a hero. Smiling mischievously, he reached out his hand, wanting to get close to Belger, even shamelessly calling the Demon King a partner. As a result, the moment these words came out, the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. The purple energy in Belger's hand directly exploded, and he firmly grabbed his head. "You're dreaming too beautifully. There is one thing you must understand clearly. We are by no means partners. Face reality. From now on, you are my slave and I am your master." Belger was in no mood to joke. He didn't care at all about loyalty. As long as Silan obediently followed orders, that was enough. Tossing out an icy command, he directly turned and left. Before Silan could recover his breath, Ernan suddenly appeared before him, holding a letter in her hand, wanting to ask him to deliver it to the 13th princess of the kingdom. Silan was completely speechless now. He originally wanted to question Jason why he would betray the kingdom, even feeling that the princess was the one who caused him to end up in this state. But Ernan's next words made him freeze on the spot. The princess not only had no intention of returning, but also mentioned a secret regarding the royal family. This made Silan realize that the situation was far more complex than he had imagined. If the rumors were true, then the princess's current choice actually became perfectly logical. Gordon always had a knot in his heart. It wasn't that he distrusted Belger, but he was just worried whether that hero Silan would truly obey the Demon King's orders obediently. Belger, on the other hand, appeared to have a well-thought-out plan. In his view, although Silan didn't seem very reliable on the surface, he was absolutely not the kind of petty person who would sell his life for money. Compared to that dwarf Roger, whose mind was full of nothing but gold coins and who couldn't even hide his gold teeth when he smiled, Silan didn't possess that greed and despicability unique to humans. But this didn't mean he was highly noble. Belger had long seen through people like Silan, who sought neither wealth nor fame. What he truly wanted was actually that sense of vanity of being admired by thousands. As long as he could be allowed to maintain that pitiful bit of popularity, he would never escape from the Demon King's palm. Belger played with the purple orb in his hand. He had figured it out long ago. Since Silan loved to show off so much, he would use this point to thoroughly control him. As long as he cooperated with this orb, the former hero would become the most perfect spy in the Demon King's hands. Gordon listened from the side, thoroughly convinced. He never expected Belger to have studied human nature to such an extent. The two even began to imagine how ironic the scene would be when a hero, acting as the Demon King's subordinate, personally destroyed human society from the inside. Right at this critical moment of plotting to destroy the world, a knock suddenly came from the door outside. Immediately following, the style changed abruptly. Princess Ernan popped her head in with a smile, holding a plate of freshly baked cookies, asking if they wanted a taste. This directly left the two great demonic figures dumbfounded. Belger was still speaking harshly, complaining that Ernan had been entering and exiting the room too frequently lately, even threatening that if the cookies tasted bad, he would throw her directly into the dungeon. Ernan didn't buy it, confidently telling him to taste it first before speaking. Belger felt quite disdainful inside, thinking what tricks could human desserts possibly have. As a result, right after taking a bite, things went wrong. The taste felt as if it exploded in his brain, and Belger completely froze. Ernan watched from the side with great enthusiasm. She had long anticipated this reaction. After all, this was a delicacy that even the dwarf Roger couldn't resist. Belger's hand firmly gripped the armrest of the throne, even cracking the wood. He was desperately suppressing his inner shock. He absolutely could not lose face in front of a human. Finally, he forced himself to squeeze out a sentence. "The taste is just so-so." This face-saving act left Ernan completely dumbfounded. The more Belger ate, the more he felt something was wrong. Spirit flowers were actually added to these cookies. This flavor was simply playing with fire. Ernan, however, looked excited, praising the Lord Demon King for indeed knowing his stuff. Belger now realized what happened. This girl took the treasure he had just rewarded her with and turned it into cookies to send back. She clearly had an ulterior motive for this. Looking at Ernan's embarrassed look, Belger felt a drumming in his heart. This afternoon tea would probably come at no small cost. Meanwhile, Silan's hero squad had successfully walked out of the mountains under the escort of the demon race's general. They moved quickly, directly heading to the Hildebrand kingdom via a teleportation array. Everything was proceeding according to plan. However, for Granada, who had not shown his face the entire time, his current situation, these subordinates truly had some nerve. Back on the snow-capped mountains, they actually abandoned him, their captain, and all deserted. Faced with Granada's questioning, this group was still making excuses, saying that even heroes couldn't withstand that godforsaken place, and they could only retreat first to survive. Granada became even more furious upon hearing this. Energy had already gathered in his right hand, preparing to clean house on the spot. Right at this critical juncture, a voice suddenly came from behind. Granada turned his head and found that at the door stood a blonde woman. She introduced herself as Wind, also a hero. Due to some special reasons, she hadn't been able to catch up with the main force earlier. Wind was serious this time. Although she arrived late, she still wanted to seize the final opportunity and requested to join the hero's squad. Granada was completely confused hearing this. Before he could react, the subordinate beside him leaned in, saying this lady was beautiful and kind-hearted, and while the captain was away, she had paid for everyone's drinks. Granada went completely berserk with anger, telling this group of money-grubbing idiots to shut up. He turned his head and poured cold water on Wind, saying that although he thanked her for treating them, the hero's expedition, Silan's group had left long ago. Wind was completely stunned upon hearing this news, but she quickly calmed down. She even somewhat impolitely pressed further, hoping to inquire for more details about this failure. Looking at this strange woman before him, Granada calculated in his mind. Since it was within the scope permitted by the Lord Demon King, there was no harm in telling her. The truth behind this would probably make her even more unexpected. After hearing Granada's words, Wind completely doubted her life. She never imagined that the legendary Demon King's castle wasn't actually on the mountain peak. Since the target was gone, Wind felt there was no need to stay any longer. She politely expressed her thanks, left a heavy bag of money on the table, turned around and walked out the door. The mercenaries nearby stared straight at the bag of money. While mocking Wind for being a rookie who didn't understand worldly ways, they also bet that this kind of personality would sooner or later get stabbed in the back by comrades. Granada swept a cold glance at them, telling them to take their dirty hands off the money. He knew very well that this woman was absolutely not as simple as she appeared on the surface. Wind put on her helmet and walked alone into a dim alley. Granada watched silently from the house. No one knew what kind of waves this suddenly appearing hero would stir up next. Who could have expected that this rookie hero who looked very weak just now was actually the princess of the kingdom in reality? This group of fully armed guards came specifically to catch her and take her back to get married. Faced with the guards' pressure, Wind's attitude was very resolute. She would rather be a hero outside living precariously than go back and be some princess consort. Hiding in the dark eavesdropping, Granada's heart skipped a beat. These people were wearing such heavy armor, yet their walking produced no sound at all. They were absolutely top-tier experts. He originally wanted to slip away early. After all, he didn't want to get involved in the kingdom's domestic affairs. But before he could take a step, a cold longsword rested on his neck. Not only did the guards discover him, but they also saw right through the disguise magic on him at a glance. Now this was a massive problem. Granada was caught red-handed. He had truly hit a steel plate this time. Granada's life was hanging by a thread now. Even worse, he was carrying the magical item given by the Demon King. If this was searched out, his identity as the Demon King's subordinate, would be completely exposed. The guard opposite him didn't intend to talk nonsense at all. He directly treated him as a spy sent by another country and dropped a cold sentence. "Since you are a spy, then we absolutely cannot leave you alive." Granada completely froze. In that instant, the entire camp completely exploded into chaos. No one expected that someone would actually dare to barge in at this time. The guards shouted, "There's an assassin! Catch him quickly!" Granada now became the target of public criticism. Everyone was encircling, pursuing, and intercepting him, and the scene was completely out of control. Seeing the situation getting increasingly chaotic, the guards quickly protected Wind behind them. "Your Highness, it's dangerous here. Please retreat first." Now this was a problem. Whether Granada could escape entirely depended on this moment of tension. Granada was now caught in a dilemma. As the only elf here, once he used his power, his identity would immediately be exposed. But if he didn't fight back, he wouldn't be able to leave alive at all. Just then, Wind also drew her longsword. She said she was also a hero and would absolutely not hide in the back. Seeing the situation reach a dead end, Granada could only risk everything. Even if his identity was exposed, he had to save his life first. But who could have expected that Belger would actually appear at this time? He asked coldly, "Is this the reason you were late?" As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying purple energy instantly exploded. Belger descended from the sky, and his powerful oppressive aura made the entire venue instantly quiet. He looked coldly at Granada, asking if he was slacking off here. The guards were frightened out of their wits, shouting that the Demon King had descended. Granada looked helpless, pointing at his wound and asking, "Can't you see my current situation?" Belger, however, didn't take it seriously at all, feeling that this minor wound would heal with just a spit of saliva. Now the misunderstanding had blown up massively. The guards concluded that the Demon King came to kidnap Princess Wind, and one by one, risking their lives, they stepped up to protect her. Wind was quite calm, feeling this was an excellent opportunity to eliminate the Demon King. As a result, Belger looked innocent, saying he had no idea she was a princess. How could the guards possibly believe that? Even Granada wondered. Since it's not for the princess, then what exactly did you, the great Demon King, come here to do? Belger said calmly that he just happened to be passing by to handle some business. Upon hearing this, Granada stood by the side, completely dumbfounded, complaining that even if he wanted to lie, couldn't he make up a more thoughtful excuse? Back at the Demon Tower, Belger asked Ernan what exactly the princess wanted. He never expected Ernan to speak with a smile, saying she wanted senile powder. This item was not simple, and Belger immediately reacted. That was a treasure specifically used to sign elven contracts. Ernan was straightforward, nodding in direct admission. But who could have expected that? Behind this little powder, there was actually a secret history from hundreds of years ago. At that time, an elf named Senil actually betrayed his own race and defected to the human kingdom. Back then, in order to allow ordinary people to forcibly sign contracts with elves, the king ordered Senil to develop a powder. This was the origin of Senil powder. Looking at Ernan before him, Belger felt that with her talent, she completely didn't need this kind of external assistance. Yet Ernan acted weak there, saying her internal magical power was too thin, and without the powder, she simply couldn't hold on. "Stop pretending. You actually want to contract a new high-tier spirit, right?" Seeing she couldn't hide it, Ernan could only admit it awkwardly. But this made Belger's heart skip a beat. In the records of his past life, Ernan only accomplished the feat of contracting a high-tier spirit at the age of 27. At that time, this event shocked the entire continent. But now, she actually planned to push this progress forward by a full 7 years. Belger casually took a cookie, planning to end this battle quickly right here. This move was extremely powerful, aimed straight at Wind opposite him. Before Wind could react, she was completely engulfed by the purple light. A massive explosion echoed all around. Everyone thought she was dead for sure. But when the dust settled, Belger revealed an intrigued expression. Tanti-hero, indeed worthy of the name. Wind's entire body radiated cyan battle aura, standing tall and unyielding amidst the ruins. Wind completely erupted. She shouted that a hero's battle aura was the Demon King's natural nemesis. Compared to that suffocating palace, she felt she belonged more to this battlefield. This crescent-slash move was the royal family's topmost sword technique, and only the strongest swordsman was qualified to inherit it. Wherever the sword aura passed, all obstacles were instantly severed. But who could have expected that such a powerful hero was merely a commodity in the eyes of the royal family? Because of her lowly status, she was directly sold off to a foreign king as a worthless bargaining chip. Looking at that king's face, who thought he was about to welcome his second spring, Wind felt 10,000 dissatisfactions in her heart. Why should she be sent off to marry that perverted old man? This was simply too unfair. In order to escape this absurd destiny, she had knelt before her instructor pleading bitterly, training frantically day and night. She didn't want to be treated merely as a princess. She wanted to become a true hero. As long as she could kill the Demon King here, she could prove her value. At that time, she would completely gain her freedom, never having to obey her father's orders again, much less be treated as a tool for political marriage. Her life had to be decided by herself. Who could have expected that the ultimate move, Wind, bet everything on, would actually be shattered like fragile glass in the hands of Belger's sword aura, which was capable of severing everything. Belger even smiled. He commented that this sword aura move wasn't bad. Then, with a casual squeeze, the entire sword aura instantly collapsed. Wind was completely stunned now. She never imagined that the strongest move she had painstakingly trained for years couldn't even break through the defenses in front of the Demon King. Belger looked down at her condescendingly, his tone full of mockery. He said that since she was a hero, she surely wouldn't be directly taken down by an attack of this level, right? Wind completely froze. Looking at that terrifying power in the sky, she finally realized exactly what kind of monster she was facing. A wicked smile appeared on Belger's face. In his eyes, Wind was not only a hero, but also a princess of noble status. To him, this dual identity was simply too useful. Wind subconsciously wanted to back away, her mouth continuously shouting refusals, but begging for mercy now was already too late. The guards in the distance screamed desperately, wanting to come and rescue the princess, but anyone could see that Wind had completely fallen into the Demon King's palm. Accompanied by a heaven-shaking crash, the entire street was instantly engulfed by flames. There were collapsed ruins and the terrified screams of soldiers everywhere. No one expected that the demon race would actually dare to directly attack the heavily guarded Holden Avenue in broad daylight. The scene descended into a pot of chaos, with shouts to save people everywhere. The once incredibly arrogant Night Order now all lay in pools of blood, without even touching a shadow of the enemy. Just then, a severely injured soldier brought back the most despair-inducing news. Princess Wind has already been by the Demon King. The moment this sentence came out, everyone was stunned. The Demon King actually appeared in person and abducted the Empire's hope. The sky was truly falling this time. In the eerie and cold underground dungeon of the Tower of Belger, there was another unconscious, unlucky soul. Leaning in for a closer look, Ernan discovered this was actually a princess too. Belger acted very casually, saying this was the 9th Imperial Princess Wind that he picked up conveniently on the way. He ordered Ernan to be responsible for taking care of her from now on, as after nursing her back to health, she might have a major use. Ernan found it very strange. Why did the Demon King keep kidnapping princesses? Following the topic, Ernan asked further, wanting to know exactly what magical energy points were. Just as Belger prepared to explain, he suddenly stopped. He abruptly realized, was he crazy? Why would he spill all the demon race's top secrets to a prisoner? The atmosphere became awkward now. Belger nearly slipped up. Belger quickly found an excuse and turned to leave. He felt something was wrong with himself lately. Was it because they met too often that he actually developed an inexplicable sense of intimacy toward this prisoner? He constantly warned himself in his mind. The news of a princess being kidnapped instantly spread across the entire continent as if it had grown wings. Everyone in the empire plunged into panic. At the headquarters of the Hero Guild, the atmosphere was so oppressive it was suffocating. The higher-ups were severely questioning Silan, demanding he guarantee that every word he just said was the truth. Silan lowered his head, his tone full of frustration. He said he had indeed lost track of the Demon King, not even touching a shadow of the Demon King's tower. As a hero of the Empire, he was willing to bear all the consequences for this disastrous failure. Contrary to everyone's expectations, the guild higher-ups didn't make things difficult for Silan. Instead, they comforted him, saying if they punished a hero over one failure, who would dare risk their lives for the Empire in the future. Silan finally let out a sigh of relief. But the trouble that followed was even bigger. The Empire side was pushing very urgently, demanding they immediately launch a second expedition to rescue the kidnapped ninth princess. The higher-ups wanted to hear Silan's opinion, since he was the only person who came back alive from the Demon King's territory. Silan fell silent for a moment and proposed a completely different plan. He said they absolutely must not attack blindly now, because even a hero of his level couldn't find the specific location of the Demon King's tower. The most urgent task was to dispatch an elite reconnaissance unit first. Silan also threw out a bold speculation. He said if the Demon King was truly powerful, there was no need to hide his lair so deeply. This cowardly behavior could only prove one thing: the Demon King's actual combat power was actually very average. The higher-ups all nodded upon hearing this. They felt this analysis was very reasonable. A true powerhouse indeed had no reason to hide. They had clearly begun to underestimate the enemy, feeling the Demon King was merely a coward. This play was acted out truly well. The guild's higher-ups were completely led by the nose, and they unanimously agreed that the Demon King was a weakling. They made a decision on the spot. Before finding the specific location of the Demon King's tower, large-scale expeditions would be postponed indefinitely. Silan lowered his head and accepted the order. He looked like a victim of a failed mission, but when he walked out of the hall alone, the real plot twist was only just beginning. It turned out that all of this was arranged in collusion between Silan and the Demon King. He deliberately used his influence to cut off the hero's offensive plans from the source. He muttered in a low voice to the empty air, "Time has already been bought for you. The rest depends on yourselves." The scene shifted, and Gordon was reporting all of this via remote communication. Silan's every move, even the meeting details inside the guild, were entirely within the demon race's grasp. Belger looked coldly at the screen and issued a command to keep watching. Who could have expected that the dignified, strongest hero of the Empire would actually become the deepest nail planted by the Demon King inside the guild? In this game, from the very beginning, the Empire had already lost utterly and completely. Recalling it now, Belger still felt a bit of a chill down his spine. He never expected the Hero Guild had actually been preparing for a general offensive all along. If Silan wasn't providing cover on the inside, something massive truly would have happened this time. It seemed that taking Silan in as a subordinate was absolutely the most correct decision of his life. Now both Silan and Granada were working for him outside the tower. As long as these two were there, the hero's expedition plan could only be postponed indefinitely. Belger wasn't idle either. He had been frantically grinding for points. By kidnapping princesses from various countries, his magical power points had accumulated to an astonishing number. He even planned to use the orbs to directly convert these prisoners into his top-tier combat power. At the same time, the defenses inside the tower were also undergoing comprehensive upgrades. The dwarf Roger was leading people to frantically reinforce the defensive fortifications on the first floor, while Krudu was outside, continuously expanding the Demon King's sphere of influence. As long as Princess Ernan could successfully contract a high-tier spirit, this Demon King's tower would turn into an absolutely invincible fortress. By that time, ordinary heroes wouldn't even have the courage to approach. But this was merely the beginning. What Belger truly cared about was demonstrating his real power to the outside world. He was going to collect justice, one by one, from those heroes who had once killed him. To realize this revenge plan, he urgently needed a type of powder called singe, and this scarce resource only existed in one place. That was the magical tech metropolis camera. It was filled with top-tier mages and heroes everywhere, and it was a tough bone that was extremely hard to chew. Belger stood on high and gazed far away, his eyes revealing a fierce resolve. Since he was going to play big, he would directly go to the enemy's home base. The scene shifted. This was the magical tech metropolis, Amr. All the top-tier mages and alchemists on the entire continent were crowded into this city. But at the edge of the most bustling market, there was actually such an inconspicuous, dilapidated little shop hidden away. The shopkeeper was staring at the newspaper, worrying. The 9th princess had just been kidnapped, and even that hero named Roger was wanted. This world was truly becoming increasingly chaotic. Right at this moment, Belger pushed open the door and entered. As soon as he spoke, he asked to buy singe powder. Could a place like this really have stock? The true purpose of his infiltration this time was probably not that simple. In the large shops, it was full of heroes and mages. Even if he concealed his demonic energy, Belger wouldn't dare risk going there. Therefore, he specifically sought out a dilapidated little shop, thinking he could keep a low profile, but who knew he would run into a profiteer the moment he entered. Straining his voice to promote it, the shopkeeper claimed this potion was only 1 gold coin today, simply a massive clearance sale. At a glance, Belger saw something was wrong. This singe powder was clearly supposed to be green, so why was this bottle purple? The shopkeeper leaned in and said mysteriously that this was a rare item newly developed by the Mage Tower, and if he didn't buy it now, there would be no chance later. He was calculating in his heart to fleece this fat sheep Belger clean, but he simply didn't know exactly who he was facing. This profiteer had clearly calculated that Belger didn't dare show his face in the large shops, which was why he dared to extort him so blatantly. Belger's fists hardened, considering whether to just silence him with death, but as a result, the shop door was suddenly pushed open. In this tiny, dilapidated pharmacy, the situation instantly became completely unmanageable. Belger recognized it at a glance. This signature red hair and bad temper. It was absolutely Louise without a doubt. Fortunately, he had used a magical item to conceal himself earlier, and the other party hadn't discovered his identity yet. He could only hold his breath and hide in the back. But this shopkeeper was truly a piece of work. Even on the verge of death, he still wanted to extort money, insisting that if he didn't sell his goods, he wouldn't be able to survive. How could Louise tolerate this kind of anger? Without another word, she directly drew her sword and pressed it against his neck, warning him that killing someone in the city, although against the law, who could have expected that this shopkeeper was an absolute fool? With the blade pressed against his flesh, he actually still begged her to buy something first. At this sight, even Belger was dumbfounded. To think there truly were such madmen in this world who wanted money over their own lives. Who could have expected that Louise would actually be amused by this rogue shopkeeper? She put away her longsword, intending to see exactly what treasures were in this shop. Seeing an opportunity, the shopkeeper instantly changed his tune and began to scam, changing the name of the fake powder he had just sold to Belger, and actually daring to ask for a price of 3 gold coins. Watching from the side, Belger saw this profiteer not only hiking up the price on the spot, but also claiming it was a rare item without a single blush or skipped heartbeat, simply treating Louise as the ultimate sucker. And yet, Louise actually believed him, readily pulling out the money and casually asking about Roger's whereabouts. Having received the money, the shopkeeper acted swiftly, directing them to a famous shop in the central plaza, saying someone there would definitely no clues. Belger cried out inwardly that this was bad. These people were getting closer and closer to the truth. If he didn't act soon, Roger probably truly couldn't stay hidden. The moment Louise left, Belger couldn't help but sigh that this shopkeeper indeed had some skills. A bottle of garbage could actually be sold for 3 gold coins. The shopkeeper was quite proud, saying it was all thanks to Belger not exposing him on the spot. And furthermore, he saw at a glance that Louise was a noble lady who lacked no money. This guy even wanted to escalate things further, opening his mouth to charge Belger 10 gold coins, claiming he would pass on a secret manual on how to scam people. Belger laughed in anger. This guy truly was an incorrigible swindler. However, this shameless audacity was indeed a rare talent. In a rare moment of appreciating talent, he pointed out a clear path for the shopkeeper, telling him to go to the Jinyu Merchant Guild and report his name. Who knew the shopkeeper wouldn't appreciate the favor at all, stating with a look of disgust that the guild was about to go bankrupt, and as an elite with a boundless future, he wouldn't go to such a poor place to join the fun. Belger sneered. That woman who was just scammed is the one known as the Mad Dog Princess, Louise. The shopkeeper was completely dumbfounded now. He never imagined in 10,000 years that he had actually dared to cross Louise. This was simply feeling his life was too long. Striking while the iron was hot, Belger once again invited him to join the Jinyu Merchant Guild. Not only did he offer the high price of 1 gold coin a month as salary, he also threatened that if he didn't agree, he would call Louise back to catch up. At first, the shopkeeper pretended to be scared to death, begging Belger absolutely not to do this. But a second later, he actually completely changed his tune directly. This speed of changing his tune was faster than turning the page of a book. He revealed a cunning smile. It seemed that in the face of absolute profit, all thoughts of the Mad Dog Princess were thrown entirely to the back of his mind. This shopkeeper truly wouldn't shed a tear until he saw the coffin. He felt Belger was just bluffing. He even arrogantly shouted, telling Belger to call the princess back if he had the guts. He concluded that a dignified princess could absolutely not personally come to such a dilapidated place. While cursing, he told Belger to get out quickly. Belger didn't waste any words, only casually replying with a single fine. Then, without looking back, he walked out the door. But before the shopkeeper could breathe a sigh of relief, a terrifying figure suddenly appeared at the door. Radiating killing intent, Louise had actually truly returned. Looking at that monster engulfed in flames at the door, the shopkeeper froze completely in place. The thing he regretted most in his life was probably opening his mouth just now. Accompanied by a miserable scream, this little shop completely exploded. It seemed he was truly going to lose his life here this time. An enthusiastic send-off echoed from the shop, indicating that the friendly exchange just now had quite significant results. Looking at the potion in his hand, Belger had to admit that although that swindling shopkeeper had rotten character, this item was indeed the real deal this time. Just then, Louise turned back again, saying it was all thanks to Belger's reminder that she successfully got her refund back. Belger casually asked, "How is that shopkeeper doing now?" Upon hearing this, Louise's anger flared up again instantly. She said that if it wasn't for the fact that the guy was a foreigner, she wouldn't have just taught him a small lesson just now. Hearing her speak such ruthless, heart-wrenching words, Belger paused helplessly. It seemed this little princess's temper hadn't changed in the slightest. Belger sharply caught the main point. The word Louise just mentioned reminded him of a past event. He probed Louise, asking if she was looking for a blacksmith named Roger. Upon hearing this, Louise was so excited she nearly jumped up. Belger casually took out a necklace, asking if they recognized this thing. The dwarf beside her recognized it at a glance, saying it was an early work of that blacksmith. It turned out that 2 months ago, Belger had saved a starving man in the forest. To repay the favor, the other party had given this necklace to him. Now the clues all matched up. Belger actually became. Truly, no one could stop her. To make Belger stay, Louise even brought out the treasure from the bottom of her trunk. This top-tier emblem of the Dwarven Kingdom could directly be exchanged for the most formidable equipment. Belger wasn't polite either. Taking the emblem, he turned and left. This item was indeed of great use to him. The dwarf beside her quickly asked Louise, "What should we do next?" Louise revealed a look of absolute determination, saying she would immediately contact her father to directly call for reinforcements and gather people. Looking at this posture, she was absolutely determined. And Belger, who left alone, was calculating another major event in his mind. In his memories before rebirth, this was exactly the point in time when the beast demon king Draken became stronger. If that guy was allowed to devour the core of the summoned beast again, this world would truly be turned upside down. Belger stared fixedly at the monster in the distance. That energy-filled core was the only thing he wanted, but he knew very well in his heart that he was currently suppressed by the laws of the plane. If he clashed head-on with Louise, who was fully geared in divine equipment, it would at best result in mutual destruction. To survive in this place and complete his revenge, he had to become stronger. Since it wasn't convenient for him to act personally right now, he could only borrow another's knife to kill. Belger thought of a brilliant plan. He would lure Louise to the Tower of Beasts, letting her fight to the death with that monster. One was a crazy woman nicknamed Mad Dog. The other was the savage beast demon King Draken. When the two of them were fighting inextricably, the true winner would finally appear. Belger stared fixedly at the energy before him. That beating heart of the summoned beast was the key to his comeback. He swore silently in his heart that absolutely no one could snatch this power from his hands. After integrating the magical phantom, this Demon King's tower finally received an epic-level enhancement. Not only could it be controlled remotely, but it could even teleport materials across space. Now things were truly going to take off. Belger handed the tower over to Gordon's care, while he prepared to handle other matters. Before leaving, he didn't forget to send Princess Ernan a grand gift. This was the highest-tier senile powder, a treasure specifically used for contracting high-tier spirits, which ordinary people couldn't even see if they wanted to. Ernan was completely dumbfounded seeing the item. With this quality, had he perhaps emptied some kingdom's treasury? Belger's plan went far beyond this. He locked the captured Princess Wind on the 4th floor, and specifically instructed Gordon to teach her swordplay day and night. How was this imprisonment? This was simply cultivating a top-tier worker. Princess Wind even spoke harshly, vowing to make him regret it, but was pushed back by a single sentence from Gordon. Following closely, Belger invested heavily to install a Hellfire Forge on the 1st floor. This was a divine artifact that the dwarven race dreamed of. Seeing this treasure, Roger's eyes nearly popped out of his head. While laughing wildly, he pledged his loyalty, wishing he could sell his very life to the Demon King. Not only were things upgrading at home, but external forces weren't left behind either. The 3 tribes of the Per-Orcs had been completely unified, and the scale of the Demon King's army had now directly doubled. The current Orc Legion was already strong enough to sweep across the entire snow-capped mountain range. Belger was extremely satisfied. This ace unit was finally trained. He instructed Gordon to watch the home base well, while he utilized the Demon King Tower's remote function to conduct business outside while commanding simultaneously. This was simply like having a map hack activated. Having just finished handling the work at hand, he immediately contacted Silan without a pause. The timing was perfectly precise. It seemed a new plan was about to begin. Meanwhile, good news also arrived from the rear. The Jinyu Merchant Guild had been completely secured and was now fully handed over to Ammon to take charge. With this financial backing, Belger's forces finally completed the last piece of the puzzle. Since the Jinyu Merchant Guild was already in hand, Belger immediately issued an order. He wanted Granada to use all the funds to buy up all the elven slaves across the entire continent. This grand stroke left Silan completely stunned. But this wasn't the end. Belger also planned to insert someone into the guild, a professional swindler named Jethorson. Silan completely couldn't understand what the Demon King was thinking. Why use this kind of person? Belger sneered, saying this guy even dared to scam the highest-ranking nobles, so he was absolutely a rare talent. As for how to make him obey obediently, Belger had long figured out all his background details. If this guy didn't report for duty within a month, then his death date would arrive. Now the swindler Jethorson was completely subdued, not even daring to breathe loudly. On the other side, after receiving the news, Granada simply couldn't believe his ears. The Demon King was actually going to spend heavily to buy back all the elven clansmen scattered outside. To the scattered clansmen, this was simply a massive blessing. Without half a moment of hesitation, Granada immediately agreed. He was at the training ground right now, preparing to gather all the clansmen scattered in various places at the fastest speed. It seemed Belger's Demon King's army was about to welcome another wave of epic-level enhancements. Being able to rescue his clansmen was certainly a good thing, but Granada knew very well in his heart that this matter was absolutely not that simple. The Demon King probably wanted to cultivate all these elves into spies planted in various places. Could all of this be within Belger's calculations? The more Granada thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. This was clearly leaving a wolf's den, only to enter a tiger's lair. Meanwhile, the rogue soldiers under his command were currently brewing wicked schemes. They had no intention of practicing any elven swordplay at all, feeling Granada was just an old fossil. They even discussed running away collectively. Seeing this unit about to fall apart, Granada had no mind to manage it. His mind was entirely focused on the safety of his clansmen right now. On one side was the Demon King's conspiracy, on the other were soldiers who could mutiny at any time. Granada's situation had reached the most dangerous edge. Rather than being a slave to humans for a lifetime and finally dying miserably in a dark corner, Granada felt that following the Demon King offered a more promising future. Since he had thought it through, then these rogue soldiers taking the lead to cause trouble absolutely could not be tolerated. With a backhand cast of magic, he directly tied the vice-captain up like a dumpling. This tactic of killing the chicken to scare the monkeys was highly effective. The soldiers who were just thinking about running away were completely terrified now. No one dared to say another word. Just then, Silan sent a communication asking about the situation. While calmly handling the scene, Granada mentioned Belger's latest movements. Hearing that the Demon King's next plan was actually to go treasure hunting, Silan was completely bewildered. At this critical juncture, what exactly was Belger planning? The scene shifted, bringing us to the Hormuth Rainforest Kingdom. The atmosphere here was exceptionally tense. Princess Louise was leading people in a frantic search through the dense jungle. But right at this moment, a soldier brought terrible news. The other party had issued a final ultimatum, demanding they must immediately withdraw their troops. Now things were completely at a stalemate, but Louise clearly didn't want to give up. Since she hadn't caught that bastard yet, how could she return so ignominiously? Even if she had to scour the entire rainforest, she would fight the other party to the bitter end. The soldier stated helplessly that they had already searched everywhere they could, but Louise stared fixedly into the distance, because there was one more place, a forbidden zone they absolutely dared not step into. That was the legendary mountain of 10,000 beasts. Louise was truly crazy this time. To catch someone, she actually planned to barge into that godforsaken place. The soldiers were terrified to the point of wetting themselves, desperately urging Louise not to go any further. Because ahead was the territory of the Beast Demon King, and entering basically meant near certain death. But Louise wasn't afraid at all. She felt her status as dwarven royalty was the best death exemption medallion. If anyone dared touch a single hair on her head, they would be making enemies of the powerful nations of the entire world. After all, the dwarves controlled the lifeline of munitions. If they were angered and directly cut off the weapons supply to various countries, no one could bear the consequences. 200 years ago, there was a blind demon king who, because he touched a dwarven prince, had his entire faction wiped out. The soldiers still wanted to make a final struggle, feeling Roger might not be there at all, and there was no need to risk their lives for a swindler. Louise wouldn't listen to any excuses at all, directly issuing a death command. If anyone dared to dawdle further, she would personally twist their head off first. Now no one dared to say another word, and could only bite the bullet and follow this mad princess into the forbidden zone. The demon king Draken could no longer sit still now. His subordinate ran over in a hurry to report, saying Princess Louise of the Dwarven Kingdom was leading troops charging toward the mountain of 10,000 beasts. Upon hearing this, Draken was dumbfounded on the spot. This crazy princess didn't come early or late, but suddenly barged in right at the critical moment of his treasure excavation. It turned out Draken had hidden a massive secret beneath the volcano. That was the pure magical power he prepared to use for his comeback. As long as he could successfully absorb it, he could become the strongest existence. The excavation work had now reached its final stage. This was his lifeblood. He absolutely could not let Louise get half a step closer. Otherwise, all these years of painstaking effort would be entirely wasted. But the problem was, Louise's status was simply too special. Gritting his teeth, Draken could only issue a strict order that she must be stopped, but absolutely no harm could come to this little ancestor. This truly placed his subordinates in a difficult position. They had to block a madman yet couldn't touch a single hair on her head. How exactly were they supposed to fight this battle? The little orc girl leading the way was entirely paralyzed by fear, stammering that this couldn't be done. Upon hearing this, Louise's anger instantly flared up. But before she could lash out, an uninvited guest blocked their path. Max, the second Prince of Hormuth, swaggered out with his troops. His opening words were full of the smell of gunpowder, asking Louise straightforwardly if she was truly tired of living. Max put on an attitude of strictly following official procedure, reminding her that this was the Demon King's territory. The royal palace had long issued a prohibition. If this spoiled princess died at the hands of the demon race, the trouble would be massive. With a sarcastic smile on his face, it was clear he wanted to scare Louise back. But he still vastly underestimated this dwarven princess. Louise didn't buy this at all, even feeling the other party was telling a joke. Just the demon race alone dared to touch her. Pointing at Max's nose, she told him to scram quickly. Until she caught that bastard Roger, no one could make her budge. Max finally stopped pretending. He revealed a sinister expression, mocking to her face that the dwarven race was truly too stupid. He casually recounted a piece of dark history. During that great war 200 years ago, a small country right next to the Demon King's castle made a fortune by selling munitions to the heroes, and eventually actually directly annexed its surroundings, and turned into an empire. There were knives hidden in Max's words. He told Louise bluntly, "If you die at the hands of the Demon King today, history will repeat itself. Your death will serve exactly as an excuse for the Hormuth Kingdom, allowing them to step over the corpses of the dwarven race to seize countless wealth and territories." These words were simply murderous and heart-wrenching. Louise's teeth itched with anger as she stared fixedly at this despicable villain before her. Max was completely crazy now. Laughing wildly and brandishing his spear, he ordered all the dwarves before him to be killed. In his eyes, the lives of these people were just stepping stones for the kingdom. Louise was heavily surrounded within the shield formation, but this princess absolutely had no intention of yielding. Swinging her giant axe, she cursed loudly, telling anyone who dared to come up and throw their life away to go ahead and try. Receiving the news in the distance, the Demon King Draken was completely paralyzed. He saw through Max's scheme at a glance. These bastards wanted to kill the princess in the Demon King's territory and then pin the blame on him. Draken knew very well in his heart that once Louise died here, the dwarven race would absolutely go mad with revenge. By then, the world war from 200 years ago would likely repeat itself. This was no longer a matter of whether to save someone or not. If Max succeeded, to rescue Princess Louise at all costs, because he couldn't afford to take the blame for that. The werewolf troops charged into the battlefield like a tide. The Hormuth soldiers, who originally had victory in their grasp, were instantly caught off guard, and their miserable screams echoed throughout the forest. Max's wishful thinking fell through completely, and the battlefield situation instantly reversed. Both sides were already seeing red. In the midst of this complete chaos, Louise became the sole lifesaver. Whether this world war could be prevented entirely depended on whether these monsters could act first to rescue the princess from the edge of the blade. The battlefield situation collapsed instantly. Her subordinates shouted desperately that the terrain was too advantageous for the enemy, and a head-on clash offered no chance of winning. He wanted to lead troops to carve a bloody path to let Louise escape quickly. But with Louise's temper, how could she tolerate this kind of anger? She was on the verge of exploding entirely, insisting on charging out and slaughtering the other party completely. Her subordinate couldn't even hold her back. Right at this moment, Max let out a sneer from above. He mocked that Louise hiding behind the shields looked simply like a comical, cowardly turtle. Purple energy began gathering on the spear in his hand. His tone was filled entirely with killing intent, declaring he would use this move to directly send the princess on her way. Now this was a massive problem. Max was clearly getting serious. If Louise couldn't dodge this strike, she would probably truly die here. Max suddenly stopped his movements. This terrifying magical power made his heart tremble. He thought it was the beast Demon King's subordinates arriving, but the matter wasn't that simple at all. Belger was hiding on high, watching coldly. He felt this group of humans was truly troublesome, nearly disrupting his original plans. But since he ran into it, he might as well take care of it conveniently. Max quickly realized something was wrong. This aura was not some magical beast at all, but a far more terrifying existence. Before he could react, Belger had already appeared before him like a phantom, directly pronouncing this prince's death sentence. No one could save him today. The Hormuth Kingdom's ambitions ended right here. Max grew anxious now. While staring at Belger before him, he ordered his subordinates to quickly go and kill the princess. He thought the plan could succeed as long as they stalled this high-tier demon. As a result, he was gravely mistaken. In the instant the soldiers charged over, an afterimage directly cut into the battlefield. Max was completely dumbfounded. He never imagined a dwarf's speed could reach such a level. No one saw clearly what happened. They only heard a chorus of screams. Louise completely erupted. Max was still calculating to finish off that crazy princess first. As a result, in the next second, he was firmly entangled by purple magical power. Now this was a problem. He completely didn't expect the other party could trap him so easily. Just as he was unable to move, the surrounding magical power suddenly vanished. Before the soldiers could react, the true nightmare was just beginning. Swinging her giant axe, Louise charged into the crowd like a whirlwind. This was simply a unilateral slaughter. The soldiers screamed while trying to besiege Louise, but they couldn't stop her at all. Louise was completely seeing red. Whoever dared to stand in front had only one outcome. Louise completely erupted. Since you made the first move, then all of you can accompany Max in death. Facing this terrifying killing intent, the soldiers could only desperately raise their shields to hold the defensive line firmly. Just as the battle reached a fever pitch, Belger was hiding in the shadows, watching all of this coldly. In his eyes, Louise sneered. She had already set up the trap, just waiting for the prey to take the bait. Beast Demon King Draken, it's your turn to take the stage. The scene shifted. Time returned to 5 minutes ago. It turned out all this chaos had been planned all along. Above the tower of 10,000 beasts, an extremely terrifying magical power suddenly erupted. This aura threw the entire tower into turmoil. Draken snapped his eyes open. This was absolutely not the power of his subordinates, but another demon king, actually daring to openly invade his territory. His subordinate female official was also panicking. This level of demonic pressure belonged to at least a high-tier demon or stronger. Things were clearly not that simple. Draken snorted coldly. The dwarven princess and Max were fighting inextricably, and exactly at this time a foreign enemy invaded. This timing was too precise. There must be a conspiracy behind this. Draken couldn't sit still. He had to personally go and see exactly who was playing such dirty tricks behind the scenes. The news brought back by his subordinate made Draken completely freeze. Hearing that the princess was surrounded by Hormuth soldiers, a terrifying thought instantly flashed through his mind. If the nightmare from 200 years ago repeated itself again, with that level of destructive power, no one in this world could stop it. But the next words completely reversed the situation. His subordinate explained aggrievedly that they originally wanted to go save her, but they simply couldn't intervene. A single person charging wantonly across the battlefield. How was that a battle? It was simply a unilateral slaughter. The miserable screams of the soldiers echoed across the wilderness. Even the demons who went to support were casually beaten up by her along the way. Draken cursed furiously. This intelligence simply gave him a headache. They were clearly going to save someone, yet their own people ended up beaten black and blue instead. Now everything was in chaos. That second, Prince Max probably faced an even worse outcome now. The news of Prince Max's assassination returned. Looking at the remaining Hormuth warriors, Draken fell into deep thought. If he slaughtered all these people now, the crime of murdering the prince would definitely be pinned on his head. He absolutely would not take the blame for this. These dwarves truly knew how to cause trouble. Although Hormuth was just a small country, if they truly went mad with revenge, the situation would become extremely tricky. Having dealt with these trivial matters, what Draken cared about most was that mysterious demon who had infiltrated his territory. Yet this bunch of useless subordinates hadn't even touched a shadow of the person up to now. Draken cursed furiously. Since he couldn't count on this bunch of idiots, he could only act himself. If the other party was a high-tier demon skilled in concealment, ordinary methods indeed wouldn't work. Draken decided to use his ultimate trump card, extrasensory enhancement, to thoroughly lock onto that intruder's position. Draken completely got serious. Gathering magical power into his senses, he activated the extrasensory enhancement. In this state, any invisibility magic would leave traces. Sure enough, he caught an extremely unfamiliar demonic aura in the air. The residual energy pointed straight toward the depths of the forest. Draken abruptly realized that the bastard's target was actually Louise. The soldiers in the forest were still searching foolishly, entirely unaware that true danger had already brushed past them. Draken could no longer suppress his anger. He let out an earth-shattering roar. Transforming into an afterimage, he sprinted frantically in the direction the princess disappeared. Daring to touch his people in the Beast Demon King's territory, that guy was simply seeking death. Draken traversed frantically through the forest, but the further he ran, the more he felt something was wrong. This was simply a trap, the other party deliberately exposed the aura of a high-tier demon and even used the dwarven princess as bait, all to lure him away from the volcano. This tactic of luring the tiger out of the mountain was played truly ruthlessly. The true target of that mastermind behind the scenes wasn't some princess at all, but the heart of the divine beast deep within the volcano. Just as Draken rushed back desperately, the guards inside the volcano remained completely unaware that danger had descended. A black shadow had already silently infiltrated the forbidden zone. Belger looked at the roiling magma before him. The energy fluctuations here were extremely abnormal. It was clearly no ordinary lava. The power of the divine beast was already close at hand. Even someone as strong as Draken couldn't directly jump into this boiling magma. That was why this group was secretly constructing here, intending to thoroughly drain the magma. Truly quite the effort. However, Belger completely didn't care about these troublesome matters. Because the bloodline of the black flame dragon flowed within him, this level of high temperature was like bathwater to him. Just as he was about to go deeper into the forbidden zone, the tiger-headed guard in the distance actually detected his aura. Before the guard could sound the alarm, Belger had already teleported in front of him. That terrifying Demon King's oppressive aura caused the other party to collapse on the spot. Eyes wide, the guard finally recognized the identity of this man before him. But before he could finish begging for mercy, everything was already over. With a sneer, Belger directly grabbed the guard by the neck. "Since you discovered me, then you might as well go down and stay there together." Before the guard could even struggle, he was dragged into the boiling magma, instantly turning to ash amidst a miserable scream. Belger strolled leisurely through the sea of fire. He finally figured out why that bastard Draken possessed such terrifying regenerative abilities. In his past life, Draken must have absorbed the heart of the divine beast. Furthermore, it wasn't an ordinary magical beast at all, but the legendary immortal phoenix capable of nirvanic rebirth. No wonder that guy. Even back then, he had already sensed something was amiss. In the ancient records of the demon realm, the phoenix was the only divine beast capable of traversing dimensions. Although their powers varied, they all shared one commonality. That was, throughout history, all demon kings who had devoured a phoenix eventually became top-tier powerhouses ruling their eras. This power was sufficient to rewrite the history of the entire demon realm. Belger looked at the roiling magma, a sneer appearing on the corners of his mouth. "Draken, I truly must thank you properly. If you hadn't absorbed the phoenix in the previous life, I wouldn't have had the chance to be reborn and return to the present. You probably couldn't imagine in your wildest dreams that the treasure you painstakingly hid would actually become my stepping stone. This power that I've been jealous of for a lifetime will finally belong to me in this life." Exactly which bastard dared to touch my phoenix? Draken went completely mad with anger. He calculated rapidly in his mind. Could it be that guy Belger? No, with just those few defeated remnants under him, it was absolutely impossible for them to discover the secret here. Not to mention those newly appointed rookie demon kings. This place was hidden so well that even ghosts couldn't find it. The security measures were clearly foolproof. How could there be a problem? The more Draken thought about it, the more furious he became. Like a rabid beast, he charged back to the cave. Before the guard could clearly see who it was, he was directly sent flying by this terrifying power. Draken trusted no one now. He had to confirm with his own eyes whether that treasure hidden deep within was truly still there. Draken rapidly eliminated suspects in his mind. Yugel's brain simply couldn't concoct this kind of scheme. Riene was of the ice attribute race. The phoenix's power would be highly toxic to her, so only that bastard remained. Draken rushed to the edge of the magma pool, eagerly inquiring about the condition of the divine beast. Trembling, the guard replied that the divine beast was fine, but just now, a brother inexplicably jumped into the magma and committed suicide. What? Hearing these words, Draken completely exploded. He roared frantically, ordering someone to fish that guard out, because he knew very well that it was no suicide at all. That bastard actually intended to use this method to infiltrate the magma to snatch his phoenix. Draken lost control completely. If the phoenix was taken away, everything he had would be completely finished. Accompanied by an earth-shattering crash, the entire demon realm trembled along with it. This terrifying energy fluctuation instantly spread to every corner. Travelers in the distance halted their steps. The knights in the royal city all looked up at the horizon, sensing this unusual aura. Everyone knew very well that the world was truly about to change now. An eruption of power of this level meant that the long-sealed secret had finally been forcibly uncovered by someone. The situation had completely lost control. Looking at the completely empty magma pool, Draken let out a heart-wrenching roar. The treasure he had guarded for so many years had actually been snatched right in front of him. Cursing the sky frantically, he wished he could tear that thief into 10,000 pieces. But whatever he said now was too late. The foundation he had guarded for a lifetime had all vanished into nothingness in this sea of fire. Where is this? Opening his eyes, Belger found himself actually lying in a forest, originally intending to collect the phoenix's corpse, before he could react. That massive magical power directly burrowed into his body. Immediately following that, the volcano erupted, and his entire person was blasted away. For a dignified demon king to actually end up in this state, even more absurdly, what was going on with these wild animals? What were they all gathering around for? Belger said irritably, "All of you, roll far away." This feeling was too wrong. His body seemed to no longer be his own. Belger looked down at the water's surface, freezing completely. The face reflected in the water. Exactly who was it? At the same time, in the distant palace of Almas, the atmosphere was also exceptionally solemn. Princess Louise was reporting that Prince Jason and those brave warriors had clearly just saved everyone from the Demon King. But just now, the situation underwent a sudden, drastic change. Enough! The king slammed his hand on the table and stood up. What's sacrificing to protect the weak? In his eyes, it was all bullshit. Now he only wanted revenge. Immediately notify the Hero Guild to assemble all combat power to subjugate the beast demon King Draken. On the other side, the hero Silan initiated a remote communication. But upon seeing the person on the screen, he instantly froze. Exactly who was this person? Looking calm, Belger explained that he had merely changed his appearance. He told Silan to quickly report the situation. Silan finally understood. The King of Almas had issued the order, and a hero expeditionary force of unprecedented scale was assembling rapidly. Belger sneered. It seemed everything was within expectations. Silan continued his report. The scale of this expeditionary force was astonishingly large. The commander-in-chief, Rosal, was a 10-star combat mage, highly proficient in fire magic. The deputy commander, Barlev, was an even more ruthless figure who reached 10 stars relying purely on physical strength. The entire force numbered a full 500, 200 of which were heroes. They planned to assemble in Almas and directly assault the Beast Demon King's tower. Hearing this, Belger merely sneered. Out of 200 heroes, there are actually only 2 10-star combatants. This ratio was too abnormal. It seemed someone on the human side simply didn't want the Beast Demon King to die. They were merely manipulating from behind the scenes, wanting to use this war to achieve other goals. Belger stared into the distance. So that was how it was. In the eyes of humans, the Demon King's tower was no threat at all, but a gold mine filled with treasures. Even the corpses of demons were invaluable magical materials. Those who made their fortunes off the Demon King's tower simply didn't want this cash cow to fall. He immediately issued an order, telling Silan to join this expeditionary force, and promised to tell him the Beast Demon King's weakness. But there was one condition. The Beast Demon King must die by Silan's hand, and his power must also be absorbed by him. Belger's plan was very simple. A hero who personally slew 2 consecutive Demon Kings would gain humanity's absolute trust. However, Silan smiled upon hearing this. He asked Belger in return, "If I become even stronger, are you sure you can still control me?" Facing Silan's provocation, Belger only replied coldly, "Do you think absorbing the power of 2 Demon Kings will truly be enough to fight me?" Too lazy to talk more nonsense, he directly cut off the communication. Just then, his subordinate Gordon initiated an emergency contact. But the awkward thing was, with Belger currently in this human appearance, even Gordon didn't recognize him at first glance, thinking he was some stranger from somewhere. With no time to explain, Belger revealed his identity and told Gordon to quickly get to the point. Speaking urgently, Gordon reported that over at the tower of the Beast Demon King, Draken had just issued the highest-level emergency summons. Belger completely lost his composure now. For a monster of Draken's level to actually actively request reinforcements, it seemed something truly massive had happened over at the tower of the Beast Demon King. Inside the tower of the Beast Demon King, the atmosphere was so oppressive it was suffocating. Draken had completely lost his patience. He felt that Belger's delayed appearance was him secretly weighing the pros and cons. Draken's paranoia was growing heavier. He even spoke harshly, stating that if Belger still didn't appear, he would directly handle him as a traitor. But what he didn't know was coming over to rendezvous with Belger. Belger shouted anxiously, telling Gordon absolutely not to come over, because the danger here far exceeded everyone's imagination. Forcing himself to stand up, he now had no choice but to bite the bullet and carve a bloody path out first. That madman Draken had already sensed that Belger was nearby. Now this was a massive problem. If Belger simply walked over, Draken would definitely suspect he had been secretly spying. But if he took a detour and arrived late, he would equally be treated as harboring ulterior motives. To act out the entire play, Belger had to first return to his own Demon King's tower at top speed, and then take Gordon through the official teleportation gate to arrive at the scene. But his current speed was still too slow. Even if he was late by just a few minutes, the situation on Draken's side might spiral out of control. Belger was now practically a cat on hot bricks. He had to be faster, otherwise all his plans would go up in smoke. He could completely hide it no longer now. Belger originally wanted to conserve magical power, but the wings of the phoenix on his back actually forcefully broke through his body. This power completely refused to obey, exploding frantically in midair. Even Belger himself was stunned. What exactly was going on? Deep within his chest, that heart which should have vanished was actually still beating frantically. This was simply like seeing a ghost. It turned out this thing had been alive all along. Those bizarre phenomena just now were all because it was making mischief. This power was too crazy. Belger completely couldn't break. His entire person was forcefully turned high into the sky at an absurd speed. He desperately wanted to stop, but his body completely refused to obey. This speed had already exceeded the limits. It was simply fatal. In that instant, he smashed heavily into the ground like a meteor. Accompanied by an earth-shattering crash, the entire ground was shattered into pieces by the impact. Now something massive was truly going to happen. With a hard landing of this intensity, no one knew if he could still stand up. Although this hard landing took a heavy toll, fortunately Belger still arrived in time. Only the power of the phoenix inside his body was now like an uncontrollable time bomb. He knew very well that until he thoroughly tamed this power, he absolutely could not act recklessly again. Otherwise, he might not be so lucky next time. Belger dared not delay for even a moment, immediately contacting his subordinate Gordon to tell him to quickly come down and rendezvous. They had to rush to the tower of the Beast Demon King without stopping. Meanwhile, in distant Almas, a commotion suddenly erupted in the crowd. Everyone was discussing a name. That genius girl who awakened all magic at the age of 5 and was known as the idol of the Mage Tower, Rosal, had actually appeared in person. It seemed the situation here was about to change as well. Who could have expected that this idol of the Mage Tower, Rosal, who was praised to the skies, was actually super sharp-tongued in private? Facing her enthusiastic fans, her first words were to tell them to roll far away. This group of fans was also beyond saving. Not only were they not angry at being scolded, they even felt it was a tremendous honor, even saying they would never wash their ears for the rest of their lives. Looking at this group of people, Rosal felt nothing but disgust in her heart. Counting on this bunch of garbage to clear the Demon King's tower, it was simply a pipe dream. Just then an exclamation suddenly erupted in the crowd, because a truly heavyweight figure had appeared. That was the 10-star hero who had once defeated a Demon King, Silan. Although it was heard that his recent expedition failed, the title of 10-star hero was still there. As soon as he appeared, the entire atmosphere instantly became different. Silan took the initiative to step forward and greet her. He originally intended to appear magnanimous, but ended up being rebuffed. Rosal completely didn't buy it. She exposed Silan's past in public, mocking him as a thick-skinned loser. She even mentioned that dirty ring, asking if he stopped wearing it because he ran out of elves. Silan was completely embarrassed now. He could only laugh it off while praying in his heart that this woman absolutely would not say any more nonsense. If that dirty business was exposed, The hero's reputation he had painstakingly built would be completely ruined. If not for the Demon King's orders, he wouldn't want to see this crazy woman for the rest of his life. On the surface, the two still had to join forces against the enemy. Silan even volunteered to take care of the Beast Demon King. But in reality, they each harbored ulterior motives, both wanting to take the final piece of military merit. Rosal told him to stay far away. Silan agreed readily on the surface, but had already made a ruthless decision in his heart. The Beast Demon King's head was definitely his. With a swish, a teleportation gate forcibly opened in the forest, leading his troops. Belger finally arrived at the location. Draken had already been waiting here. You arrived just in time. The specific details will be explained to you after we enter. Belger smiled. It seemed he wasn't late this time. This was the very top floor of the Tower of 10,000 Beasts. The true trouble probably lay behind this door. The moment these few Demon Kings met, the atmosphere was a bit off. Yugal directly asked Draken what exactly happened that required calling this kind of emergency meeting. Jason also joined the fun, asking if it had anything to do with that hero's journey that was causing a massive uproar recently. Draken snorted coldly. Since you all have heard the rumors, I won't beat around the bush either. Staring fixedly at everyone present, he said, right among us here, there is a mole who sent someone to infiltrate my territory and stole the phoenix corpse I was preparing to absorb. Even more absurdly, that guy conveniently took out the second prince, which is what brought about this hero trouble. Listening from the side, Yugal was shocked internally. This guy Draken had actually secretly hidden a phoenix. Watching the play from the side, Jason couldn't help but complain internally. Draken's actions were simply utterly stupid. Not only did he lose the summoned beast, but he also deliberately provoked this suicidal hero's journey. Wasn't this clearly intending to drag the entire continent down with him? Draken had now completely exploded. He knew very well in his heart that someone was scheming against him from behind, wanting him to die here. But he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Since someone wanted him as a scapegoat, then no one should think about living. To root out that traitor, he decided to use his final trump card, buying the key to the black box. This thing existed in every tower, capable of recording a Demon King's every move. It was originally used to review battles, but because it cost too much magical power and disappeared if the tower collapsed, normally no one paid it any mind. But this time, Draken was risking everything. Belger was completely panicked now. He never imagined in 10,000 years that Draken would actually bring out the black box. If this move truly opened this thing in his own tower, then the things he had done previously truly couldn't be denied. This old fox Draken deliberately spoke in front of everyone, saying that opening the black box required the tower master's permission. Sweeping a cold glance across the venue, he sneered. Everyone, you should all nod and agree, right? Unless that mole is right among you. Otherwise, who would hesitate at a time like this? This open scheme was simply too ruthless. Belger cursed Draken 10,000 times in his heart. But in this situation, who dared to say no? To clear their suspicions, the Demon Kings present could only state their positions one after another. All agreed to authorize it. Now this was a massive problem. The truth was about to be impossible to hide. Belger finally nodded in the end. He publicly announced his agreement to authorize opening the black box. Draken was satisfied now. Since everyone agreed, today's meeting would end here. He would investigate personally, and once he had the results, he would settle the score with everyone one by one. But the more one thought about this, the more something felt wrong. One must know, the key to the black box was a single-use item, and its price was absurdly high. It cost a full more than 9.9 million points. Was Draken crazy? At a critical juncture like the hero's journey, he absolutely wouldn't spend this much money for no reason. He even risked his life to buy a key, unless he was already fully prepared. As soon as this wave of hero attacks ended, he would immediately open the black box and thoroughly root out that mole. Belger knew very well in his heart that before the black box was completely opened, he had to strike first, and thoroughly eliminate this trouble named Draken. He immediately hurried back to his territory. Gordon had already prepared everything long ago. The moment he entered the door, the dwarf Roger shouted in excitement. Pointing at the massive metal monster before him, his face was full of fanaticism. This was exactly the masterpiece he specifically created for the Demon King. The Hellfire Trebuchet Mark I. With this big guy, Belger finally had the confidence to turn the tables. Roger was completely delirious now. Pointing at his treasure, he shouted loudly, saying this was the most perfect masterpiece of his life. Not only could it automatically absorb magical power, but it could also fire shells of various attributes. It was simply the strongest mobile tank in history. Seeing Roger's delirious state, Belger felt a drumming in his heart. He originally just told this guy to casually build something. He never expected him to actually build such a mad piece of work. Gordon explained in a low voice from the side. Although Roger was a bit crazy, the power of this weapon was absolutely undeniable. If he felt it was unreliable, there was still time to revoke the permissions now. Belger fell silent for a moment, ultimately deciding to let him go ahead and do it. He wanted to see exactly how far this madman could go. The gatekeeper lord of the second floor finally showed herself. It was actually Wind. A massive crescent sword aura from this strike would have killed anyone else long ago. But Belger didn't even dodge, directly reaching out his hand and catching this energy. With a crisp sound, a move capable of splitting mountains and cracking stones was actually crushed into pieces by him single-handedly. Belger's tone was calm, saying she truly hadn't changed at all after so many years. An attack of this level didn't even tickle him. Wind was completely enraged. She tightened her grip on her longsword again. The strike Wind put all her effort into was like paper before Belger, instantly collapsing into sky-filling debris. Stepping out from the light and shadows, Belger's tone was full of disdain. He said Wind had indeed improved a tiny bit, but if she wanted to challenge him, she still needed to go back and practice for a few more years. Wind was completely dumbfounded. She never imagined that the ultimate move she took pride in was actually dissolved so easily by the other party. This was simply not a contest on the same level. The absolute gap in strength made her feel despair for the first time. Accompanied by a loud crash, the entire high tower trembled violently along with it. Just after the battle ended, Belger realized something was wrong. Why would Princess Wind appear on the second floor? Gordon hurriedly explained from the side, saying it was because Princess Ernan on the fourth floor was preparing a large-scale summoning ritual. For the sake of safety, she was temporarily moved here. A summoning ritual. Belger's heart skipped a beat. What kind of trick was this little girl playing again? The fourth floor was currently a complete mess. Slimes running amok and magical materials were everywhere. Standing in the center of the magic circle, Princess Ernan was channeling a massive amount of magical power with all her might. Looking at this posture, the ultimate move she was holding back this time was absolutely no small matter. The light of the magic circle had already covered the entire hall. The true trouble was probably about to be summoned. Ernan was truly risking everything this time. She actually used her own blood as a medium, praying to the ancient spirit of water. As the blood dripped into the magic circle, the ancient covenant was thoroughly activated. In this moment, soul resonated with soul. Declaring her true name, Ernan loudly requested the other party to answer this summon. This was no longer ordinary magic, but a contract staked on one's honor. A blindingly intense light erupted from the center of the magic circle, and the entire space was filled with the water element. In this instant, the legendary Great Spirit of Water, Naelanir, finally appeared within the light. This overwhelming aura caused everyone present to hold their breath. This trump card of Ernan's was sufficient to completely reverse the tide of battle. Looking around, Naelanir's tone carried a trace of surprise. He said he never expected that in a place like the Demon King's Tower, there would actually be someone capable of summoning him. Looking at Ernan before him, he gave a highly positive evaluation, feeling this human indeed had some skill. Since this was the case, Nalenir hesitated no longer. He formally announced that, following the ancient covenant, he acknowledged Ernan Hildebrand as his contractor. The tips of their fingers touched lightly, and light instantly enveloped them. At this moment, the soul contract was formally established. From now on, this powerful great spirit of water would become Ernan's most solid backing. The situation was completely reversed now. As the intense light dissipated, as if having exhausted all her strength, Ernan fell directly backward. In this critical moment, a figure suddenly flashed past, catching her steadily in his arms. Stunned for a long time before reacting, Ernan asked softly, "Demon King?" Looking down at her, Belger said that if he had arrived a step later, he would have missed such a rare scene. Belger showed a rare smile, praising Ernan for doing a beautiful job this time. A bit embarrassed by the praise, Ernan quickly said it was all thanks to the powder left by the Demon King. But who could have expected that? As they chatted, the tone, after reacting, she waved her hands desperately, saying those words just now were absolutely not her true thoughts. It turned out that Water Spirit was making mischief behind her back, deliberately mimicking Ernan's voice as a prank. Now this was great. Ernan felt she could simply die of embarrassment. Looking at this chaotic scene, Belger complained helplessly. "How is this summoned thing a helper? It's clearly a troublemaker." Nalenir was having a great time playing around now. Not only did he not stop, but he escalated things further, confessing on Ernan's behalf. He even directly asked Belger when they were going on a date. Who could have expected that the usual hobby of this dignified great spirit of water was actually reading multi-angled romance novels? No wonder he was so systematic in stirring up trouble. Belger clearly wasn't dragged into it. He replied coldly, "What nonsense are you spouting?" This frantic output from the contracted spirit directly broke through Ernan's defenses. A pure love story between a demon king and a princess. He even asked for the official announcement date. Ernan wished she could find a hole in the ground to hide in, begging this little ancestor to quickly disappear. But just then, Belger suddenly spoke with a serious expression. Staring at the contracted spirit, he asked, "Exactly what do I look like in your eyes right now?" As soon as he finished speaking, the originally murky demonic energy instantly dissipated, replaced by spiritual power as pure as a flame. Now even the contracted spirit was dumbfounded. Just now he was clearly a great demon king, so how did he turn into the purest elf in the blink of an eye? Looking at his own hands, Belger found the power of this disguise simply perfect. If it could even deceive a high-tier spirit, then other demon kings and heroes certainly wouldn't be able to discover his true identity. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Since no one could see through him, then as for the so-called beast demon king Draken, he could entirely handle him personally. Listening from the side, Ernan was completely stunned. This was a demon king wanting to kill a demon king. The development of events had completely exceeded her imagination. As the news returned to base camp, Gordon completely lost his temper across the screen. Roaring frantically at Belger, he asked if he was serious. Now this was a massive problem. They originally just wanted to keep a low profile, but this group actually planned to directly wipe out the enemy's lair. Gordon was going completely mad now. Having lived for so long, he had never seen any demon king hurriedly run off to kill another demon king. But Belger didn't take it seriously at all. Casually dropping the phrase "going to kill Draken," he turned and left. This attitude simply infuriated Gordon to the point of exploding. On the spot, how was this an explanation? This was clearly going to throw one's life away. If the other demon kings found out about Belger's plan, the entire demon realm would be turned upside down. But Belger knew very well in his heart that if he didn't thoroughly eliminate that guy before Draken opened the black box, the person who would be finished in the end would be himself. Although everyone understood the reasoning, the current situation was still too dangerous. After all, Belger's current body couldn't fully control that terrifying dimensional energy yet. This energy was like a massive black hole, repelling all outsiders. Once it lost control, no one could bear the consequences at all. This was exactly the cruel law of this world. Once powerful demons crossed dimensions, they would be instantly suppressed by terrifying dimensional energy. A demon king capable of destroying the world might not even be able to defeat a minor soldier upon arriving in the human realm. Those so-called heroes capitalized precisely on the moment when demons were at their weakest, carrying out slaughters under the banner of justice. In their eyes, this was nothing more than a natural law that ought to be so. To counter this dimensional suppression, Demon King's towers emerged. They were like massive energy transit stations, forcibly drawing a continuous stream of magical power from the demon realm. As long as the Demon King's tower remained, Belger could gradually recover his original power bit by bit. The taller the tower was built, the more terrifying the strength he could unleash. Put plainly, the height of this tower directly determined a Demon King's life or death. Gordon was still advising against it continuously, because the height of a Demon King's tower represented a Demon King's upper limit in the human realm. The further one was from the tower, the weaker their power became. This was an unalterable fatal flaw. What was worse, Draken's Tower of Beasts had a full 13 floors. Meanwhile, Belger's current tower only had 5 floors. This massive gap in hardware was simply offering his head on a platter. On the enemy's turf, no matter how strong Belger was, no one dared to guarantee he could return alive. Belger actually knew this better than anyone in his heart. Although he had absorbed the heart of the Phoenix, his body hadn't fully adapted to this power yet. Going head-to-head now was indeed a fierce battle with a near-certain chance of death. However, that was under the premise that he fought alone. Just then, covered in flames, Belger directly entered the venue. He revealed a confident smile. Since one person wasn't enough, then he would add another top-tier combatant. The situation was completely reversed now. No one expected that. Belger was actually playing for real this time. He publicly announced that he would personally participate in the hero expedition. As soon as this news came out, the entire situation instantly became different. Currently on the front lines of the battlefield, the hero Silan. Silan was commanding everyone to cover the retreat while busily handing potions to heavily injured soldiers. He originally thought the hardest moment had passed, and what remained were merely some minor grunts. But just as he breathed a slight sigh of relief, an icy voice suddenly came from behind. Unbeknownst to ghosts or gods, Belger had actually directly appeared right behind him. Looking at the messy aftermath all over the ground, Belger asked calmly, "Why is everyone so tired?" Silan froze completely. Before he could recover from his shock, Belger coldly dropped a sentence, telling him to step back immediately. Silan quickly stepped forward to report, saying everything was within Lord Belger's expectations. They had assembled enough heroes and launched a general assault directly on the Tower of Beasts. Furthermore, they had precisely seized the opportunity, focusing entirely on the beast Demon King Draken's weakness, that most fatal tail. They launched a devastating strike. Silan originally thought, as long as Draken's vital point was crippled, this battle would be largely won. But he still underestimated the beast Demon King's madness. In the exact moment they succeeded, Draken went completely berserk. Lord Rosal, who was in charge of the main attack, was directly drawn into the terrifying energy center in order to cover everyone. Although the Demon King was indeed weakened, Rosal was also heavily injured as a result. The current situation had completely lost control. Silan's voice was trembling. He said everyone had tried their best, but facing that kind of monster, there was absolutely no other choice but to retreat. This long-prepared hero expedition ultimately still failed completely. Not only did humanity fail to subjugate the Demon King, they instead thoroughly enraged the beast Demon King Draken. Far in the rear, Belger also realized what happened. Now this was a massive problem. Draken's fury would definitely be vented on their heads. This was no longer a matter of winning or losing, but that he was completely finished. Belger, however, remained calm. He even comforted Silan with a sentence, saying although they lost, they at least managed to bite a piece of meat off the other party. Silan analyzed that since Draken was now fatally injured, he had to hide and heal. Moreover, the demon army also suffered heavy losses. Upon hearing this, Belger was very puzzled. Since there was a plan, where did Barlav, who was responsible for protecting the mages, go? At the critical moment, how did he drop the ball? Just then, supporting her body, the heavily injured Rosal walked over. Gritting her teeth, she revealed the truth. That guy Barlav had already slipped away before the attack even started. It turned out the sponsors behind this guy were all profiteers who made fortunes off the Tower of Beasts. They simply didn't want the Demon King to fall. They were entirely a bunch of bastards who only cared about money. Looking at the tragic scene before him, Silan hesitantly asked Belger if he was willing to lead everyone to fight one more time. Without half a moment of hesitation, Belger decided that since these people wanted to play dirty, he would play with them to the end. Rosal stared fixedly into the distance. She could never let go of the grudge for this eye in her entire life. Even if it cost her life, she had to make the Demon King pay the price. But reality dealt her a heavy blow. Sighing helplessly, Silan said there were simply too many wounded now, and the potions had long been exhausted. It was simply impossible to organize a second attack. Just when everyone was at their wits' end, Belger behaved exceptionally calmly. He said this matter was actually quite easy to handle. Following closely, with a casual wave of his hand, he directly brought out a massive amount of high-level potions. This spectacle left everyone dumbfounded. How was this coming to fight a war? This was simply like bringing a whole pharmacy over. Staring at the man before her, Rosal felt a murmuring in her heart. Exactly what was this guy's background? Why did he not only have so many treasures, but his body also emanated a kind of pure energy she had never seen before? This power was absolutely not something an ordinary person could possess. Looking at this group of dejected soldiers, Silan knew very well in his heart that potions could heal physical wounds, but they couldn't heal shattered morale. The morale of this force had completely collapsed. Belger observed coldly from the side. Since he was going to take them to kill Draken sooner or later, showing off a bit now to establish authority was also a good choice. He told everyone to keep quiet. Then, with a casual wave of his hand, a small bird burning with flames hopped onto his fingertip. In this instant, the originally dim forest was thoroughly illuminated. A warm and powerful energy directly swept through the entire camp. Rosal and Silan were both dumbfounded. They had never even heard of this level of power. Belger stood amidst the sky-filling firelight. His tone was calm yet full of deterrence. He stated that he himself was the master of the Phoenix. Now, no one dared to raise any further objections. The true counterattack was formally beginning only now. Suspended in midair, Belger directly laid his cards on the table before everyone. He said his name was Pell, and he came this time for no other purpose than to take the head of the Beast Demon King. Rosal was completely stunned. As she pondered the word Phoenix repeatedly, could it be that the power just now was simply unreasonably strong? It could even sit as equals with legendary 10-star heroes. Rosal simply couldn't figure out exactly where a monster of this level popped out from, but she knew very well in her heart that as long as they could follow this man, this expedition was truly secure. Looking at Belger's back surrounded by flames, the exact same thought popped into everyone's minds. There was truly a chance this time. As long as they followed this man, even clashing head-on with a Demon King, they might actually win. To retake this high tower, Draken had truly paid a heavy price this time, consuming far more magical power points than expected. He sneered, saying with such a heavy price paid, he could only exchange for a key to the black box first now. However, this key was enough to thoroughly reveal the other party's true colors. Draken stared fixedly at the black box before him. "It's your turn. Spit out all those hidden secrets for me." As the key turned, the dust-covered truth was finally impossible to hide. Draken never imagined that what the black box recorded was actually this kind of truth. This thing simply couldn't be faked. If all of this was true, Then all the bizarre things that happened previously could be entirely explained. Just as he was planning to tell this news to the other demon kings, a miserable scream suddenly came from outside. Now everything was in chaos. The guard stumbled in and shouted, "Lord Demon King, the heroes have attacked." And the one leading them, this time was that legendary 10-star hero, Ralph Smith. The situation had completely lost control. The true fierce battle was only just beginning now. Guild Master Ralph was leading the team personally. Looking at this lineup, it was clear they were getting serious. However, turning the time back to 1 hour ago, the battlefield situation was extremely bizarre. Looking at the flaming plumage behind Belger, the soldiers actually mistook it for the legendary phoenix. Each and every one of them acted as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They shouted excitedly, "The phoenix is on our side. The beast demon king is nothing to fear at all." Everyone directly drew their swords and charged, clamoring to kill all the demons. This group of people completely didn't know that the savior they worshipped was actually the true demon realm boss. This absurd general assault was about to hit a steel plate. The soldiers had gone completely mad now, clamoring to snatch away all the beast demon king's treasures. Belger observed coldly from the side. Although morale had returned, these ordinary people simply couldn't harness the power of the phoenix. Silan also felt that relying solely on their current combat power wasn't enough. Just as they were discussing how to strengthen the defensive line, a formidable figure actively requested to join. Belger recognized who it was at a glance. Now things were becoming interesting. This was the legendary 10-star hero Ralph Smith, hailed as the strongest existence among shield-bearers. Facing the frantically pouncing wolf pack, he alone became an insurmountable fortress. Once this shield was erected, the true counterattack was formally beginning. As the vanguard of this revenge operation, Ralph alone stood at the very front. No matter how frantically those wolf demons bit and tore, the golden great shield in his hands remained entirely unmoving. Just then, the human face on the shield suddenly glowed red. There was indeed something strange about this thing. Ralph let out a loud roar. A terrifying shockwave erupted from the shield, instantly shattering all the surrounding monsters to pieces. How was this a shield? It was simply a mobile heavy bomb. The encirclement of the Demon King's army was torn open by him alone. Ralph Smith. Among all 10-star heroes, his defense ranked second. That shield in his hands was extremely troublesome, capable of reflecting all impacts received. Whoever crashed into it would suffer bad luck. Belger knew better than anyone exactly how difficult this guy was to deal with, because in Belger's past life, it was exactly this group of so-called heroes who joined forces to pull him down from the altar and even publicly humiliated him. Looking at this old nemesis, right before his eyes, Belger wished he could tear him to pieces right now. But reason told him that now was not the time for personal revenge. Handling Draken was the top priority. This blood debt would be made to be repaid double sooner or later. Looking at the powerful reinforcement before her, Rosal couldn't help but begin to regret. If Ralph could have arrived earlier, the expeditionary force simply wouldn't have suffered so many casualties. Belger directly poured a basin of cold water on her, however. Confidence was a good thing, but absolutely do not underestimate any demon king, because right before death, they would definitely reveal their final trump card. If Draken truly obtained that key, then the magical power in this tower could no longer be suppressed by anyone. By then, the entire situation would completely lose control. Belger was actually quite looking forward to whether he could witness with his own eyes in this life that trump card. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the very top floor of the Tower of Beasts. The Demon King's room lay behind this door. The hero squad charged into the top floor hall. As a result, everyone froze. There was actually not a single guard here. The last time they came, there were demons everywhere. So why was only the Demon King left now? Draken looked at this group of uninvited guests with a sneer. In his eyes, these heroes were nothing but bugs seeking their own doom. The reason he hadn't bothered with the battle outside was because he had been holding back an ultimate move all along. Rosal finally realized something was wrong. The density of magical power in the air was frighteningly high. This was simply not normal energy. It turned out Draken had forcefully gathered all his subordinates' magical power entirely into himself. No wonder not a single living soul could be seen outside. Draken intended to use this strike to thoroughly wipe everyone out in one fell swoop. Belger saw through it at a glance. According to the rules of the Demon Tower, the top floor was supposed to have the strongest monster guards, but Draken exploited a loophole. He sucked dry all the magical power on the entire floor. No wonder all those guards vanished. Draken let out a wild roar. In his eyes, this group of heroes were merely idiots seeking their own doom. He wanted to make everyone disappear completely, without leaving even a single trace behind. Looking at the surging aura around Draken, Belger immediately warned the group. "He's charging over." Draken opened his bloody maw, and the destructive energy he had accumulated for a long time instantly exploded in the hall. The Demon King's energy exploded instantly. The entire hall was engulfed by red light. This power was absolutely no joke. Everyone hurry up and retreat, charging over now. Would be throwing your lives away. But Belger simply wouldn't listen. He felt the Demon King was still getting stronger, and if they didn't risk everything now, there would be no chance later. As a result, before he could finish speaking, reality dealt him a harsh slap in the face. This shockwave was absurdly strong, directly overturning all those charging at the front. The scene instantly lost control. Ordinary soldiers couldn't even stand steadily, seeing that the entire force was about to be destroyed by this energy. At the critical moment, they still had to rely on Ralph. Propping up his massive shield firmly, he blocked all the impacts single-handedly. This was a true top-tier shield bearer. As long as he didn't fall, everyone still had a glimmer of hope for survival. Who could have expected that Ralph actually chose a head-on clash? Raising that massive golden shield, he collided head-on with the Demon King's energy impact, accompanied by a burst of blinding sparks. That magical power capable of destroying everything was actually forcibly deflected by him. Draken appeared within the red light, staring fixedly at the opponent before him. The situation became increasingly bizarre. This defense was simply absurd. What was originally thought to be a situation of certain death was actually forcefully held off by him alone. This was the legendary high-tier beast Demon King. Draken's true form was completely revealed. This ominous magical power was simply like a deadly poison, spreading frantically throughout the hall. Ordinary soldiers simply couldn't withstand it. Some fell to the ground in agony, unable to even complete a sentence asking for help. The situation instantly lost control. Just this oppressive feeling alone was enough to completely paralyze the entire force. Just as the defensive line was about to collapse, Belger finally took action. The massive flaming wings unfurled instantly, and he directly activated high-tier defensive magic. If he had been a second later, there probably wouldn't be anyone left standing here. Belger's Phoenix Barrier opened fully in an instant. This magnificent magic simply became everyone's lifesaver. Escaping death, the heroes were each and everyone extremely excited. Some even swore on the spot that they would never forget this favor for their entire lives. But Belger had no mind to listen to this at all. He knew very well in his heart that he absolutely could not let Draken continue to absorb magical power. In the upcoming battle, you will only drag us down. So stay honestly inside the barrier and don't even think about taking a single step out. Sweeping a glance across the battlefield, Belger's tone became exceptionally solemn. There were only 4 people left who could still move now. This was the final quartet. It was also the strongest combat power they could muster at present. Draken stared fixedly at these few people. He keenly sensed that the magical power fluctuations of one of them made him feel extremely irritable. His gaze ultimately locked onto Belger. This unfathomable aura made this beast Demon King feel uneasy for the first time. Draken couldn't help but ask questioningly, "Exactly what is your background, you guy?" Facing the Demon King's threat, Belger didn't say a single word, merely revealing a smile that sent chills down one's spine. Now this was a problem. Even the beast Demon King Draken couldn't sit still anymore. It turned out the true monster had been hiding among the crowd all along. Daring to come knocking after stealing the phoenix, Draken completely exploded now. No one had ever dared to be this arrogant on his turf. Unfortunately, no matter how loudly he shouted, it was useless. With a casual motion from Belger, the true trap had already spread beneath his feet. Chains of the Saint, let's see how you escape this time. The chains of the Saint actually failed to trap him. A monster of Draken's level simply didn't fall for this trick. As he broke free, he roared, "You useless bugs, did you really think this kind of petty trick would be useful?" The situation had completely lost control. This wasn't a battle at all, but his unilateral hunt. The first target Draken set his sights on was Belger before him. He swore to tear this man into pieces. But strangely, facing an impact of this level, Belger actually didn't even dodge. Exactly what was he waiting for? Facing the Demon King's charge, not only did Belger not dodge, he instead laughed even more wildly. Looking disgusted, he said, "You're shouting so loudly, but I truly can't hear a single word." Now this was interesting. The system directly gave a prompt. Draken was permanently silenced. The dignified beast Demon King could now only emit suppressed, frustrated low growls, unable to even say a single harsh word. Silan in the rear was completely dumbfounded. This power was simply not something an ordinary person could possess. Exactly who was he? This was bad. Draken's speed was too fast. The battlefield was filled entirely with his afterimages. The heroes simply couldn't aim accurately. Now this was a massive problem. All attacks missed, and the situation instantly became passive. Gritting his teeth, Silan shouted, "Don't care about so much anymore." Now they could only listen to Belger. Draken cared not for this. In his eyes, Belger was an out-and-out madman. "Since you dared to bare your fangs at me, then prepare to pay the price." Draken went completely mad. He roared Belger's name, swearing not to let him leave alive. But this was exactly what Belger wanted. He had told Silan long ago that against this kind of beast Demon King, speed was the only chance of winning. Silan had been very worried back then, feeling that even using the fastest sprint, he probably couldn't keep up with the Demon King's reactions. Belger, however, appeared very calm. He promised he would give that fatal signal at the most critical moment. Just then, Draken thought he had seized an opportunity, shouting that he would tear Belger to pieces. The result? The flaming wings behind Belger exploded instantly. In the instant Draken pounced over, a purple orb of light suddenly appeared in Belger's hand. Draken recognized it at a glance. That was the orb of Aryan, but he completely disregarded it, feeling this kind of petty trinket couldn't hurt him. Belger sneered, saying, "This thing is indeed useless against you, but it allows my subordinate to instantly lock onto my position." Draken still hadn't realized the severity of the problem. He felt Belger was bluffing, and there were simply no reinforcements nearby. As a result, in the next second, the situation completely reversed. A blue lightning bolt tore through the sky, and Silan had already struck from behind. Draken was truly going to suffer bad luck now. Silan let out an angry roar. This feeling of being forcibly located nearly made him lose control entirely. He warned Belger absolutely never to use that move again in the future. Draken cursed furiously even more. He never imagined that a dignified human hero would actually willingly act as a lackey for the demon race. Belger, however, smiled brilliantly. He even suggested Draken could try it too if he had the chance in the future. It was indeed quite useful. Of course, the premise was that Draken could survive today. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying beam of lightning pierced the heavens and earth. Silan's full power strike directly pinned Draken to the ground. But this old wolf actually still sneered. He felt this level of attack was simply nothing to write home about. It turned out Silan's surprise attack just now was only to create that 1-second opening. And the upcoming strike was the true fatal blow. In the instant Draken was stunned, Countless golden magic circles suddenly erupted in the sky. This was Belger's true trump card. Looking at Draken, who was still holding on stubbornly, Belger commanded with a single word. Truly pitiful, Belger looked at Rosal beside him. Erase thoroughly. Rosal had waited for this day for far too long. She let out an angry roar, staking all the magical power in her body. With this move, Draken would probably be reduced to ash. This was the power of top-tier fire magic. Rosal directly activated the satellite beam mode. A massive pillar of fire pierced the heavens and earth. Draken didn't even have a chance to escape, instantly completely engulfed by the sea of fire. He could only emit a miserable scream of despair. The power of this move was truly too terrifying. Even Silan and Belger, standing in the distance, had to hide behind the giant shield. It almost burned through the entire sky. Now, that insufferably arrogant beast demon king would probably truly turn to ash. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated. That terrifying figure was actually still standing. Gritting his teeth, Draken cursed these bug-like bastards for actually forcing him to this point. Looking at the scene before him, Belger also had to admit it. Having taken an attack of that level just now, for this old wolf to actually still be breathing, it seemed he indeed wasn't that easy to deal with. Draken went completely berserk. He let out an earth-shattering roar. "Who do you think I am?" Accompanied by this angry roar, an energy even more terrifying than before exploded frantically from his body. He was the Beast Demon King, after all. This was bad. Draken was completely seeing red. This blood-colored sweeping strike was so fast it simply couldn't be seen clearly. Before Ralph and Rosal could react, they were directly heavily injured and fell to the ground. The situation reversed instantly. While attacking frantically, Draken roared hysterically. Declaring all his titles, he swore to make everyone here die without a burial place. Following closely, like a massive mountain, he pounced straight toward Belger. He had completely turned into a rabid dog. Belger stared at that bloody maw. He only said one sentence, "Now I will shut this beast's mouth." Belger sneered. He finally intended to lay his cards on the table. He said he still had a good item he hadn't been willing to bring out all along. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying phoenix power directly exploded in his hands. The entire battlefield instantly turned into purgatory. Draken was completely stunned now. He never imagined that Belger had actually been hiding this kind of ultimate move all along. Scorching flames blasted him squarely in the face. In this critical moment, falling in a pool of blood, Rosal actually saw through Draken's fatal point. His weakness was exactly on his tail. Gritting her teeth, Rosal used her final bit of strength. She absolutely could not miss this opportunity. High-tier binding magic was instantly activated, and countless golden chains shot through the air. Draken was completely panicked now. He was firmly entangled by the chains, his entire person unable to move. He knew very well in his heart that if he was attacked now, he would truly lose his life. Just then, covered in lightning, Silan struck again. The situation had reached the final juncture. In despair, Draken let out a final angry roar. "Belger, you're actually truly leaving me to die." Draken let out his final roar. He called Belger's name frantically, but this was already to no avail. In this instant, transforming into a blinding beam of lightning, Silan directly pierced through Draken's body with destructive power. Looking at the collapsing situation before him, Belger revealed his signature wicked smile. He said he would utilize this phoenix power well. Goodbye, Beast Demon King Draken. This insufferably arrogant head finally fell to the ground after all. Everyone was cheering. Lord Silan won. He ended the Demon King personally and became the hero who saved the world. At this moment, he was the symbol of the strongest in history. Listening to the overwhelming cheers, Silan sneered internally. "No matter how much worship there is, I still find it repulsive." This was what he truly wanted. Silan was still dreaming his hero's dream, even already beginning to fantasize about his future status. But before he could be happy for too long, the entire high tower began to collapse. The scene instantly fell into complete chaos. Some were fleeing for their lives, while some were actually still taking advantage of the chaos to steal treasures. In the midst of this complete chaos, Belger walked quietly up to the Demon King's corpse. Looking at the once insufferably arrogant Draken, his tone was completely apathetic. He said, "For trash like you, giving you another chance would be useless anyway. Until the moment you breathed your last, you still didn't realize exactly where you lost." Straight to the point, Rosal directly exposed Silan's petty calculations. "You planned this from the very beginning, right? Deliberately snatching the Demon King's head, all to let yourself gain both fame and fortune." Silan stammered, wanting to explain, but Rosal didn't want to listen at all. Exactly what happened with this matter, everyone actually knew in their hearts. Although Rosal had always felt something was wrong, seeing that the other party indeed risked his life, and considering she owed a favor, she decided not to pursue the matter further. "Since you want fame, then the Demon King's corpse belongs to me." How could Silan dare to say no? He could only smile apologetically in embarrassment. Just then, screams came from the ruins over there. No one expected that the missing prince would actually be found within the wreckage of the Demon King's tower. And what about the princess? Who could have expected that in this field of ruins, the missing princess, Lavinia of the Arkan Kingdom, was actually truly found? Everyone originally thought she had suffered endless torture, but upon asking the reason, everyone nearly fainted from anger on the spot. This Her Highness the Princess had actually traveled all this way into the Demon King's tower to collect materials for creating chimeras. She even wanted to get some monster meat to take back. This was simply madness, disregarding her life for just this little bit of stuff. Silan and the others beside her were completely dumbfounded. They completely couldn't understand this girl's thought process. Rosal, however, realized something was amiss. Staring at Lavinia, she asked, "What exactly did the Beast Demon King do to you?" Lavinia only said 2 words, "Money and monsters." Rosal instantly understood. It turned out this princess had actually made a deal with the Demon King. Belger completely understood now. No wonder Draken was so wealthy while alive. It turned out this princess was his sugar mommy, exchanging massive amounts of bounty for monsters to conduct her mad research. To research chimeras, she actually dared to single-handedly seek out a Demon King to do business. Belger couldn't help but sigh. This woman, whether in his past life or now, was an out-and-out madwoman. At the same time, at the Elder Council of the Hero Guild, the atmosphere, however, had become exceptionally solemn. The situation originally controlled by them had actually been ruined by an accident. They went to great lengths to restrain the top-tier heroes. As a result, an unexpected interloper appeared halfway. Someone calling himself the Master of the Phoenix actually led a team and conquered the Tower of Beasts. The elders looked at each other in dismay. When did this kind of figure appear in the guild? Furthermore, the other party simply didn't belong to the guild. This was the first time since the descent of the Demon Kings that someone could head on. They decided to once again tighten the collars around the heroes' necks, and the primary task was to investigate thoroughly the background of that Master of the Phoenix. The scene shifted to the banquet hall of the Hormuth Kingdom. Although it was nominally a celebration banquet, the atmosphere was so oppressive it was suffocating. Forcing his body, the old king thanked the heroes. Although the prince was rescued, the losses from this battle were truly too devastating. He simply had no mind to celebrate. After saying a few words, he hurriedly left the venue. Rosal sat alone in a corner, swirling the wine glass in her hand. To her, this kind of hypocritical socializing was meaningless. The only thing that could satisfy her was just the taste of this glass of wine. Silan came over at this time. Looking at Rosal in this gorgeous attire, he couldn't help but tease a few words. Rosal snorted coldly. "What? You still want to show off in front of me?" Silan laughed heartily. Before an old acquaintance, what need was there to pretend to be a proper person? Halfway through the banquet, everyone was looking for that mysterious savior, namely that Lord Pell. Rosal also found it strange. Regarding the secret of the phoenix, she still had a bellyful of questions she wanted to find the other party to confirm. Just then, the usually reticent Ralph actually spoke up to offer praise for the very first time. This was even more shocking than seeing a demon king. Everyone was stunned. This iron tree actually blossomed. Unfortunately, Silan spread his hands, giving everyone regrettable news that Lord Pell had already quietly left long ago. At the same time, in the distant Elster Mountains, Belger had already returned to his own Demon King's tower. Taking off his disguise, he reverted to that cold Demon King. While cleaning, Gordon probed hesitantly. "You didn't truly eliminate that beast Demon King, did you?" Belger's tone was as calm as if speaking of a trivial matter. "Killed him. What's there to make a fuss about?" Gordon was truly terrified this time. He never imagined that his own Demon King actually truly slaughtered Draken. How would they clean up this mess in the future? Belger, on the other hand, was very calm. The reason he hurried back so urgently was because once Draken died, the other Demon Kings would definitely immediately come knocking. If he wasn't in his seat at this time, then the suspicion couldn't be cleared. Although he won this battle, Belger didn't feel relaxed at all internally. Staring at his own palm, he had only one thought in his mind, that he was still too weak right now. In his view, although Draken used his ultimate trump card, that guy had just been worn down by heroes previously and was simply not in peak condition. That desperate counterattack strike, which should have taken his life directly, ended up causing far less damage than expected. This feeling of narrowly escaping death didn't make him feel fortunate. Rather, it made him realize that his current self was still far too distant from true peak condition. As soon as Belger sat down steadily, he began pondering how to strengthen the power of the Phoenix. Before he could come up with a clear idea, the anticipated communication arrived. As soon as the other party spoke, they demanded to immediately convene a Demon King Council. Belger deliberately feigned ignorance, asking why it was so sudden. As a result, the other party dropped a bombshell. Draken was already dead. Hearing this news, Belger froze on the surface. Putting on a look of utter disbelief, he even exclaimed aloud. This acting skill was simply Oscar-worthy. Actually, he knew better than anyone in his heart, considering he was the one who personally killed the man after all. But before he could recover, the other party revealed an even more shocking piece of news. Draken's position had already been replaced by a newly descended Demon King. It seemed this Demon King circle was truly going to experience a drastic change. The position was filled in half a day. The speed of this new Demon King's descent was absurdly fast. Belger murmured in his heart. Could it be that Grand Duke Arkin had predicted Draken's death long ago and prepared the candidate in advance? However, on second thought, since the black box at the scene was already destroyed anyway, now there was no evidence as the dead couldn't speak. As long as he stubbornly refused to admit it, no one could pin the blame on him. Thinking of this, Belger remained as steady as an old dog. Swaggering, he walked into the meeting hall. As soon as he entered, a pink-haired woman locked her eyes on him. With a trace of playfulness in her tone, she asked if he was exactly that famous Belger. This woman was no simple figure. She was the queen of the Blood Moon clan, Vivian Blount, and also the newly appointed Demon King this time. Facing this highly oppressive greeting, Belger didn't change his expression, directly stating his own title. In this first meeting between the new and old Demon Kings, the air was filled entirely with the smell of gunpowder. That old fox Arkin didn't believe for a second that Draken would die so easily. He concluded that there must be something fishy going on. He even directly ordered to send people to keep a close watch on Belger. Vivian also fanned the flames from the side, stating bluntly that if there was a traitor among the Demon Kings, then Belger was absolutely the prime suspect. But what she thought in her heart was another matter. In her eyes, a prickly personality like Belger's was actually the easiest to see through, and the easiest to manipulate. She had even already begun calculating how to toy with this man in the palm of her hand. As Arkin announced the start of the meeting, The atmosphere in the hall dropped to the freezing point. Vivian observed everything with great interest. This game between demon kings was much more interesting than she had imagined. Vivian had absolutely no interest in investigating the cause of death. She felt that compared to that unlucky dead guy, this man before her was clearly more interesting. She walked straight up to Belger and sat down. Her eyes were full of flirtation. She was very curious. Exactly how formidable a character was he to be able to turn the entire demon realm upside down? Looking at Belger's cold face, Vivian even directly issued an invitation. Praising his handsome looks, she asked if he was free tonight. This was clearly flirting in public. But Belger completely didn't buy this. He coldly swatted away that extended hand, only replying with 3 words, "Don't touch me." Now it was this new demon king's turn to be rebuffed. The scene was extremely awkward for a moment.